Greetings, galactic class of light. I am Dralov the Arcturian, and I welcome you into this frequency of the astral realm. You are about to step into a realm beyond the membrane of the familiar, beyond the bounds of space-time. For millennia, your world has carried whispers of encounters with beings from beyond the stars, presences recorded in ancient carvings, sacred traditions, unexplained phenomena, and the guarded memories of civilizations long faded from the surface of time. Tonight, we open the gate to that hidden history. You are about to be introduced to the alien races that Earth has encountered, watchers, wanderers, allies, architects, and adversaries whose influence has shaped more of human history than many realize. Some came in wisdom, some came in conquest, some left behind knowledge, symbols, bloodlines, and questions that still remain unresolved.
Legends.
Now, let's begin with the Holial Horgon, also known as the Horgonites. The Holial Horgonites are an ancient, highly disciplined reptiloid civilization from Antlia, specifically Planet 12 of the Holial system under the Starhats 26. They are recognized as the only Stage 3 civilization in their stellar system, placing them among the more advanced and internally stable societies in their region of space. Their development appears to have been shaped by long continuity, scientific refinement, institutional maturity, and a strong civilizational emphasis on preservation. They are widely associated with wisdom, medical excellence, restraint, and a carefully ordered social structure. Their power rests in what they preserve, heal, restore, regulate, and maintain. Everything about them suggests a people who matured through knowledge rather than conquest, through stewardship rather than expansion, and through deep memory rather than spectacle. Their history seems to be the history of a civilization that rose through continuity and specialization instead of empire. The Horgonites likely passed through an early age of biological adaptation and species formation, followed by a prolonged scientific era in which medicine, developmental care, environmental regulation, and social order became the pillars of their advancement. In time, these strengths appear to have merged with anti-gravity, engineering, orbital infrastructure, and floating civic design, producing a society in which science, architecture, governance, and care systems operate as one integrated whole. Their influence likely expanded gradually as other civilizations came to rely on them for advanced treatment, rescue systems, reproductive science, and biological stabilization. Their historical importance seems tied less to battlefield triumphs and more to saved populations, restored lineages, controlled outbreaks, stabilized habitats, and trustworthy institutions. A people so focused on continuity would almost certainly preserve long archival records, medical line histories, hatchery registries, developmental maps, crisis annals, and deep scientific memory stretching across major eras of their growth. A fitting summary of their civilizational ethic would be, preserve life without disorder. This principle appears to sit beneath nearly every major feature of Horgonite culture. They do not seem driven by conquest, ideological conversion, or domination. Their power is expressed through sustaining viability, the viability of bodies, lineages, civic systems, research environments, orbital corridors, and recovery zones. Advanced knowledge in their view appears to create obligation. Precision functions as a moral discipline. Intervention is acceptable when it reduces collapse, protects continuity, and stabilizes life. Peace, for them, seems strongest when supported by readiness, procedural seriousness, and strong infrastructure. Their restraint reads as trained restraint, backed by real capacity. Physically, the Horgonites are androgynous reptiloids with a refined and highly distinctive biological form. They likely possess lean, elongated physiques built for endurance, efficiency, and control, rather than raw, muscular force. Their heads are elegant and elongated, with smooth, symmetrical cranial ridges running across the skull. These ridges may serve several functions at once, including thermoregulation, sensory processing, social signaling, and possibly subtle pressure or resonance detection. Their eyes are large, dark, and deeply observant, giving them the appearance of beings who read depth, motion, and nuance with unusual care. The narrow snout, restrained facial movement, and composed expression create an impression of solemn intelligence and disciplined awareness. Their skin appears fine-scaled or micro-textured, smooth in some regions and softly pebbled in others, likely helping with moisture balance, temperature stability, and environmental sensitivity. Their coloration probably ranges through pale gray, taupe gray, mauve gray, muted pink undertones, and faintly iridescent hues under certain lighting conditions. Their necks are long and ringed, their posture upright and poised, and their movements likely slow, deliberate, and socially meaningful. Their hands are probably long-fingered and highly dexterous, well-suited for surgical work, laboratory manipulation, incubation care, and delicate interface control. In terms of scale, the Horgonites likely fall into a tall, slender humanoid range. A reasonable estimate would place most adults between roughly 6 feet 2 inches and 7 feet tall, with their long necks, upright posture, and narrow frames, making them appear even taller in person. They would likely seem imposing through elegance and anatomical distinctiveness rather than brute physicality. Their lifespan is also likely very long compared with humans. Given their medical sophistication, biological refinement, and stable civilization, a natural healthy lifespan of roughly 220 to 380 years seems plausible, with elder scientific or medical castes potentially living longer through regenerative care. A lifespan of that length would support their deep specialization, slow educational pathways, stable institutions, and long-range decision-making. The Horgonites reproduce by laying eggs, and this single fact implies a deeply developed biological culture centered on hatcheries, incubation systems, lineage continuity, developmental monitoring, and hereditary care. A civilization with their medical capacity would almost certainly treat reproduction, emergence, and early development as highly advanced sciences. Their institutions likely include protected incubation vaults, developmental laboratories, genomic archives, specialist medical orders devoted to reproductive health, and carefully supervised hatchery environments where lineage integrity and developmental success are matters of both science and civic responsibility. This reproductive system also suggests a species that thinks in long cycles and places great importance on ancestry, population stewardship, and generational continuity. Their greatest defining capability is medicine. The Horgonites likely excel in xenobiology, regenerative treatment, tissue and organ restoration, trauma stabilization, reproductive and developmental science, neural repair, recovery from environmental and technological harm, and long-term rehabilitation after crisis. They also appear especially strong in biological continuity science, including hatchery design, incubation control, hereditary preservation, population recovery, fertility support, and the stabilization of lineages damaged by conflict, contamination, or systemic collapse. Their expertise almost certainly extends into rescue and triage systems, including orbital treatment stations, rescue vessels, medical transfer corridors, isolation and containment environments, species-specific care chambers, and advanced emergency networks designed for precision under pressure. Alongside these strengths, they likely possess unusual skill in scientific diplomacy, cross-species translation of medical knowledge, ethical review systems, clinical standards, research coordination, and intergovernmental training programs. Their floating architecture further suggests advanced mastery of anti-gravity engineering, environmental balancing, structural stabilization, and orbital-linked civic design. The major strengths of the Horgonites are systemic rather than theatrical. They appear exceptionally strong in medicine, developmental care, trauma recovery, and species preservation. Their civilizational stability is likely very high because they seem to possess mature institutions, disciplined populations, long archival memory, expertise-based leadership, and a low tolerance for disorder. They would probably perform especially well in crisis environments requiring triage, containment, rapid clinical reasoning, minimal collateral damage, and procedural clarity. Their long lifespans and cultural continuity would also make them strong planners, allowing for deep specialization, infrastructure resilience, strategic reserve systems, and intergenerational policy coherence. Even though they appear peaceful, they also seem well prepared to defend critical zones such as orbit, research complexes, hatcheries, medical corridors, and civilian platforms. Another major strength is ethical reliability. Other civilizations would likely trust them because they seem technically honest, discreet, consistent, careful with sensitive knowledge, and resistant to vanity-driven decision-making. Their weaknesses are the shadow side of those same strengths. Because they likely favor procedure, precision, and layered review, their response time may be slower than that of more ruthless or impulsive powers in fast-moving crises. A civilization built around refined systems can also suffer when those systems are disrupted. Damage to orbital corridors, communications networks, hatchery environments, archive systems, or medical logistics could produce severe stress. Their strong emphasis on expertise may create technocratic rigidity, bureaucratic delay, excessive gatekeeping, and reduced flexibility in the face of irrational actors or highly emotional political environments. Their calm demeanor may be misread as coldness, especially by populations in grief who need visible emotional reassurance alongside competent action. Because their culture appears centered on preservation rather than conquest, they may be less suited to prolonged campaigns of brutal attrition or savage symbolic warfare. Their bias towards stability may also slow necessary reform, particularly when long-standing systems once served them well. Finally, because they likely hold highly sensitive biological and medical knowledge, espionage or internal breach could be especially dangerous. Their cities and institutional spaces likely reflect the same values seen in their science. A Horgonite medical tower or recovery complex would probably feature quiet, floating structures, anti-gravity-linked walkways, controlled light levels, sterile yet warm materials, organic curvature, transparent monitoring membranes, low-noise medical systems, and carefully balanced atmosphere control. The overall feeling would be serene, precise, and built to reduce panic. A hatchery or lineage preservation chamber would likely contain temperature-balanced incubation vaults, suspended egg cradles, developmental monitoring arrays, genetic archive interfaces, and ceremonial designs surrounding emergence and continuity. Such spaces would feel sacred and scientific at once. Their civic research platforms would probably consist of hovering administrative modules, clean geometric platforms, archive halls, teaching theaters, council chambers, and observation rings, all integrated into a single functional campus. Orbital or moon-based defense stations would likely be compact, elegant, and strategically placed, designed for interception, corridor protection, shielding, evacuation support, and disciplined readiness, rather than intimidation. Socially, the Horgonites likely behave with restraint, courtesy, and strong context awareness. They probably value precision in speech, calm under pressure, etiquette, respect for expertise, measured emotional expression, and reliability over charm. Public interaction would likely be formal, yet still warm in its own way, highly deliberate, information-dense, and sensitive to rank, function, and setting. They likely observe before speaking, dislike unnecessary interruption, and associate trust with consistency and competence. Their body language may carry a great deal of meaning, with gaze, posture, stillness, and neck angle functioning as markers of attention, status, concern, or respect. Their restraint should be understood as a trained cultural preference for stability and signal clarity rather than emotional absence. Their emotional life likely runs deep, though expressed through steadiness, service, and disciplined presence rather than display. Their diet is likely highly regulated, nutrient-conscious, and shaped by biological efficiency and medical understanding. They probably consume protein-rich cultured foods, mineral-dense vegetation, refined fungal and algal compounds, soft aquatic proteins, fermented nutrient concentrates, warm broths rich in trace elements, and laboratory-balanced food matrices tailored to age, health, and developmental stage. Their cuisine likely emphasizes nutritional precision, digestive efficiency, reproductive support, low waste, controlled sourcing, and functional health value over indulgence. Daily eating habits are probably orderly and quiet, while ceremonial meals may mark incubation, emergence, council agreements, scientific milestones, or lineage observances. Even in ceremonial contexts, the tone would likely remain controlled and intentional. Politically, the Horgonites appear best suited to a governance model built around expertise, review, and institutional maturity. Their society likely includes scientific councils, medical ethics assemblies, civic planners, hatchery or lineage authorities, archive keepers, defense coordinators, and research oversight bodies. Political authority likely comes from proven competence, long service, technical mastery, ethical reliability, and institutional memory, rather than charisma alone. Their major political questions probably concern intervention thresholds, technology restriction, the sharing of sensitive knowledge, preservation of autonomy, allocation of resources among research, care, and defense, and the balance between continuity and adaptation. Their politics seem likely to be procedural, disciplined, and deeply tied to specialist judgment, though tension could still emerge around how much aid to extend, how tightly to guard knowledge, and how to prevent preservation from hardening into over-control. The Horgonites are best described as peaceful, though their peace is a prepared peace rather than a passive one. They likely prefer prevention over retaliation, containment over escalation, recovery over punishment, secure borders over expansion, and deterrence over conquest. At the same time, they maintain defense fleets on nearby moons, strategic orbital infrastructure, protected civilian and scientific zones, and strong emergency response systems. Their peace is backed by readiness. They seem like a civilization that understands violence clearly, dislikes it deeply, and prepares carefully so that destructive forces have fewer openings to reach hatcheries, research complexes, archives, medical towers, and population centers. When handling threats, the Horgonite approach appears centered on stabilization rather than destruction. They would likely begin by securing the environment, protecting civilians and critical infrastructure, isolating biological or technological hazards, intercepting hostile movement before it reaches urban zones, and creating treatment corridors alongside defense corridors. Their tactical doctrine probably prioritizes the protection of hatcheries, the preservation of medical towers, the maintenance of orbital access, prevention of contamination, reduction of civilian panic, immediate recovery of the injured, and data capture from every crisis. If forced into direct combat, they would likely fight with controlled, efficient motion, positional discipline, high technology support, and very little theatrical aggression. Their methods would favor neutralization, corridor security, and minimization of secondary harm. In terms of family and attachment, the Horgonites almost certainly have mates, families, and durable forms of love, though these likely operate through responsibility, stability, and continuity rather than dramatic courtship. Pair bonding or multi-partner care structures may form through compatibility, long assessment, shared duty, reproductive coordination, and aligned service. Family may extend well beyond a simple household unit into lineage houses, hatchery circles, developmental care cohorts, research family units, and intergenerational archive communities. Because they are egg-laying, child-rearing likely combines biological parentage with communal and institutional support. Their love probably appears steady, protective, and responsibility-based. Affection may be expressed through presence, protection of health, reliability, shared labor, developmental care, memory, and constancy. Their version of love likely runs deep and durable, even when outwardly quiet. Taken together, the Holial Horgonites emerge as a long-lived, tall, egg-laying reptiloid civilization defined by medical mastery, scientific rigor, floating architecture, social restraint, political order, and a highly developed ethic of preservation. Now we arrive at a civilization whose reputation has traveled across systems and centuries alike. The Duanis are an extremely small, peaceful, highly intelligent race associated with nature, ancient memory, and the preservation of knowledge. They are remembered as quiet keepers of wisdom, deeply connected to the living world and to the old histories of planets, peoples, and cosmic cycles. Their presence carries the feeling of an elder race that studies, remembers, and safeguards what other civilizations forget. The Duanis are said to have originally emerged from Vega, where they were known for their closeness to nature and their role as preservers of ancient knowledge. Over long ages, branches of their people migrated outward into Sirius and Canis Major, where their traditions adapted to new planetary and interstellar environments. Some later communities are also said to live within inner Earth, continuing a hidden existence beneath the surface while preserving very old teachings, ecological wisdom, and records of earlier worlds. Because of this long movement across regions, the Duanis are remembered through several overlapping traditions: as a vegan wisdom race, as a hidden people known in Sirian and Canis Major streams, and as subterranean keepers dwelling in inner Earth. Their central ethic is the preservation of life, memory, and planetary balance. They value nature, history, old knowledge, continuity between worlds, and the passing down of what has been forgotten. In clean form, their guiding principle is simple: protect the world, preserve its memory, and pass on what is true. Physically, the Duanis are commonly described as dwarfish, short in stature, heavily covered in dark brown or earth-toned hair, with broad faces, deep-set, intelligent dark eyes, and lined features that give them an elder appearance, even when they are strong and alert. Their bodies are compact and sturdy, well-suited to hidden or rugged environments. Their appearance often evokes old folklore memories of little hidden beings, yet with a more ancient, cosmic, and intelligent presence. They are generally described as standing around 3 feet tall, though some variations may exist depending on region and lineage. They are also remembered as long-lived compared with humans, especially because of how strongly they are tied to memory, continuity, and the preservation of old knowledge. The Duwanis are associated with extraordinary memory, preservation of ancient teachings, mastery of history and sacred traditions, close attunement to natural systems, survival in hidden environments, and deep observation of other civilizations. They are often described as knowing far more about the rise and fall of worlds than they openly reveal. Their greatest strengths lie in their intelligence, patience, ecological awareness, adaptability, and ability to endure quietly while larger civilizations collapse around them. They are powerful less through conquest than through continuity, wisdom, and survival. At the same time, their weaknesses seem to grow from the same qualities that make them strong. They can be withdrawn, overly hidden, and slow to trust larger surface civilizations. Their instinct is often to preserve knowledge rather than act openly during crisis, and their small size can leave them vulnerable in direct physical conflict with larger, militarized races. Their wisdom can turn inward, becoming caution, silence, and distance. Their worlds and dwellings are a blend of nature-bound sanctuaries, subterranean halls, warm cave systems, volcanic or lava-adjacent regions, and hidden stone chambers filled with symbols, carvings, records, and memory-keeping devices. In their Vega stream, their environments feel more planet-harmonic and nature-centered. In their inner Earth stream, they feel older, deeper, more concealed, and more tied to the underworld of the planet. Socially, the Duwanis are quiet, observant, thoughtful, and selective in whom they trust. They appear more likely to watch, remember, and teach than to dominate. Their communities seem rooted in respect for elders, memory, and place. They are often associated with simple, earth-connected diets suited to hidden environments. Some traditions describe them as consuming insects, worms, and other foods available in subterranean or rugged ecological zones, suggesting a practical adaptive survival diet. Their society appears to be guided less by flashy rulers and more by elders, teachers, historians, guardians of place, and keepers of sacred memory. Their political order feels more like a council of wisdom than a kingdom of conquest. The Duwanis are generally peaceful, guarded, and knowledge-centered, though never weak. They prefer endurance, preservation, and distance over domination. When threatened, they rely on concealment, secrecy, environmental adaptation, selective contact, and the protection of their people. Their survival strategy is built on outlasting chaos rather than overpowering it. Yet their imperfections remain important. They can become too isolated, too cautious, too protective of knowledge, and too reluctant to step back into the larger currents of history. The Duwani's strongest pressure always comes back to the same choice, whether to stay hidden and preserve or emerge and teach. They are the kind of race that holds old truths in silence until the age is ready to hear them again. In their family life, the Duwanis are best imagined as lineage-conscious and deeply protective of children, elders, and inherited knowledge. Family among them would likely revolve around oral teaching, communal continuity, memory, and the passing down of wisdom across generations. Their love would probably be quiet, enduring and protective rather than dramatic or performative. In the end, the Duanis are a small, ancient wisdom race first associated with Vega, later spreading into Sirius and Canis Major, with some communities eventually dwelling in Inner Earth. They are remembered as hairy, elder-faced little beings with deep intelligence, strong ties to nature, and an enduring role as preservers of ancient knowledge, planetary memory, and the hidden history of the universe. They are not conquerors, they are keepers. Next, we move to another group, one whose presence has long lingered at the edge of human awareness. The Serpent Queen Empire, also called Arian and later associated with Orion, is one of the oldest and most sophisticated reptilian civilizations in the known cosmos. It began near the Eridanus region and rose into a vast matriarchal dominion ruled by feminine reptilian power, psychic authority, bloodline law, and ceremonial hierarchy. Over immense ages, neighboring species came to know this empire as the Masters of Heaven, a title that gradually narrowed into the haunting name Orion. In its highest imperial expression, this civilization embodied the serpent aristocratic form of reptilian dominion, regal, psychically potent, ceremonially refined, sexually manipulative, and ruthlessly hierarchical. It ruled through beauty, mind, seduction, ritual, bloodline engineering, and the domination of consciousness itself. In its earliest and most concentrated form, the Serpent Queen Age was a queen-led order in which blood, womb, inheritance, ritual, and psychic command were understood as the deepest architecture of power. To weaker minds, blood meant pedigree. To the greatest Serpent Queens, blood meant design, destiny, and future architecture across generations. The history of this empire begins in brutal selection, ages when only the most cunning, psychically gifted, and strategically disciplined reptilian bloodlines survived. From these surviving lines came the first dragon houses, and later the serpent matriarchs, ancient queens, who consolidated scattered reptilian power into dynastic rule and transformed their civilization into a star-spanning dominion. They mastered interstellar and interdimensional travel long before many younger species could even map their own skies, giving them immense advantages in exploration, infiltration, conquest, and control. As their influence spread, other races increasingly associated them with celestial sovereignty and near-divine authority, until their empire became more than a political force and began functioning as a symbol of aristocratic cosmic rule itself. Yet this age did more than produce powerful queens. It created the great inner split that would later define much of reptilian and draconian history. Whether power exists to dominate, enthrall, preserve itself through fear and purity, and coil around life for possession, or whether power must master itself, evolve, and become worthy of sovereignty. The prime ethic of the Serpent Queen Empire placed survival above compassion, hierarchy above freedom, and control above mercy. Its rulers believed civilization reached perfection through bloodline rule, strategic intelligence, psychic superiority, and absolute obedience to higher authority. Emotional softness was treated as weakness, compassion as liability, and submission was reframed as peace. In their worldview, rulership belonged to those strong enough to shape others without hesitation. Their empire saw itself as the natural crown of intelligent life, and this conviction became the spiritual foundation of its laws, rituals, and systems of governance. Yet even within reptilian civilization, this doctrine never went uncontested. Some houses held tightly to purity, enthrallment, and dynastic enclosure, while others began to see that a bloodline sealed too tightly would eventually calcify into sterility, brittleness, and decline. Physically, The Serpent Queen line appears as an ancient serpent humanoid reptilian species distinct from their heavier dragon cousins. Their upper castes often possess elongated hairless skulls, slit pupil eyes, angular and refined faces, scaled skin in iridescent emerald, obsidian, bronze, gold or mineral tones, and an intense stillness that conveys psychic pressure before a word is spoken. The queens themselves appear mesmerizing, majestic, and predatory at once, with a beauty that feels crafted and deliberate rather than gentle. Their enforcement and warrior castes express a heavier dragon-serpent form with armored scales, broad frames, taloned hands, elongated torsos, and imposing builds shaped for intimidation and command. Many among their elites heighten their natural presence through glamour fields, ceremonial adornment, scent, posture, psychic projection, and sensual performance, turning appearance itself into an instrument of rule. Their bloodlines tend to be taller than baseline humanoids, with royal and upper caste individuals often standing between 7 and 9 feet, while heavier warrior serpent and dragon serpent enforcers may reach 9 to 10 feet or more. Their lifespans are immense, especially among queens, priestesses, and high dynastic houses, extending through psychic development, bloodline engineering, and advanced sciences. Many upper caste members live for centuries, while the greatest queens may endure for a millennium or longer. Among the deepest traditions of the empire, some blood mothers taught that certain queens did not vanish with death, but returned where lineage, vessel, and empire required them, continuing as blood current, memory, and will across more than one life. Within this civilization, the distinction between serpent and dragon is both physical and metaphysical. Serpent-oriented beings often refine psychic stillness, seduction, ceremonial influence, and controlled beauty, while dragon-oriented beings more often embody density, endurance, disciplined force, martial burden, and sovereign command. Yet the oldest traditions insist that the truest divide is inward. A reptilian being chooses serpenthood when intelligence turns toward enthrallment, vanity, manipulative control, inversion, and domination. A reptilian being chooses dragonhood when force is tempered with discipline, appetite is mastered, conscience awakens, and power learns to protect rather than merely possess. Thus, some are born into serpent houses and rise toward dragon honor, while others are born into dragon blood and fall into serpent corruption. This is why the Serpent Queen age remains so decisive in reptilian history. It is the age in which reptilian civilization begins actively choosing what kind of beings it will become. One of the Empire's greatest strengths is strategic patience. The Serpent Queens rarely rush. They study target civilizations for generations if needed, mapping their weaknesses, observing their rulers, reading their emotional and spiritual patterns, and placing subtle influences into their symbolic, political, and bloodline structures. Their psychic sophistication allows them to shape populations from within, while their seductive intelligence makes them uniquely dangerous because they can make domination appear beautiful, sacred, enlightened, maternal, or even loving. They combine ritual mastery, social coding, and ceremonial splendor with a chilling ability to bind loyalty through prestige, fear, pleasure, shame, confusion, and desire. They can rule from above through throne and law, and from within through obsession, attachment, conditioning, and memory. Yet these same strengths generate their weaknesses. Their empire depends on hierarchy, and hierarchy can become brittle when command fractures. It depends on conditioning, and conditioned populations may turn violently once they awaken to manipulation. It depends on ruling desire, yet this reveals a deeper spiritual emptiness beneath the grandeur. They understand enthrallment better than mutuality, obedience better than freedom, and reverence better than trust. Their aristocratic distance can blind them to realities beneath the court, and their obsession with preserving power can cut them off from the living worlds they rule. The worlds and inner spaces of the Serpent Queen Empire are astonishing in deliberate magnificence. Their civilization raises jade temples, moonstone sanctuaries, silk-draped royal chambers, vaulted star cathedrals, libraries, galleries, academies, amphitheaters, and colossal statues of queens poised in serene serpent majesty. Their environments shimmer with sacred geometry, polished crystal, obsidian walls, metallic ornamentation, incense, harmonic chants, coded light fields, and carefully tuned atmospheres designed to influence emotion, perception, and psychic receptivity. Their architecture does more than impress. It conditions. Every corridor, throne hall, and ceremonial chamber is built to deepen reverence, reinforce hierarchy, and magnify authority through scale, silence, symmetry, echo, and ritual display. Their private chambers blend sensual luxury with hidden surveillance systems, psychic technologies, and ceremonial instruments meant to evoke awe, surrender, vulnerability, and dependence. In such an empire, no beauty is innocent. Every polished surface serves power. Their art seduces, their architecture instructs, and their splendor enchants even as it binds. Beneath the visible temples lie deeper ritual chambers where the highest queens perform blood sight workings and dynastic vision rites. In these hidden rooms, black crystal basins hold star water, serpent glyphs coil in gold and green across the walls, and the floors themselves preserve vows, betrayals, and line memory as though stone remembers blood more faithfully than flesh. Socially, the Serpent Queen Empire is formal, aristocratic, deeply stratified, and emotionally restrained. Rank determines posture, speech, access, duty, and destiny. Bloodline matters, psychic strength matters, beauty matters, and usefulness matters. The upper classes move with calculated grace and controlled poise, treating conversation, silence, gesture, distance, and seduction as instruments of status and influence. Children are raised from birth to understand hierarchy as natural law. Priestess castes are trained in ritual, seduction sciences, psychic disciplines, bloodline duty, and the management of influence. Warrior castes, often male, are shaped for discipline, enforcement, military strategy, and loyal service, while female castes frequently occupy the highest commanding and ceremonial roles within serpent society. Administrative and noble castes are educated in doctrine, image management, social engineering, and systems of population control. Even intimacy may become ceremonial, transactional, monitored, or weaponized. Their diet reflects both reptilian biology and aristocratic refinement, consisting of protein-rich meats, blood-rich broths, mineral tonics, ceremonial fruits, fermented nectars, rare aquatic prey, and sensory-enhancing delicacies served in courtly feasts that function less as nourishment than as displays of excess, rank, and cultivated power. Politically, the empire functions as a matriarchal dynastic state governed through queenly bloodlines, priestess authority, psychic governance, and ceremonial law. At its center stand the Serpent Queens, living sovereigns whose voices carry the force of law, bloodline command, ritual decree, and near-cosmic authority. Beneath them stand royal houses, priestess castes, warrior orders, administrators, scholar officials, governors, and subordinate subject classes. Their system does not merely govern bodies, it governs memory, sexuality, spirituality, symbolism, law, and identity all at once. Priesthood and high councils preserve the hidden machinery of ideological stability, ritual control, dynastic continuity, and psychic administration. In their civilization, throne, temple, and mind control systems function as a single integrated order. Yet in later and more complex eras, this same political structure gives rise to queens whose visions differ sharply. Some cling to the oldest serpent doctrines of containment, purity, enthrallment, and enclosure. Others begin to sense that the future may belong to those who can guide bloodlines into new convergences without losing sovereignty. This is where Tia becomes one of the most important figures in Serpent Queen history. Tia stands at the fault line between older serpent doctrine and a more far-seeing reptilian future. She is born into royal draconian blood under prophecy and grows into a queen who sees blood not merely as pedigree but as architecture. Through sorcery, lineage vision, and strategic foresight, she perceives that power sealed too tightly becomes sterile, while power that interbreeds intelligently may remain alive. Where older houses try to preserve sovereignty through purity, Tia recognizes the future reservoir of strength within the Lyrans and begins envisioning selective draconian-Lyran convergence as a civilizational strategy rather than a corruption. This belief places her in deep ideological conflict with Sharu, who believes ruling lines must remain pure to Draconis, dragon to dragon, throne to heir, flame to flame. Tia's guiding conviction is that power must interbreed to remain alive. Sharu's is that power must remain pure to remain sovereign. That division does not stay private. It becomes one of the foundational bloodline arguments shaping later conflicts across Lyra, Vega, Orion, Avalon, and beyond. Through Tia's daughter Tiamat, the Serpent Queen line enters another decisive phase. Tiamat stands as both continuation and transformation of the queenly current. She is linked to the older serpent aristocratic order, yet she also becomes part of later hybrid bloodline destinies that reshape reptilian, Lyran, and Anunnaki continuities. Through figures like Tia and Tiamat, the Serpent Queen Empire reveals one of its central contradictions. The empire produces rulers obsessed with control and enclosure, yet within its own womb, it also generates queens capable of seeing beyond older imperial formulas. In that sense, the empire contains both the machinery of enthrallment and the possibility, rare, dangerous, and often persecuted, of reptilian evolution toward a higher sovereignty. The Serpent Queen Empire is not peaceful in any liberating sense, though it may appear measured, disciplined, and restrained when compared with openly warlike empires. It prefers preparation over impulsiveness, infiltration over waste, internal collapse over chaotic battle, and psychic weakening over crude assault. Its peace is the peace of submission, ritual obedience, psychological capture, and managed thought. It handles threats through observation, psychological mapping, elite compromise, ideological infiltration, telepathic pressure, dream conditioning, sonic coding, emotional disruption, and social fragmentation. Only after a world has been softened inwardly does the empire move openly through fleets, enforcers, priesthood intervention, or dynastic absorption. Its ideal victory is one in which a civilization yields inwardly before it is ever broken outwardly. This is why Serpent Queens often succeed where younger warlords fail. They think in eras. They can wait through marriages, cult formations, educational systems, and bloodline placements until a target world begins cooperating with its own capture. A central instrument of their power is sex used as rulership technology. The Serpent Queens understand erotic force as a means of enthrallment, psychic access, energetic capture, and social domination. They use seduction against men and women alike, altering appearance, symbolic role, psychic tone, emotional signature, and ritual identity to suit the target. They may appear as divine lovers, irresistible muses, priestess initiators, maternal figures, sovereign queens, or embodiments of forbidden desire. Through these forms, they gain entry into memory, shame, fantasy, attachment, hunger, longing, and loyalty. In their temples and private courts, sexuality is stripped away from mutual love and transformed into obsession, addiction, humiliation, psychic dependence, and soul entanglement. Pleasure becomes leash. Desire becomes opening. Bonding becomes ownership. Powerful men may be enthralled through adoration, seduction, and erotic surrender, while women may be captured through glamour, false empowerment, ceremonial hierarchy, identity inversion, and emotional manipulation. In serpent understanding, whoever governs desire governs memory, allegiance, and destiny. The Empire also works with darker spiritual methods that allow it to conjure hedonic and parasitic spirits into human and humanoid vessels. Through ritual sexuality, dream state contact, psychic breach work, possession rites, and corrupted forms of sacred union, serpent priestess systems invite pleasure entities and predatory spirit currents that attach through lust, trauma, vanity, addiction, domination, fantasy, emotional hunger, and spiritual emptiness. Up next, a race whose connection to this galaxy is far more complex than it first appears. The Dakurhuians are one of the highest and most spiritually refined branches of the Pleiadian stream, a guardian race of the Ashara system associated with Dakurat, the 10th planet, remembered as the place of the Guardians of Peace. They are described as the 4th Ash'ari race, emerging from a unique evolution of the Nuri from Alkorat, and they are identified as the beings many would call the Pleiadians of light. They exist in the 9th density, placing them among the most elevated humanoid intelligences in this wider cosmology. Their identity is built around peace, but theirs is not passive peace. It is peace maintained through vigilance, truth, ethical discipline, and the protection of sacred thresholds. At their core, the Dakurhuians are a guardian civilization. Their role is to preserve sanctuaries, oversee protected corridors, maintain order across refuge systems, and ensure that vulnerable beings can cross from danger into safety without falling again into the grasp of predatory powers. In the Ashara material, their civilization functions through the Ashara Ring, a distributed structure of sanctuaries, watch stations, ethics halls, and veil corridors. This matters because it shows their philosophy very clearly. They do not organize themselves around a throne, a supreme ruler, or an imperial center. Their power is deliberately distributed so that protection never hardens into tyranny. They understand one of the deepest truths of advanced civilizations, that even noble authority can decay into domination if it gathers too tightly. So they have built a way of being centered on guardianship without empire, strength without conquest, and authority without ownership. Their origin also reveals a great deal about them. They are said to have evolved from the Nuri, yet Dakurat's crystal nature and interaction with the plasmic field of the greater cluster transformed them far beyond the limitations of ordinary altered genetics. Over immense spans of development, this people transfigured into a much more refined mode of embodiment, becoming increasingly ethereal, translucent, and light-based in constitution, with lifespans that reach extraordinary records. The implication is that the Dakurhuians have moved beyond dense biological limitation into a form of existence where body, field, and consciousness operate in far closer harmony. Their development represents not merely technological progress, but evolution into a higher state of integrated being. One of the most striking things about them is their relationship to Source. They do not seem bound to incarnation in the fearful or possessive way many lower-density civilizations are. When their service is complete, they may leave, merge again with Source, regenerate, and return in new existence for a new mission. This tells us that the Dakurhuians live with a radically different understanding of life and death. For them, existence appears vocational and sacred. Embodiment is a mission form, a chosen mode of service, not an isolated possession. That gives them a calmness and a long-view consciousness that would be almost incomprehensible to many younger species. Spiritually and morally, the Dakurhuians are defined by a rare and demanding discipline. They cannot lie. This is one of the most important features in the supplied ancient text. Their truthfulness is not just a cultural preference or ethical slogan, it is woven into their field. Truth and strength are fused in them so deeply that a fracture in the first weakens the second. That means their power does not arise through manipulation, disinformation, or strategic concealment in the ordinary predatory sense. Instead, they have had to become masters of something much harder. They must learn how to protect what is sacred without betraying truth. They must know how to preserve sanctuary, maintain boundaries, and deny predatory access without falling into falsehood. This makes them one of the most philosophically formidable species in the Pleiadian order. Because of that, they are experts in ethical discernment and threshold law. The chapter material shows that their enemies do not always come with fleets and weapons. Sometimes they come with questions. Sometimes they come disguised as reasonable inquirers, attempting to exploit the Dakurhuians' vow of truth by framing questions in ways that would force strategic disclosure. This reveals an advanced kind of conflict, one fought at the level of language, principle, access, framing, and covenant. The Dakurhuians answer this danger by developing an even deeper truth discipline. They understand that truth does not require cooperation with predation. Silence can be used as shield without becoming deceit. Boundaries can remain clean. Exploitative frames can be named for what they are. This makes the Dakurhuians guardians not only of bodies and sanctuaries, but of moral architecture itself. Their society appears to operate through a union of compassion and precision. They care for refugees, displaced peoples, and beings emerging from violence, but their compassion is not soft-minded. It is structured, administrated, and protected. Their sanctuaries are designed to receive many kinds of species and many kinds of trauma. They build systems for transition, recovery, nervous system stabilization, and safe passage. Mercy, for them, is not sentiment alone. It is something engineered into civilization. That suggests a people with immense emotional intelligence, multi-species empathy, and a highly mature understanding of how suffering travels through bodies, cultures, and generations. Yet, they are far from naive. The text makes clear that their peace survives because watchfulness never sleeps. They study predatory logic carefully. They remember old wars. They understand that protection can fail if it doesn't examine its own vulnerabilities. So, the Dakurhuians represent a very high form of benevolence, one that has looked deeply into danger and still refused to become cruel. They are peaceful, but they are not defenseless. They are gentle, but they are not gullible. They are truthful, but they are not easily cornered. That combination is what makes them extraordinary. In interstellar terms, the Dakurhuians are said to be part of the Federation's council, and they are involved in the ascensional shift of Terra and the maintenance of Earth's frequency grid. This suggests that their role reaches far beyond their own worlds. They function as frequency stewards, council guardians, and likely as stabilizers during planetary transitions. Their interest in Terra implies that Earth is regarded as a threshold world, one in the midst of development, instability, and potentially major frequency shifts. The Diakohuayans would therefore be among those working quietly behind the scenes to preserve conditions in which higher evolution remains possible. Their technology reflects their consciousness. They use transdimensional ethereal ships powered by geometrical resonance energy, often described as faceted or prism-like. This strongly suggests a civilization whose science is based on harmonic geometry, resonance fields, light architecture, and dimensional alignment rather than brute force mechanics. Their craft likely operate as extensions of coherent consciousness and field structure rather than simply as machines. In their hands, transportation, defense, sanctuary systems, and energetic work would all be unified expressions of one principle: order through resonance. The Diakohuayans also appear to be deeply associated with covenant culture. Their society is upheld by vows, ethics review, distributed councils, and highly refined interpretations of responsibility. This means they're likely a people of immense internal discipline. Their civilization would place great importance on exact speech, proper framing, clean motives, and self-scrutiny. Even among beings that advanced, inner motives still matter. If this episode resonated with you, help us keep the momentum moving forward. Like, share, leave your reflections in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more ancient myths, cosmic mysteries, and astral adventures. And if you want to dive even deeper into the ideas, patterns, and hidden histories we explore on this channel, be sure to check out our first Codex handbook here, Astral Legends, the Dralov Codex, on Amazon. It's a powerful companion for those ready to go further down the path of enlightenment, and also check our author recommendations. We also want to leave you with something simple, timeless, and powerful. Every living being carries within them the spark of the Creator of all. Remember, even in uncertain times, that your higher self remains steady and enduring, waiting to be remembered, nurtured, and fully lived from. As we continue this journey together, protect your spirit, strengthen your discernment, and remain sovereign and open to deeper truth. And for those who want to go further, we encourage you to explore the books and channels we've recommended for added insight and inspiration along your path. Until next time, may the eternal light continue to guide your path. We'll see you in the next episode. Greetings, I am Dralov the Arcturian. Did you know there are legends of an inner Earth civilization that exists alongside humanity within the planet? Said to hold a second sun and multiple civilizations living across the fourth and fifth dimension. And did you know many accounts claim this inner Earth becomes reachable through portals on Earth's surface, often linked to sacred areas scattered across the world? In these accounts, there exists an inner Earth realm sometimes called Agartha, described by believers as a hidden domain beneath or alongside the surface world. In these legends, inner Earth is not presented only as a physical location, but as a layered continuum of reality, an interdimensional region said to overlap with ordinary space through subtle thresholds. Inside the Earth, Agartha, the inner city, persists because there is a small sun positioned at the planet's inner center. That central sun provides continuous illumination, and because it never rises or sets, most of the inner or hollow world remains in perpetual daylight. Night, in the usual sense, never arrives. Sun sets, sun rises, and stars never appear. One exception is mentioned: a limited region of dimness known as the Land of Awful Shadow. Its gloom is described as a localized effect, an area that falls under a fixed shadow cast by the stationary central sun above a particular point of the inner world's surface. With daylight effectively unbroken, the account connects the environment to unusual consequences for time and daily life. Time is described as irregular and difficult to standardize. Events become hard to coordinate, and different people can experience time at different speeds depending on perspective. Aging is described as unclear or slowed in effect, while basic needs like eating and sleeping still continue. Instead of clocks and calendars, duration is measured in practical units: sleeps. Agartha described as a place that can be engaged through portals, gateways, or frequency-based access points, and the legends claim that access becomes possible when a person's inner state aligns with the required conditions. Rather than emphasizing ordinary travel, the story world emphasizes resonance. When the correct energetic threshold is reached, the individual is said to be able to perceive, enter, or communicate with inner Earth layers that exist parallel to the surface. These portals are connected to processes of spiritual transformation, sometimes described as embodiment, initiation, or activation. Human perception is portrayed as expandable through shifts in consciousness that allow contact with parallel continuums. Inner Earth is described as a time-layered field, multiple timelines or bands of existence said to coexist in the same planetary sphere. This as a kind of sliding access between realities, sometimes framed as transharmonic movement, crossing from one layer of the world to another through dimensional interfaces. In the same legendary framing, such openings are believed to have increased in modern times, with the idea that the planetary environment is undergoing shifts that make these interfaces more available. One of the most famous Agarthan inner Earth legends traces back to around 1150 in the small English village of Woolpit, the strange tale later known as the Green Children from Inner Earth.
Cá bhfuil tú, freagar mé, táimeann seo, tá an ceol ag titim agus tá an oíche ag teacht.
d'artar, féach an uamh sin. Tá sé ró chorca.
Chail mé mo preagán is tí an. Hit sé in aca leis na carrigatha.
Cofmid mami a aimsí ar dús.
Tá cio ag titim agus tá an ihe ag teacht.
Só é a lorg uair fós. Táimid ingnar dó.
A bhóvrá is tú glór na mácara.
Arm buachlí. Cá bhéad fa dí se bheith?
Nílam cinnte a grá.
In a time when the earth was pocked with deep pits meant to trap wolves, people learned to respect the ground. It could swallow a foot, a cartwheel, a whole animal if you stepped wrong. So when harvest season came and the fields were loud with work, shouts, clinking tools, the creak of wooden carts, no one in the English village called Woolpit expected the strangest discovery to arrive, never from the sky, but from the edge of a ditch. They were found in daylight near the pits, as if the land itself had delivered them. Two children stood together. They were small enough that a grown man could have lifted either one with one arm, yet old enough to look back with a kind of wary intelligence. They held close as though separation would end them. Their clothing was unlike anything the villagers wore, unfamiliar cuts, unfamiliar fabric, stitched in a way that didn't match local hands. The hems sat strange. The seams ran in places no village tailor would choose. Even their shoes, if shoes they were, looked like a guess at the shape of footwear rather than a thing made by custom. But it was their skin that stopped the workers first. It was green, an unmistakable green, like leaves shaded from the sun. Never paint, never dirt. Them. For a moment, the field went quiet in that sharp, frightened way a crowd goes quiet when it sees something it cannot place. Then talk rose in bursts, prayers half remembered, curses whispered, names of saints and warnings about witches and fae, each voice searching for a label sturdy enough to hold what their eyes were showing them. Someone tried to speak to the children, a simple question in the plain tongue of the village. The children answered, yet their words were nothing anyone recognized. It was zero speech of nearby towns, zero chant of travelers, zero anything that could be bargained with. The sounds ran together like water over stones, quick and slippery, with a music to it that made the villagers feel as if they were listening through a wall. The children clung to each other and refused to be led at first, eyes wide, as though the surface world was too bright, too sharp, too loud. When a man stepped closer, the boy flinched. When a woman reached out with her palm open, the girl pulled back and turned her face into her brother's shoulder, as if his body was the last safe thing she knew. Still, the villagers could never leave them there. They brought the green-skinned children into the village, down the dirt lane between low cottages and fenced gardens, past the stares of people who stepped out of doorways with flour on their hands, past dogs that bristled, then backed away. A few children followed at a distance, bold in the way children can be, until their mothers hissed them back inside. In the presence of food and fire and a dozen anxious faces, the strangers only seemed smaller. Bread was offered first, good coarse bread, still smelling of the oven. The children refused it, turning their faces away as if the scent itself was wrong. Meat was held out. They refused it. Milk in a wooden cup, the kind of comfort a child is meant to trust. They turned away as if it were poison. Their fear did zero softening. They spoke among themselves in their own quick language, the boy's hand gripping the girl's sleeve so hard his knuckles looked pale beneath the green. Their eyes darted over everything. The dark rafters, the smoke, the straw, the faces, like animals trapped in a new kind of cage. Days passed like that, quiet, tense days. Word spread beyond Woolpit as word always does. People came to stare, to cross themselves, to offer guesses dressed up as certainty. Some said the children were a punishment, some said they were a sign, some said they were merely sick, starved, poisoned by herbs, stained by misfortune. Yet none of that explained the language, or the clothing, or the way the children looked at the world, as if they had been dropped into it from too far away. Meanwhile, the children grew weaker. Their green skin looked almost more vivid against the pale straw of the bedding they were given. Their ribs began to show beneath the thin fabric of their strange garments. Their movements slowed, as though their bodies were rationing whatever strength remained. People began to worry they would die, simply because 01 could guess what they needed. Then came the moment that felt like a message from chance. A bundle of broad beans was brought in from the fields, still in their pods, fresh and heavy, green upon green. The sole purpose of them was ordinary food. Yet the instant the children saw the beans, they changed. Their faces sharpened with recognition. The boy made a sound, half a gasp, half a cry, and both children reached out with the urgency of starving animals who finally smell what they can eat. They seized the pods, fumbling, trembling. They tore them open and consumed the beans raw, chewing fast, swallowing too quickly, as if they feared the food might vanish if they dared to slow down. It was the first time the villagers saw them act with certainty. After that, the children survived. The village began to keep broad beans close, like medicine. The children ate them again and again until their hands stopped shaking when a pod was offered. Slowly, they accepted other foods as well. First cautiously, then with less suspicion. Slowly, their bodies adjusted to the surface world. Slowly, the green of their skin began to fade, like a stain rinsed out over time. Yet even as the children became less strange to the eye, they remained strange in their manner.
Ijimieno ostra hana weworta said.
Koro. Trothnos.
They stayed watchful, they stayed quiet, and they stayed joined.
language
brother and sister,
is
linked by
backwards.
something deeper than fear,
That makes sense.
as if they were the last two pieces of a broken world. The boy was the first to fail. He had been weaker from the beginning, the sort of weakness that looks like more than hunger. Even as he ate, even as his color shifted closer to ordinary, his body never seemed to decide to live. His breath turned shallow, his eyelids drooped as if sleep was dragging him down by force. Fever took him in waves, leaving him slick with sweat and trembling in the straw. The villagers did what villagers do. They tried herbs, warm cloths, prayers, and the steady human stubbornness that refuses to let a child slip away without a fight. In the village's telling, he died around the time he was baptized, around the moment someone tried to bind him with holy water and a Christian name into the order of the village and its god. It was as if he had arrived half in one world and half in another, and the crossing had cost him too much. The girl lived. She adapted in the slow way survivors do, through repetition, through listening, through the steady theft of language. She watched mouths. She copied gestures. She learned what a nod meant, what a shake of the head meant, what it meant when someone raised their voice and when someone softened it. In time, she learned to speak. And when she could finally answer the questions that had haunted Woolpit since the day she emerged from the pits, she told her story the sole way she could, in fragments, in images, in the shape of memory. She said they had come from a place where the sun never shone. She described it as a land where everything carried a green cast, solely their skin, but the world itself, as if the dim light there tinted life in that direction. She called their home St. Martin's Land. And even when the tellers disagreed about what the girl's story meant, miracle, omen, tragedy, or misunderstanding, they agreed on this. The day the green children appeared, Woolpit learned that the ground beneath a person's feet holds more than roots and stones. Sometimes it holds doors. Inner Earth is inhabited by multiple groups, and Agaharton is characterized as an umbrella term for the different species said to inhabit Earth's underworld, which are now too many to name. Inner Earth residents more broadly are described as existing civilizations distinct from surface humanity, often depicted as advanced in both spirituality and social order. Some versions claim these residents include a mixture of advanced human groups and reptilian civilizations, living within inner Earth layers that operate under different rules than surface society. In these accounts, inner Earth communities are portrayed as more stable and less violent than surface cultures. The legends sometimes claim that inner Earth inhabitants do not engage in war against one another in the way surface humans do, and that their societies maintain coherence through different ethical structures, energetic discipline, or collective harmony. Inner Earth residents are also described as physically similar to surface humans in overall form, while also being portrayed as refined in appearance and longevity, longer lifespans, or youthfulness at later ages, and greater symmetry. Surface humanity, by contrast, is sometimes described as more hybridized and more susceptible to aggression, chaos, and manipulation. Within that umbrella, legends describe a specific western branch of the Inner Earth network, identified as the Telesansi. They are described as originating from Alpha Centauri 4, a world called Selasomst. They are as tall, human beings with pale, gleaming skin and white hair, and they are said to possess strongly developed telepathic capacities. Their eyes are described as clear, with coloration ranging from gray to pale blue. Their diet is presented as plant-based, with food grown hydroponically under full-spectrum artificial lighting. They are also said to use psychotronic technologies connected to crystals and a universal life force energy. The general mode of existence attributed to the Telosians is described as distinct from that of Terrans, with an emphasis on being calmer, quieter, and vibrating at a somewhat higher density. They are said to participate in protecting the environment and ecosystems, and they are also framed as resisting newer religious systems that, in this telling, disconnect humans from nature, from their own power, and from source. They are known for helping Earth Terrans recover hidden knowledge by providing tools and hints, guiding archaeological discoveries, and offering keys for decoding ancient knowledge. In this chronology, these Telosians are presented as an ancient colony related to the Seleucians who settled on Earth long before the last ice age. The narrative claims that Earth's myths remember them under the name Lemurians, but argues that Atlanteans would be a more accurate label because their civilization is described as having extended through the Atlantic region and along its shores. After the destruction of their lands, they are said to have migrated into multiple areas, including the American continent, Western Africa, and Western Europe. Following these upheavals, they migrated underground, and during that movement, separated themselves from the Galactic Federation of Worlds. They are then described as becoming the western branch of an Agathon network. At the same time, they are described as having interbred with Terrans, with the claim that their genetic markers appear repeatedly within Earth's human population. Like their Seleucian cousins who are working with the Galactic Federation of Worlds, they are believed to be benevolent by nature and inclined to assist humanity, specifically by remembering humanity's ancient past, helping with its ascension, and improving human health and longevity. The flow of information about Inner Earth is also described as unstable due to competing narratives and alleged manipulation. Some versions claim that certain Inner Earth groups fear surface interference or invasion, and therefore contribute to disinformation currents. Within this framework, the legends say that some channeled messages and spiritual narratives become unreliable because they are filtered through multiple agendas, human misunderstanding, deliberate distortion, and competing factions. This is used to explain why Inner Earth lore appears contradictory across communities. The information field is portrayed as contested, layered, and subject to manipulation. The Telosians are asserted to be at the origin of crop circles, described as geometric clues meant to guide the decoding of a lost science. They are also linked to crystals commonly referred to as Lemurian crystals, with the claim that a more accurate name would be Telosi quartz. Ancient text claims that wherever these crystals are found in the earth, the Telosians are nearby. These crystals are described as containing encoded keys that unlock ancient knowledge and data tied to the star origins of certain ancient civilizations. The crystals are said to function as keys rather than as books or devices that directly hold knowledge, and are framed as enabling access to knowledge rather than storing it in the usual way. In this account, their use of these keys is presented as one way they assist humanity's ascension, with the energy signature of the crystal structure described as the crucial element. Agartha is also tied to older esoteric mythologies that place hidden sanctuaries and retreat kingdoms within sacred landscapes. In these traditions, Inner Earth domains are linked to initiatory geographies, mountains and remote regions believed to conceal dimensional doorways, hidden chambers, or access points to advanced beings and concealed orders. In modern variations of the mythos, one of the most frequently named gateway regions is Mount Shasta, described as an access point where inner Earth gates may open and as a nexus where contact can occur through alleged energetic interfaces between worlds. There are two broad ways people talk about Agartha and Agathans. One approach treats Agartha primarily as a legendary Inner Earth kingdom, an occult and esoteric tradition that evolved through spiritual movements and Hollow Earth interpretations. In this approach, Agartha is presented as a mythic geography, a hidden realm that functions as symbol, spiritual map, and initiatory idea. Another approach presents Agathans more literally as living participants in current events, an active Inner Earth civilization engaged with surface humanity through spiritual communication and disclosure narratives. In that modern ecosystem, Inner Earth inhabitants are frequently portrayed as telepathic, spiritually advanced, and technologically sophisticated, sometimes described as living in luminous subterranean cities, guided led by councils or spiritually organized governance, and sometimes placed within broader cosmic alliances that include federations or confederations of benevolent, non-human groups. These legends often include themes of controlled disclosure, gradual awakening, and eventual open contact, presented as dependent on humanity reaching the right level of collective readiness. 10. Cultural cross-label, CD/Shining Ones. The Telosian are also associated with certain Celtic cultures, where they are said to be known as the Shining Ones or the Cedar. Interestingly, a group of Agarthans, ethereal, returned to the surface to teach and wander in avatar bodies. These Agarthans were the teachers of the ancient Druids. The Druids functioned like systems engineers of the living land, mapping subtle flows in rock, water, and sky, and learning how to tune a site without forcing it. Where other traditions built walls and declared territory, Druids built alignment, using procession routes, standing stones, and directional rites to create coherent fields that supported safe contact. In this framing, Agartha stayed concealed because the interface remained sensitive, and Druids were the group whose job was keeping that sensitivity from collapsing into chaos. Timing formed the second pillar. Druid calendars treated the year as a sequence of energetic gates, solstices, equinoxes, and cross-quarter days, when boundaries loosened and perception sharpened. Their rites looked less like symbolism and more like activation protocols, synchronizing breath, chant, and attention with the land's rhythm so a community could meet a threshold without destabilizing it. If Agartha engagement had windows, Druids were trained to hit those windows with precision and restraint. Taken together, the legends present Agarthans as a flexible concept. In one tradition, the term refers broadly to inner Earth residents within a portal and timelines cosmology. In another, it refers to named subterranean branches such as the Telosian, described with specific star origins, migrations, technologies, and methods of assisting humanity. Inner Earth is presented as a domain that cannot be reduced to ordinary underground geography, but is instead described as a time-layered continuum, a set of inner Earth timelines that interface with the surface through portal mechanics and parallel reality access. In that model, inner Earth contact is portrayed as occurring through timeline interface and transharmonic movement rather than simple physical travel. Inner Earth is depicted as an inhabited environment whose access opens through specific initiatory thresholds, and the overall system is described as a multi-layered ecology in which different beings and factions can operate through the same subterranean and interdimensional interface. The Akabangartians are a peaceful, quiet reptiloid people who sustain themselves through vast subterranean gardens cultivated inside their remarkable inner Earth dwellings. Most of their civilization exists beneath the surface, spread through earth mounds and immense buried cities. They originate from a three-world planetary system known as K7. Over time, their aging sun began emitting harsher, hotter radiation that proved harmful to their physiology. As conditions worsened, the Akabangartians gradually abandoned surface life and retreated underground as a long-term means of survival. Although they are recognized members of the Galactic Federation of Worlds, they rarely engage in diplomacy or wider political affairs, largely due to the isolation and constraints created by their subterranean society. In the same context, inner Earth Lemurians and Melchizedeks like Sanat Kumara the Venusian are also explicitly named as a line called to action for the same purpose, assisting with timeline link intersections into parallels, again tied to the Easter Island and Hawaiian Islands references, placing them as another specialized inner Earth branch in the architectural mechanics of timelines and gates. Particular legends include an appearance-based grouping in which Nordic and Celtic-like races are described as originating from the inner Earth alongside others. In that presentation, Nordic functions as phenotype language rather than a single off-world origin claim. There are said to be other races that resemble the Nordic appearance and come from the inner earth, which positions some Nordic and Celtic-looking groups as locally sourced from inner earth layers rather than only from stellar origins. Many lived as surface dwellers until they went back into the inner earth to preserve the purity of their race. In the historical timeline legends, Agartha is described as a contested domain, an arena for takeover, underground strategy, and incursions. The Nibiru Anunnaki resistance is presented as a faction described as deciding to take over the inner earth, paired with a patriarchal Melchizedek descendant lines of King Anu factional expression. These takeovers are described historically as aggressive territorial campaigns and the misuse of crystal-related interbreeding and power generation technologies tied to Earth's inner structures and caverns, with catastrophic outcomes used to explain large-scale planetary damage in the mythic chronology. In a related underground tunnels, Draconian/Draco-linked forces are described as operating through covert underground access routes, described through underground tunnels, invasion and deception language, placing Draco-linked actors as an incursion class associated with subterranean tunnel infrastructure and destabilization of underground systems. At the same time, Inner Earth has a portal occupancy and frequency mechanic system. Solar Risha are presented less as ordinary subterranean citizens and more as a high-level energetic class connected to the Inner Earth portal continuum. Their placement within Inner Earth is described in the sense of being seated in or operating through Inner Earth and adjacent portal systems, with access described as opening through specific tonal and initiation mechanics rather than geographic travel. In that worldview, Solar Rishi/Raisha are described as portal system-linked beings or ascended master-like operators connected to frequency states and initiation ladders that can open Inner Earth engagement and contact across Inner Earth timelines. Within that broad Inner Earth ecosystem, the Telosians are presented as a specific Western branch within an Agarthan network. They are described as originating from Alpha Centauri 4, a world called Salo. They are portrayed as tall, bright human beings with pale, gleaming skin and white hair, and they are said to possess strongly developed telepathic capacities. Their eyes are described as clear, with coloration ranging from grey to pale blue. Their diet is presented as plant-based, with food grown hydroponically under full-spectrum artificial lighting. They are also said to use psychotronic technologies connected to crystals and a universal life force energy. They are presented as an ancient colony related to the Solosians, who settled on Earth long before the last ice age. Ancient texts claims that Earth's myths remember them under the name Lemurians, but argues that Atlanteans would be a more accurate label because their civilization is described as having extended through the Atlantic region and along its shores. After the destruction of their lands, they are said to have migrated into multiple areas, including the American continent, Western Africa, and Western Europe. In Hollow Earth belief lore, there are several ancient cities within Agartha, once believed to be myth, that are connected to Agartha. The first is Hyperborea, is framed as the far north blessed realm, and in modern occult retellings it becomes a polar sanctuary tied to the idea of North Pole gateways, a place where an elder culture either guarded entrances or vanished into the inner domain when surface conditions changed. Next, Lemuria is cast as a vast ancient civilization that ended in catastrophe, flooding, volcanic upheaval, continental collapse, and Hollow Earth versions often say its survivors preserved their culture by retreating into subterranean refuge networks and hidden cities connected by tunnels and threshold zones under sacred mountains. Another ancient land of Agartha is Shambhala, which becomes the initiatory Cedar Kingdom, a concealed center of wise rule and trained guardians that some believers place in a hidden Himalayan valley, while others treat it as a subtle realm overlapping the physical world, frequently paired with Agartha as the inner capital, reachable through rare passage, destiny, or inner preparedness. Mu is positioned as a mother civilization of the Pacific whose knowledge seeded later cultures. In Hollow Earth, myth-making it often blends with Lemuria or runs parallel to it, another drowned world whose survivors carry symbols, rituals, and sciences into inner sanctuaries, so the civilization continues below even when the surface chapter ends. Put together, the common thread is simple. Hyperborea equals polar origin/gateway. Lemuria and Mu equals lost continents whose remnants go inward, and Shambhala equals hidden seat of guardianship, all functioning as linked faces of one concealed inner earth realm believers call Agartha. In the Anunnaki/Sumerian tablet retellings, there is an account of a being named Galzu who arrives from inner earth, or another realm, around the time of the Great Flood, often linked in later myth framing to the flood of Atlantis. He is remembered as the white-haired Anunnaki to the Nibiruan Anunnaki, and the tradition presents him as a figure who was already on Earth before the Nibiruans, suggesting an older presence and a different origin than the later arrivals. Galzu's civilization are further described as having separated themselves from the Galactic Federation of Worlds during a migration underground, and as becoming the western branch of an Agarthan network. Agarthan is characterized as an umbrella term for the different species said to inhabit Earth's underworld. They are also described as having interbred with Terrans, with the claim that their genetic markers appear repeatedly within Earth's human population. Like their Seleucians cousins, who are portrayed as working with the Galactic Federation of Worlds, they are described as benevolent by nature and inclined to assist humanity, specifically by remembering humanity's ancient past, helping with its ascension and improving human health and longevity. Their general mode of existence is described as distinct from that of Earth people, with an emphasis on being calmer, quieter, and vibrating at a somewhat higher density. They are said to participate in protecting the environment and ecosystems, and they are also described as resisting newer religious systems that, in this telling, disconnect humans from nature, from their own power, and from source. They are portrayed as helping Terran humans recover hidden knowledge by providing tools and hints, guiding archaeological discoveries, and offering keys for decoding ancient knowledge. Sanat Kumara, described as an Agarthan founder, arrives with a Venusian group and establishes a 5D Shambhala above the ancient Gobi Sea to stabilize Earth's condition, later anchoring a 4D city beneath it. In this framing, Agartha is portrayed as primarily 4D territory built upon an existing underground stronghold founded by a benevolent Pleiadian human group already living at 4th density. That early Agarthan base becomes a receiving point for peaceful star races and refugees, and from this coalition emerges the Paladorians, cast as defenders of Earth and of the beings who seeded life here. The Nakaals and Terronians, described as a South American Asiatic extraterrestrial line, later join the Pleiadian settlers below and help expand the subterranean city network, well before the Nibiruan arrivals enter the storyline. From there, the ancient text positions Agartha's deeper mission as a recovery operation tied to the Maldek-Mars War. Working in concert, Nakaals, the Pleiadian founders, and highly evolved Maldekians said to have survived in light bodies begin assisting the traumatized souls of those who perished. These souls are depicted as lingering around Earth in a vast cloud, waiting for incarnation, yet so fractured that their psychic capacities and Akashic recall are effectively offline, barely sentient as they move into the next phase of experience. That intervention then links directly into the surface timeline. those fragmented souls are said to incarnate into the 3D matrix as primitive hominids, identified as Homo habilis, with active DNA reduced to 2 strands and the remainder left as latent potential. The text further claims that shards of once whole souls separate into different tribes and that many modern humans descend from these lineages, some gradually healing and reawakening spiritual capacity over long arcs of time, while others remain closer in consciousness to those early states. The passage also adds that when the Anunnaki of Nibiru arrived from Sirius, many Pleiadian lines interbred with them, and that this mixing initiated a long-term devolution in certain bloodlines. In response, some Pleiadian groups are said to have retreated back to inner Earth, away from surface dwellers into Agartha to preserve pure lineages, attempting to safeguard both their origin DNA and their cultural memory of their star systems before those markers weakened or disappeared. Finally, the ancient text explains the appearance and sudden disappearance of multiple Homo types in the fossil record as a blend of natural evolution and continued genetic intervention by the Nakaals and other factions, including Atlanteans of Nibiru and Pleiadians. It closes by asserting that descendants of those early tribes would later be altered into Homo sapiens by the Anunnaki roughly 2 million years after the introduction of Homo habilis, with nods to Homo erectus and Denisovans, setting the stage for the next installment of the Orion Wars and the broader Lost History arc. Now for the time you have waiting for in this episode. We will take a tour into Agartha. As we move deeper, you'll feel the contrast. Surface noise fades, the air grows warmer and calmer, and everything, from architecture to daily life, seems designed for stability and restraint. You reach the lower ridges while the world still holds its night breath. The forest feels attentive, every branch, every stone, every pocket of fog behaving like part of a living perimeter. As the climb continues, the air shifts from ordinary cold to a cleaner, quieter cool that seems to smooth thought into a single line. The gate announces itself as a gradient rather than a doorway. Sound dulls, wind loses its bite, and the light takes on a faint pearly depth. Skin prickles the way it does near charged weather, yet the sensation carries calm instead of tension. When the threshold gives, the mountain's surface reality slips behind like a curtain drawn without hands. Footsteps land on warmer ground, and a steady inner glow leads forward, as if the earth has opened a private corridor. The passage widens into immense caves shaped like cathedral arches, their walls banded with mineral layers that glitter when the light passes. The route curves and descends in long, gentle slopes, engineered for travel, yet left raw enough to feel ancient. Water runs alongside in thin, clear channels, and its sound becomes a soft companion that sets an even pace. Down here, the underworld reads less like a single place and more like a system. Vents releasing warm air at intervals, natural stone bridges spanning deep shafts, and distant luminous veins marking routes like quiet signposts. Safety arrives as a surprise. Structure without harshness, direction without pressure, while a low harmonic hum in the rock suggests the cavern itself is tuned to keep the mind settled. Ahead lies a broad subterranean junction where multiple routes meet, tunnels branching like river deltas, each lined with crystal-laced stone that carries light along the walls. Movement feels effortless, platforms rising smoothly, silent vehicles gliding on field-based tracks, and walkways guiding foot traffic through subtle gradients of illumination. People flow in quiet coordination, no shoving, no frantic rushing, just an unspoken rhythm shared across the space. The engineering is advanced, yet it refuses harsh industrial textures, blending into the terrain as if it grew there. Standing at the crossing, it becomes clear how a vast network can function without chaos. The architecture teaches patience, and the technology behaves like an extension of the cavern's natural order. Then the world opens into a cavern so vast it resembles an inverted sky, its ceiling threaded with glowing crystal veins that cast dawn-like radiance across the city. Telos rises in terraces, bridges, and gentle curves, architecture grown from mineral, living material, and refined stone, sleek, clean, quietly luminous. Streets carry a soft hush as residents move with calm purpose, robes flowing in pale greens and whites that echo the city's light. Faces hold a refined symmetry and a youthfulness that hints at different rules of time. Older eyes carrying steady clarity rather than fatigue. Plazas invite reflection and shared work. Water features, gardens, gathering circles, crystal lanterns glowing without glare. The body responds on its own, shoulders lowering, breath deepening, as if the city was designed to bring the nervous system back into alignment. A circular hall waits near the heart of the settlement, where acoustics feel intentional, every sound softened, every voice carried evenly, no echo turning speech into noise. The chamber is built around a central crystal core, surrounded by tiered seating and open floor space meant for dialogue rather than dominance. Light refracts through the crystal in gentle geometric patterns that drift across the walls like slow music, creating an order felt directly in the chest. When representatives gather, human groups and other inner earth lines included, posture communicates restraint and listening. Decisions form less like votes and more like alignment. Pauses, measured speech, and long silences where the room seems to check itself for coherence. The steadiness of their society makes sense here. This space trains a community to choose clarity over impulse. Beyond the civic chambers, a growing sanctuary breathes with the scent of clean rain and fresh leaves, food and medicine cultivated as a single living system. Vertical layers of plants rise in luminous tiers, fed by clear streams running through crystal-lined channels. Full-spectrum lighting recreates sunlight with even radiance and no harsh shadows, while a gentle mist cools the skin as the rows pass by. Telosians tend the crops with deliberate care, hands moving slowly, eyes observant, expressions peaceful, treating cultivation like craft and devotion at once. Abundance shows itself as a discipline, healthy growth, balanced distribution, harvesting done with patience rather than urgency. Among the greenery, it becomes obvious how a plant-based system can shape a culture. Steady nourishment, predictable supply, and daily practice of harmony with living systems. Farther in, a healing complex feels like a clinic and a cathedral woven together. Smooth stone floors, curved crystal ribs overhead, and warm light that seems to sink gently into the body. The air carries a faint mineral freshness, and the entire environment invites stillness. Resting alcoves, water basins, and quiet rooms where people sit in calm recovery. Crystal arrays stand like instruments rather than decorations, each aligned towards specific stations where healing sessions unfold through sound, light, and field coherence. The work is precise. Attendants adjust resonance patterns, observe subtle changes in breath and pulse, and calibrate energies with disciplined restraint. Their elders' youthfulness begins to read as routine maintenance, cellular restoration paired with emotional regulation and communal stability. Walking through, thought clears in a gentle way, as if the space is designed to reduce inflammation in both body and mind. Not far away sits a sanctum where crystals rise like elegant pillars, each cut and placed with exact geometry. A quiet hum runs through the room, felt more than heard, while light behaves like a subtle language, shaping faint patterns in the air. At the center, a console blends temple aesthetics with refined technology, smooth stone, crystal interfaces, and hovering holographic forms that appear when hands approach the core. Energy moves through the lattice with clean coherence, no sparks, no harsh machinery. only disciplined flow shaped by intention and structure. Technology here seems inseparable from ethics. Every tool appears built to amplify harmony rather than force control. Standing near the core slows thought while sharpening it, as if the sanctum encourages mental precision and emotional steadiness. Leaving it behind gives one lasting impression. These instruments are tuned to a living field, carefully used, carefully limited, carefully aligned. Past the sanctum, archive corridors widen into galleries of artifacts, carved tablets, star maps, ancient devices, and crystal arrays arranged for activation rather than display. Light remains gentle and consistent, avoiding glare, as though the entire place was engineered to support concentration. At the center lies the Telosi quartz chamber, clear formations with internal striations that catch illumination into lattice geometries like coded architecture frozen in mineral. Proximity does something strange to attention. Focus locks in. The mind grows quiet, and connections begin forming without strain, as if the crystals serve as keys that open doors inside memory and intuition. Knowledge here behaves less like information stored on shelves and more like access granted through resonance. It becomes easier to see how Telosians would aid surface humanity, offering tools and hints that train the seeker to decode the ancient text for themselves rather than handing down answers that breed dependency. In a neighboring zone, the city's elegance shifts into a different kind of practicality, still integrated with stone and crystal, yet shaped for different bodies and different comfort needs. Doorways curve wider, ceiling heights vary, and temperature zones change subtly from corridor to corridor. A cultural difference registers at once: more guarded posture, slower movement, eyes that watch longer before trust forms. Even so, the atmosphere holds diplomacy rather than hostility. Shared markets, neutral meeting patios, corridor shrines emphasizing restraint and order. Quiet exchanges unfold between groups, traded materials, exchanged data, coordinated environmental projects. This district feels like proof that stability comes from structure, clear boundaries, clear agreements, and a shared commitment to non-escalation. The tension that could exist in such diversity is tangible, yet the systems hold it in balance without breaking. Deeper still, a chamber built around sensing rather than spectacle reveals itself. Walls embedded with crystal nodes, floor lines forming precise geometry, observation platforms oriented toward upward points in the Earth's energy grid. The space feels like a bridge between realms, part monitoring station, part meditation hall, part scientific lab. Instruments track geomagnetic flow, harmonic resonance, and subtle atmospheric changes, implying that contact with the surface depends on timing and coherence. When a window of alignment arrives, the air changes, slightly denser, slightly brighter, like the moment before a storm breaks, except calm and controlled. In that shift, the logic of hidden gateways becomes obvious. Access behaves like a condition that must be met, a resonance that must match rather than a door anyone can force open. At the edge of the district, a design atelier hums with quiet purpose, geometry made sacred and practical at once. Tables hold crystalline drafting tools, suspended models of complex patterns, and holographic grids rotating slowly in the air. The artisans treat shape like language, every angle chosen for meaning, every curve aligned to a wider energetic map. A team calibrates a design in real time, testing resonance, adjusting symmetry, refining proportions until the room's light behaves differently, as if the geometry itself alters the field. The intent lands viscerally. These designs are clues, keys, invitations, built to trigger recognition in the surface mind without requiring direct disclosure. Leaving the atelier carries a lingering sensation that geometry can be more than math, that it can become a doorway to lost science when presented in the right form. If Agartha, inner Earth, is real and the clues keep surfacing in plain sight, then one possibility is unsettling. Life on the surface has been shaped into a managed dream of limits, kept at a distance from something genuinely extraordinary. In that frame, Hollow Earth ideas become the kind of story you're discouraged from taking seriously, because the implication is convergence. Inner Earth civilizations and surface humanity are meant to reunite, but only when humanity reaches a threshold of readiness, a higher state of coherence, a lifted frequency, sometimes described as DNA activation or resonance. Most people believe the Earth is solid all the way through, just rock, pressure, and molten lava deep beneath our feet. That belief rarely comes from first-hand knowledge. It comes from blind trust in a system that decides what counts as truth. What if they lied? What if the Earth has been hiding something all along? An entire realm of existence that rewrites our understanding of human history, spirituality, and consciousness itself. Before winter, millions of birds and insects in the most extreme latitudes fly toward the poles. And those animals, when given tracking devices, lose their tracking signal. Mosquitoes in the northernmost landmass, Greenland, are so large and aggressive they can take out a caribou calf. Explorers at the South Pole have reported that after a certain latitude, the sub-zero temperatures suddenly rise dramatically, yielding green, iceless land areas and lakes. Strange evidence of warmer regions indicates that the North and South Pole may hold secrets beyond the idea of Santa Claus. In fact, they support a theory about Earth that some of the most celebrated geologists and astronomers have believed: that Earth is a spherical, spacious planetary body with enormous, continent-sized caverns deep within it and large entrances miles across at the North and South Pole. They say inner Earth has water, oceans, and luminosity, and that it sustains plants and animals, plus intelligent life. If this sounds like heresy, lay aside what you think you know and look at the evidence, the scientists, the legends and testimonies behind the inner Earth theory, because it may be the most game-changing information ever concealed from common knowledge, that miles beneath your feet are ideal conditions for a life-sustaining and inhabitable inner Earth. Mainstream science scoffs. It builds its house on models, assumptions, and equations, yet it has never dug deep enough to say with certainty what lies below. The deepest humans have ever drilled is just over 7 miles. That is under 0.2% of the Earth's diameter. We know more about outer space than we do about what's under our own feet, and in that blind spot, truth has been buried, literally. Then there's the issue of what we believe we know about forces and measurements. Who wasn't taught that gravity is what makes an apple fall? We've believed this for roughly 300 or 400 years since Isaac Newton defined it and its relationship to mass. In 2017, 2 neutron stars collided and proved indeed it's a distortion in space-time. According to Einstein, an apple falls from a tree because the apple's responding to a curvature of space-time caused by the planet's mass. If that represents a massive paradigm shift, then other theories tied to gravity deserve another look, especially how we measure Earth's mass. Today, the Cavendish experiment measures the mass of one object based on its tug to another, yet the gravitational conditions in a lab differ greatly from conditions in space, and the theory assumes each particle exerts a fixed force upon all others, ruling out the possibility that particles near the surface might exert a force greater than those deep within. If mass is overstated, then masses across the solar system could be overstated as well. If Earth is cavernous or hollow, then so too is every other planet in the solar system. Some of the greatest scientific minds challenged the theory of a dense Earth. Around the same time as Newton, Edmund Halley said the magnetic anomalies of the Earth could only be the result of a different composition. He believed that beneath the Earth's crust were thick concentric shells and that each region potentially had its own atmosphere, luminosity, and was possibly even inhabited. Halley speculated that the poles would provide access into Earth and that the aurora borealis was the result of light emanating from this counter-rotation. 100 years later, Leonhard Euler proposed that Earth was completely hollow, with a central sun in the center, agreeing with Halley that holes at the North and South Pole would provide access to it. Johann Carl Friedrich Gauss stated that Earth's history, physics, and geography could be explained by Earth being a hollow planet with entrances at the poles. Naturally, satellite images of the poles would disprove this craziness, right? Yet NASA's images and videos of poles are rare. When they appear, they often have cloud cover, ice cover, or questionable anomalies, like sections blotted out. Stranger still, planes or satellites are kept away from certain distances near the poles. In November 1968, a satellite photo of the North Pole was released showing a large polar opening in absence of cloud cover. Time-based photography might explain that one image, yet later, anomalies raise questions, including the 1987 Russian space station Mir image showing light emanating in a mysterious fashion. Other images of planets and moons also show strange qualities or concealed poles. How's it possible to have perfectly hexagonal angles on Saturn? Why do images from space so often conceal the poles? As Edgar Allan Poe said, sometimes the best hiding place is the one that's in plain sight. Earthquakes add more complexity. Seismograph readings show density, yet waves can disappear entirely and then reappear further on. Shadow zones get explained as waves hitting a molten core, with complicated mathematics used to justify it, yet the readings carry inconsistencies. Could a simpler answer fit? Waves reverberate within a belt-like zone, yet disappear into very large caverns or underground seas, miles beneath the outer crust. If inner oceans sound strange, consider drilling and seismic discoveries. The Kola superdeep borehole in Russia began in 1970 and took 20 years. It revealed unprecedented heat, fossils at depths 8 miles down, and water far deeper than assumed. In 2014, a team of US geophysicists using seismic readings discovered large bodies of water 400 miles into the Earth, concluding the mantle transition zone could hold 3 times the amount of water in the world's oceans, direct evidence supporting the hypothesis that the deep Earth holds a lot of water. Modern science cannot confirm the physical structure of Earth's interior as settled fact. There are many questions about the existing theory. A forming planet has zero gravity in its center, so mass accumulates where gravitational and centrifugal forces balance, creating a sphere with openings at the top and bottom, like a hurricane of matter in space rather than a perfectly solid body. This energetic flow, the torus, is a self-organizing system. An orange, a whirlpool, a tornado, the atom, the galaxy. Over millions of years, heating, cooling, convection, lava, water, glaciers, and centrifugal forces could make a planet more like a honeycomb than a perfectly solid rock. Current models are theories. Meanwhile, the facts on the surface already show how extreme voids can be. Every continent has cavernous networks like Son Doong Cave in Vietnam, jungles, rivers, space to fit a 40-story skyscraper, and Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, extending hundreds of miles. Caves develop ecosystems, water bodies, plant life, animal life. If such systems extend deeper, life adapts and fills it. Even the most inhospitable depths of the ocean have life forms adapted to darkness with their own luminosity. As Aristotle said, nature abhors a vacuum. Wherever there is a void, the universe seeks to fill it. So if enormous caverns continue into deep Earth, what could be residing in the space miles beneath our feet? This brings us back to the hollow Earth theory, that Earth contains massive internal cavities, and at the center of this hidden expanse lies Agartha, a radiant inner world illuminated by its own inner sun. This has been whispered across centuries by explorers, mystics, and ancient cultures around the globe. Hindu legends speak of Shambhala, a hidden land of gods and enlightened beings. Tibetan monks speak of tunnels beneath the Himalayas connecting the surface world to subterranean sanctuaries. In Norse mythology, there's Svartalfheim, a land beneath the earth. Even the Bible alludes to the underworld, distorted by religion, rooted in something older and far more complex. Almost every ancient culture shares legends about interactions with subterranean races. Some accounts frame the underworld as punishment or purgatory, meant to deter wrongdoing. Yet other accounts, Agartha, with cities like Shambhala and Potala, carry striking resemblances across continents. In many legends, civilizations speak of tall giants or advanced reptilian races. In the Mahabharata, the Hindus spoke of Aryavata, the abode of the excellent ones, ruled by a supernal race, the Nagas, half-human, half-reptilian beings, depicted with jeweled hoods that light their realm. It's said the Nagas possessed cutting-edge technology with an unpredictable nature. Agartha is presented as a key to decoding ancient myths, unlocking lost spiritual knowledge, and reclaiming what it means to be human. In nearly every version, surface dwellers appear disconnected, chaotic, lost. The inner world appears harmonious, spiritually advanced, timeless. That contrast says something. The deeper mystery may be less about whether Agartha exists and more about why we were made to forget. Because if people remember who they are, they become sovereign. They stop seeking permission to live, to know, to be, and that terrifies any system built on control. What was programmed can be unprogrammed. Memory can return. The veil can lift. The journey does not start with footsteps. It starts with stillness. Shedding noise, retuning to silence, presence, awareness, following the subtle nudges and synchronicities, aligning frequency with truth. Because Agartha was never lost, humanity was lost. We extend our sincere gratitude to our cosmic warriors and galactic explorers members for standing with us. Your support keeps this channel alive as we collectively uncover, question, and explore the hidden layers of the planet. If this episode resonated with you, we ask you to help keep the momentum moving. Like, share, drop your reflections in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more ancient myths and astral adventures. We also want to reaffirm something simple and powerful. Every living being carries the strength and spark of the Creator within. Even in uncertain times, that inner light remains steady, waiting for us to remember it, cultivate it, and live from it. We ask you to protect your spirit and sharpen your discernment as we continue this journey together. And if you'd like to dive deeper into these topics, we recommend these books and channels for further enlightenment on your path. Until then, may the eternal light forever guide your path. See you on the next episode. Greetings, galactic class of light. I am Dralov the Arcturian, and I welcome you into this frequency of the astral realm. You are about to step into a realm beyond the membrane of the familiar, beyond the bounds of space-time. Among the many star races woven through the ancient memory of worlds, a rare few feel less like invaders and more like a forgotten song, something half-remembered, whispered through myth, wonder, and legend. The extraterrestrials known as the Langians belong to that sacred order. They are the beings humanity later remembered in folklore as fairies. To speak of the Langians of Astora properly, it helps to begin where mystery first meets remembrance. For they are one of those rare peoples whose image reached legend before it reached language. Their world Astora is an interdimensional planet with stable settlements, ecological regions, ceremonial centers, healing infrastructure, and long-established native civilizations led primarily by the Langians. It is a clustered living realm made up of 3 closely linked inhabited worlds, each serving a major civilizational function. Together, these 3 worlds form a single cultural sphere rather than separate disconnected planets. The Langians are an humanoid species from Astora, a world or cluster of worlds associated with the Coma Berenice star system. They are among the most misunderstood peoples in interstellar lore. To outsiders, they seem like primitive forest dwellers, ornamental tribal beings, or fairy-like humanoids of unusual beauty. In truth, they are an old, sophisticated extraterrestrial species whose civilization merges aesthetic culture, creative ecological institutions, advanced medicine, and subtle spacefaring science into a single way of life.
Astral Legends.
The physical character of Astora is heavily forested, water-rich, and vertically organized. Vast old-growth tree systems dominate much of the inhabited terrain, with root plateaus, suspended canopies, mineral rivers, wetland basins, luminous lagoons, and cliffside terraces shaping daily life. Settlements rarely spread outward in flat urban sprawl. Time is slow here compared to Earth, and many humans would almost be immortal if they lived in this dimension and world. The world's atmosphere is mild and breathable, with frequent mist, soft rainfall, and unusually beautiful light conditions. Twilight tones are common across many regions, so the horizon often glows violet, silver blue, rose, or green gold, giving the land a constant feeling of depth and quiet radiance. Among humans, fragmented memories of the Langians survived as legends of the little people, fae, elves, woodland spirits, and hidden rescuers. Their presence leaves a deep impression because they embody a rare combination: gentleness without weakness, beauty without vanity, technology without environmental ruin, and hierarchy without losing their sacred bond to the living world. Langian history begins in a phase of early clan life, deeply bound to forests, rivers, and migratory animal cycles. Their oldest societies emerged from tribal eco-cultures in which survival, ritual, art, medicine, and cosmology were all part of the same sacred order. In those early ages, they learned to read environmental shifts with extraordinary sensitivity. Weather, disease, migration, fertility, and emotional states were all understood as interlinked forms of living intelligence. As their civilization developed, the Langians expanded across 3 inhabited worlds within the Astora domain. Each world specialized in a slightly different civilizational function, one more ceremonial and ancestral, one more medicinal and ecological, and one more oriented toward diplomacy, navigation, and contact. Their science grew out of close observation rather than conquest. Instead of industrializing against nature, they advanced by learning how living systems organize energy, memory, healing, and resilience. In the world of Astora, their luminous pixie dust carries extraordinary properties, granting flight and awakening the hidden elasticity of reality itself, where nearly anything the heart can imagine can take shape. In that realm, wonder is woven into the very fabric of existence and the impossible lives as an everyday law. Astora's oldest regions are devoted to ancestral continuity. These areas contain elder groves, lineage halls, ceremonial terraces, sacred gathering sites, and memory sanctuaries where history, kinship, and spiritual lore are preserved. The healing regions differ in both purpose and landscape. They are richer in river systems, medicinal wetlands, orchards, fungal gardens, mineral springs, and whitestone restoration centers. Much of Langian medicine, nutrition, body-spirit recovery, and plant science is centered there. The starward regions are more exposed, often built around high cliffs, open skies, observatories, and hidden docking sites used for advanced vessels and interdimensional transit. These areas reveal that Astora is far more than a beautiful forest world. It is a refined and highly capable civilization with both ecological elegance and sophisticated travel systems. Over long ages, they became highly accomplished in herbal medicine, environmental harmonics, biological repair, and compact forms of interstellar and interdimensional travel. At some point, they joined the Galactic Federation of Worlds, because they were and are valued as healers, ecological advisors, and low-profile diplomatic intermediaries. Their entry into a larger interstellar framework elevated their status, though it also pressured their internal caste structures and traditions. Their contact with Terra is ancient. Human folklore in Northern Europe preserves dim ancestral memories of Langian encounters, later transformed into fairy tales and oral legend. Unlike predatory visiting races, Langians were remembered less as abductors and more as hidden protectors, rescuers, or elusive angelic helpers, especially in periods of reptilian predation or coercive interference. Astoran settlements are built with the environment. Architecture follows the curves of roots, trunks, branches, flowing stone, and living terrain. Buildings are shaped from guided wood growth, polished stone, woven plant fiber, crystal inlays, and organic composite materials. Interiors are cool, luminous, and gently rounded, with filtered light, soft acoustics, and open communal spaces. Astora is organized through a network of major centers, each specializing in healing, ceremony, education, diplomacy, craft, cultivation, or navigation. Governance is shared among elder races and village houses, healer lineages, ecological stewards, and navigational councils, with authority flowing through responsibility, wisdom, and role, rather than brute hierarchy. The Langian moral center can be summarized this way: beauty must serve harmony, power must serve life, skill must return something to the world that fed it. They view life as cyclical, relational, and sacred. Death feeds life. Hunting carries ritual obligation. Ornament carries social truth. Medicine is a form of reverence. Space travel carries ethical responsibility. A people who lose their intimacy with the living world, in Langian thought, begin to rot inwardly, even while growing more powerful outwardly. Their ethics rest on several core principles: symbiosis over extraction. The world is a partner, ancestor, and teacher. Adornment as truth. Beauty reveals lineage, merit, vow, grief, or social role. The hunt as covenant. To take life for nourishment requires ritual gratitude and ecological restraint. Healing as prestige. daily life in Astora is rooted in rhythm, artistic marketplaces, light entertainment, and ecological intelligence. Food comes from orchards, river systems, root gardens, seed terraces, herb sanctuaries, and carefully managed wetlands. Meals consist of fruits, roots, restorative broths, river fish, seed cakes, nectars, and mineral-rich tonics. Children are educated from an early age in local species knowledge, etiquette, healing basics, ecological responsibility, craft, and the emotional discipline needed to live well in a world that responds to inner state as well as outward action. Ornamentation holds meaning in this society. Clothing, creative and artistic beadwork, pigments, jewelry and textiles communicate lineage, ceremonial status, function, season, grief, or vows. Beauty is part of the social language of Astora rather than mere decoration. The Langians are very small humanoids, usually around 2 feet tall, with lithe frames and an almost elfin refinement, though some lineages run slightly smaller or slightly taller depending on caste, environment, and planetary adaptation. Their bodies are built for agility, branch movement, crouching balance, light-footed travel, and subtle motion through dense environments. They possess narrow shoulders and light bone structure, long dexterous fingers suited for craft, medicine, and ornament work, pointed or tapered ears, large almond-shaped eyes with high low-light sensitivity, smooth or fine-textured skin, sometimes enhanced with pigments, and highly expressive faces with symmetrical, graceful features. Their overall appearance combines woodland elegance with star-born intelligence. They are mostly green-skinned with various hair colors, dark insectoid eyes unless a hybridized being. The Lang look delicate, yet they carry a poised, highly coordinated physicality. Their small size encourages outsiders to underestimate them, and that has benefited them many times. A fully developed Langian civilization with advanced medicine produces a species with a long lifespan relative to humans. A strong profile places them in the range of roughly 120 to 220 years, with healers, elders, and high-status medical lineages sometimes living longer through regenerative practices. Their sense of time therefore feels slower, more seasonal, and more ceremonial than that of modern humans. The Langians are strongest in domains that combine subtlety, biology, perception, and refined skill. They read the condition of a place through scent, sound, color changes, temperature shifts, pollen behavior, animal movement, and energetic tone. A skilled Langian can tell whether a forest is thriving, grieving, sick, or being watched. Herbal medicine is one of their signature civilizational strengths. They use a blend of botanical compounds, resonance therapies, microsurgical precision, and environmental healing chambers. Their medical culture emphasizes balance, tissue repair, toxin clearing, nervous system calming, and immune harmonization. Their ships are compact, elegant, quiet, and efficient rather than immense war engines. Langian travel technology focuses on light mass, living materials, resonance navigation, and low-impact insertion into foreign ecosystems. Their size, environmental awareness, and aesthetic integration make them extremely good at moving unseen. They excel in cloaked movement, hidden settlements, low-signature travel, and terrain-adaptive clothing. Their decorations are cultural language. Pigments, beads, feathers, and metallic pieces communicate age, lineage, social merit, mourning status, courtship intent, and ritual authority. Because their whole culture is symbiotic, their ritual life sharpens focus, patience, and bodily awareness. They use chant, breath, pigmenting, animal invocation, and environmental listening as part of healing and decision-making. Transportation in Astora depends on terrain and distance. Within settlements, movement happens across bridge networks, gliding paths, rivercraft, spiral route stairs, branch platforms, and cliff passages. Longer-range travel uses hidden seam gates, elevated ports, and elegant living vessels that blend advanced design with biological or ecological integration. This gives Astora a distinctive identity. It is technologically capable, yet its sophistication never severs it from nature. The world's systems of travel, medicine, architecture, and governance all emerge from the same principle. Life is something to be aligned with, cultivated, and protected rather than dominated. The Langians possess several major civilizational advantages. Their first great strength is integration. Art, medicine, spirituality, ecology, and governance reinforce one another rather than competing. That gives them strong civilizational coherence. Their second strength is misreadability. Powerful outsiders often dismiss small peoples, decorative peoples, or forest peoples. That error gives the Langians room to endure, negotiate, and survive. Their third strength is medical sophistication. A race that can heal bodies, ecosystems, and psychological trauma becomes strategically valuable even to larger powers. Their fourth strength is light environmental footprint. They can build, travel, and sustain themselves while preserving the habitats that feed their civilization. Their fifth strength is social memory. A caste society with strong ritual markers preserves role, lineage, and continuity over long periods. The Langians also carry clear vulnerabilities. Their small bodies leave them physically disadvantaged in direct brute force conflict against larger warrior species. Their caste system can become brittle if status hardens into inherited rigidity rather than living merit. A people devoted to beauty and order can slowly become socially trapped by their own symbolism. Their deep environmental bond also becomes a weakness. Worlds damaged by pollution, heavy industry, psychic corruption, or extractive occupation hurt them at multiple levels. Biologically, spiritually, and culturally, their subtle style of power makes them vulnerable to empires that respect only visible force. Some allied species value them while still failing to defend them when war escalates. Their rescue ethic also places them in danger, drawing them repeatedly into conflicts where they protect others at cost to themselves. Langian spaces are among the most beautiful in the galaxy because they never separate architecture from ecology. Their settlements include tree canopy sanctuaries built into living branch systems with woven bridges, hanging lantern fruits, and observation perches hidden in foliage. River clinics made from polished wood, white stone, shell-like chambers, medicinal pools, and luminous fungal gardens used for healing and restoration, ceremonial halls open to wind, moonlight, and birdsong, where pigments, woven banners, carved animal forms, and bead curtain partitions create layered visual texture, star docks concealed inside root caverns, cliff hollows, or forest clearings, where sleek, biomorphic craft rest under natural camouflage, and ancestral archives preserved through woven glyph work, bead matrices, carved memory poles, and living grove shrines rather than through purely mechanical storage. Astora supports a large range of native species adapted to forest canopy, wetland, river, cliff, and luminous fungal environments. Many species participate in pollination, seed dispersal, medicinal cycles, atmospheric balance, or spiritual symbolic functions recognized by the Langians. The environment is actively managed, though gently. Conservation is built into the civilization. Sacred groves are protected. Certain watersheds are reserved for healing use. Some migration corridors are restricted during key seasons. The Langians do not treat the world as scenery. They treat it as kin, infrastructure, resource, and sacred trust all at once. Langian society is highly expressive, though rarely loud. They value grace, presentation, and social reading. Much of what another species says directly, a Langian communicates through posture, pigment, adornment, or ritual timing. They behave with strong attention to etiquette, quiet emotional intelligence, careful observation before trust, layered courtship customs, strong respect for elders and skilled healers, and sharp awareness of social role and merit. Males, traditionally wearing more ornament than females, suggests a cultural system in which public male display communicates service, distinction, or earned recognition. Females hold authority in subtler, steadier or lineage-centered forms, depending on local custom. They enjoy celebration, though their festivities are aesthetically rich rather than crude. Music, body painting, scent rituals, luminous fabrics, dance, storytelling, and communal feasts tied to seasonal thresholds. The Langians are omnivorous, though in a highly ritualized and ecologically conscious way. Their diet includes fruits, flowering nectars and seed pods, roots, tubers, herbs, and edible leaves. River fish and small game, fermented floral drinks, medicinal broths and mineral tonics, and ceremonial hunted meat used sparingly and respectfully. Because they see hunting as part of the sacred cycle, food preparation involves blessing rites, gratitude formulas, and rules against waste. Eating carries social and spiritual meaning, especially in family and communal settings. Langian politics operate through a blend of caste order, clan memory, ecological stewardship, and tri-world coordination. Their structure includes clan houses tied to lineage, territory, and inherited symbolic traditions. Functional castes such as healers, hunters, navigators, artisans, memory keepers, diplomats, and ritual guardians. Ecological councils responsible for maintaining the health of forests, waters, migratory corridors, and sacred grounds. A tri-world assembly or high council representing the 3 inhabited Langian worlds, balancing regional identity against species-wide policy. And Federation envoys chosen from their most disciplined diplomats and healers, especially those able to navigate larger, more aggressive interstellar cultures. Their politics emphasize continuity, stewardship, and reputational merit. Even so, caste tension, interworld prestige competition, and disputes over how much to engage outside powers create internal pressure. The Langians are peace-inclined rather than passive. They prefer beauty, healing, rescue, and ecological balance. Even so, they defend their own, especially children, sanctuaries, forest worlds, and vulnerable populations under their care. Their form of peace is mature rather than naive. They understand predation. They simply refuse to organize their civilization around it. The Langians rarely meet danger with frontal mass assault. Their defensive doctrine is based on stealth, terrain, medicine, misdirection, and selective precision. They use camouflage and invisible routes, dart weapons using sedatives or nerve-calming compounds, entangling vine tech or light netting, sonic lures and environmental confusion fields, evacuation tunnels and hidden shelters, surgical strikes by elite pathfinders, and medical recovery teams following rescue operations. Against large-scale threats, they depend on allies, Federation pacts, and habitat mastery. Against kidnappers, poachers, slavers, or reptilian raiders, they become surprisingly dangerous because every branch, scent, trail, and silence in the forest belongs to them. Langian family life is intimate, artistic, and communal. Children are precious, carefully instructed, and raised within both household and clan structures. Their bonds include pair bond unions, often formed through mutual courtship, aesthetic gifting, and ritual recognition. Clan parenting, where a child belongs to family and wider lineage, with multiple elders contributing training. Merit and adornment courtship, in which beauty, craftsmanship, healing skill, ecological knowledge, and honorable conduct all matter. And seasonal vow rites tied to moons, migrations, flowering periods, or ancestral observances. Love among the Langians is gentle yet highly symbolic. Ornament exchange functions almost like poetry. A bead pattern, pigment design, or feather arrangement carries meanings about devotion, fertility, grief, longing, or public recognition. Because they are a small-bodied people in a dangerous cosmos, family continuity carries serious emotional and civilizational weight. The Langians interact with other races through a mix of caution, curiosity, and ethical filtering. Humans fascinate and trouble them. They see humanity as emotionally powerful, spiritually unstable, gifted, destructive, improvisational, and deeply vulnerable to manipulation. Langians feel tenderness toward children, protectiveness toward the exploited, and frustration toward adults who sever themselves from nature and sacred reciprocity. Their relationship with reptilian or coercive predatory species is historically tense. Since they are associated with rescuing humans from reptilian forces, the Langians view such powers as dangerous embodiments of domination, captivity, and ecological violation. They avoid open imperial collision when possible, yet quietly oppose slaving systems and predatory abduction cultures. Within the Federation, they are respected as healers, field mediators, biocultural specialists, and subtle contact envoys. Larger races still underestimate them visually, then discover that Langian delegates possess unusual intelligence and extremely precise moral judgment. The Langians cooperate with advanced civilizations so long as those civilizations respect ecological integrity and consent. They dislike technocultures that treat life as raw material. They form strong bonds with species whose civilizations preserve music, sky lore, healing, migration knowledge, or sacred environmental practice. And that is where the mystery deepens most. When you hear about the Langians, small, beautiful, elusive beings tied to nature, healing, artistry, and hidden worlds, it becomes very hard to ignore how closely they echo the old folklore of fairies, elves, the little people, woodland spirits, and other luminous beings remembered across Europe and beyond. For centuries, people told stories of tiny humanoid beings who appeared in forests, near rivers, in moonlit clearings, or at the edges of villages, beings who could help, guide, vanish, or pass between worlds. Over time, those stories became legend, and that is where the mystery deepens most. When you hear about the Langians, small, beautiful, elusive beings tied to nature, healing, artistry, and hidden worlds, it becomes very hard to ignore how closely they echo the old folklore of fairies, elves, the little people, woodland spirits, and other luminous beings remembered across Europe and beyond. Within Agartha, the Langians are known as keepers, restorers, and quiet allies. They work alongside other sanctuary races, preserve medicinal seed lines, maintain living archive groves, and help oversee subtle passageways between Inner Earth, Tara, and select surface regions. Some of the oldest Langian communities now exist in these inner sanctuaries rather than on the exposed outer surface, which is why contact with them became so rare in later ages. Surface humanity has remembered them as fairies, elves, hidden folk, and woodland spirits, while deeper initiatic traditions preserved the older truth that some of these small luminous beings came from Agartha-linked worlds and still move through hidden Earth corridors. If this episode resonated with you, help us keep the momentum moving forward. Like, share, leave your reflections in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more ancient myths, cosmic mysteries, and astral adventures. And if you want to dive even deeper into the ideas, patterns, and hidden histories we explore on this channel, be sure to check out our first Codex handbook here, Astral Legends, the Dralov Codex, on Amazon. It's a powerful companion for those ready to go further down the path of enlightenment, and also check our author recommendations. We also want to leave you with something simple, timeless, and powerful. Every living being carries within them the spark of the Creator of all. Even in uncertain times, that inner light remains steady and enduring, waiting to be remembered, nurtured, and fully lived from. As we continue this journey together, protect your spirit, strengthen your discernment, and remain sovereign and open to deeper truth. And for those who want to go further, we encourage you to explore the books and channels we've recommended for added insight and inspiration along your path. Until next time, we'll see you in the next episode.
Lord God, we need you. Yahweh, my Lord. I know you can hear me, for I hold the sacred disk. The sons of heaven have betrayed you, and the sons of man. Lord God, hear my prayer. Deliver us from these abominations that scorch the land. O my Lord, my days have been long upon the earth. As of now, I have seen 900 years. Deliver us, Lord, before it is too late. Greetings. I am Methuselah, son of Enoch, grandsire of Zisudra, whom later tongues name Noah. I speak as an elder witness of the true age of God, giants, and men. Before you hear the writings of my father Enoch, let me first tell you what the world was like in my time. Long ago, the people of the earth were called the black-headed ones, forged from the civilization Hyboria. That was how we were known in the old tongue, a marked people, dark of hair, forged by sun and soil, builders of reed cities and canal fields, keepers of grain, song, and law. That was until my grandchild was born. He was unlike all in appearance. From sight, he resembled some of the sons of heaven. I was told later by a fallen son of heaven, a former watcher from the celestial ship, that he was a son of a high god, a god of water, a brother to the god Yahweh, leader of earth and high heaven. In quiet places among elders, we knew there were lords beneath that heaven, powers with offices, rivalries, and workforce groups who watched humanity, sometimes from the spinning wheels above. My father Enoch agreed to a choice to a high son of heaven named Marduk, and my family and I suffered when the best of his sons of heaven broke their sworn order by the God of all the gods. For in my time, there existed more than one. We called them Atlanteans. They called themselves Anunnaki. And their story is your story. All of you.
Before the meadows filled with laughter and song, the earth was still young and raw. Tribes moved restlessly from river to river, hunting and gathering what they could. In those days, the Anunnaki descended, bringing order where there was none. They raised cities out of mud and stone. They cut rivers into canals. They taught the plow and the measure of the stars. Men who once knew only the chase began to till the earth, to build villages, to carve tablets to remember. Temples crowned the hills, smoke from altars drifted skyward, and kingship was planted among mankind. Life began to bloom. Shepherds led their flocks across wide green valleys. Maidens carried jars to wells and sang as they drew water. Children's laughter mingled with the bleating of sheep and the harvest songs of men. The earth had entered an age of flourishing, when villages grew into towns and men multiplied upon the land. Irid, also known as biblical Jared, son of Malalu and Dunna, took Baraka as his spouse. In the days when the Watchers still walked the high places, Baraka labored beside the reed lakes of Eden. Night was windless, the stars were bright as drilled holes in bronze. At the turning of the third season, a hush fell over the family of Jared and Baraka. Baraka's pains came like waves on a moon-drawn shore. Midwives set heated stones, anointed her stomach with cedar oil, and sang the counting song of Ninmah so the breaths would not break. Baraka was with child. The man named Irid raised a lamp toward the east, invoking Utu to keep the path clear and Ningal to guard the mother's waters. Baraka had bore a son, He came with eyes open, his skin as dark as dawn, his hands flexed as if remembering a tool. The midwives wrapped him in flax and dipped his tongue with honey and salt, that he should speak sweetly and judge surely. Irid named him Enkimi, meaning he who walks with the wise, and set his tiny footprint in wet clay beside the household door. A heron flew low over the marsh. The child turned his head to follow its flight, and the elders marked it as a sign of a path that would rise from earth to sky. That night, Irid dreamed, a ladder of light between reed beds and the circling stars, and on it moved figures neither man nor God. In the dream, a voice said, "Teach him the measures. The child will one day read the tablets of heaven and the paths of men." So was Enkimi entered as the grandson of Malalu, son of Irid and Baraka, destined for the council of the Neteru. In time he would take Edini, his half-sister, as spouse. However, in the heights of heaven there were watchers called the Igigi, sons of heaven, even angels, stationed upon their sky outposts, set by the Anunnaki lords to keep watch over the earth. They had begun to look down more often than in the former days. One said,
"We can be the gods, and they shall worship us." Where is Azazel and Semjaza? They are the best to lead us in this pact.
Arabel Langday. The Syrian Lyran. What do you say?
I shall stand with my brothers against King Anu and Enlil. We shall make a pact that we do this thing.
What are you three doing in here? Get back to your stations.
And there were others that said, "Behold how they flourish, the daughters of men grow fairer with each generation." Another answered, "Our charge is to watch, to guard the earth and its tribes. We were never sworn to take the daughters of men as wives, yet desire now stirs in every one of us." So the duty of guardianship slowly ripened into longing, and longing swelled into quiet rebellion, until the vaults of their stronghold on Mars seemed filled with murmurs and secret counsel. Marduk, son of Enki, listened to these stirrings. From the Martian citadel, he looked down at Earth, swelling with life, and his heart burned with yearning. He came to his father and bowed. "Lord Enki, let me dwell among the Igigi, that I may guide them and strengthen their bonds with men." Enki studied him with long, knowing eyes. "Your tongue says Mars, but your spirit longs for Earth. You hunger for the life below. Ambition burns bright, but flames consume the hand that feeds them. Yet go and remember, wisdom without restraint brings ruin." And thus Marduk, a son of Enki and a son of heaven, descended. On Earth, young Enoch was unlike other children. He saw numbers as if whispered by the wind. He traced patterns in the dirt that mirrored the turning of stars. Enki, the water god himself, came to him and said,
"Child of promise, I once favored Adapa, your forefather. Now I see the same spark in you."
"Teach me, great Lord. Show me the secrets of the heavens." The wise Lord God Enki then unrolled a tablet upon which constellations were inscribed. "Behold the family of the sun, 12 stations of the heavens, each a guide for the ages. The moon counts the months, the sun measures the years, and Nibiru, our wandering home, marks the great count of Shahs. To each of the great Anunnaki leaders I gave a station. This is the circle of destiny." The boy touched the symbols. "I must see them with my own eyes." Enki looked upon him long and said, "So you shall." When Enoch came of age, Marduk brought him to the landing place. The celestial chariot stood gleaming, ready to pierce the skies. Enoch's heart beat fast. "Will we truly leave the earth, my lord?" Marduk clasped his shoulder. "More than leave, you will taste the silence of the void." The celestial chariot roared upward. The earth fell away. Stars spread like rivers of fire across the blackness, and the moon rose gray before them. Enoch pressed his hand to the glass. "It is barren, lifeless. How can such stillness exist?" Marduk answered, "Not all realms were made for life. Yet from here the heavens speak more clearly. This is the first school of the gods. Upon the plains of the moon, Marduk taught him navigation, the measure of planets, and the ways of travel between worlds. When they returned, Enki sent Enoch to Sippar, the city of Utu. There the young man was honored like a prince. Utu, grandson of Enlil, the storm god, welcomed him. "Come, youngling, write what you have seen, for words endure longer than breath." Enoch bent to the task, inscribing carefully the knowledge of stars and cycles. In Sippar, Enoch wedded his half-sister Edini, and in the 104th Shah, she bore him a beautiful daughter named Sapraneet, and a handsome son named Methuselah, whose name meant "he who is raised by the bright waters." Many years had passed. At a lonely well where maidens came each day to draw water, Marduk, the sun god, firstborn of Enki, descended in splendor, his celestial disk coursing in brightness above the face of the earth. As his gaze followed the waters, he beheld her, Sapraneet, the daughter of Enoch, a vision of mortal beauty, bathing along the riverbank with her handmaidens. Her long dark hair cascaded over her bronze shoulders, her laughter like the ringing of temple bells. But it was not just her beauty that struck Marduk. It was something deeper, an aura of wisdom and grace that seemed to call to him, beckoning him to the earth below. His heart, which had known the weight of battle, the bitterness of betrayal, and the coldness of duty, suddenly burned with a longing he had never known. Determined to claim her as his wife, queen of the gods, goddess of pregnancy, Marduk sought his father, Enki, the god of water, and his grandfather, King Anu, of the high heavens. The Anunnaki had always taken women as concubines, but marriage and union of human and Anunnaki sons of heaven was cosmically forbidden by the Emerald Order. To wed her is to forsake Nibiru, Enki warned. "My birthright was already stolen from me," Marduk countered. "Let me claim a new one here on earth. I will rule, but not alone. I will do so with my love, a human, as my wife." King Anu and the Council of the Anunnaki deliberated for days. Some called it blasphemy, a dilution of their divine Anunnaki bloodline. Others warned that such a union could set a precedent, causing a rift between gods and men. But there were those who saw in Marduk a ruler who could unite both planets, who could bridge the divide between the heavens and the earth. At last, the decree was given. "You may wed her," King Anu declared, "but know this, the choice you make will alter the fate of gods and men alike. For now we still may masquerade as their creators, and they shall worship us still in return." Marduk, a prince from another realm, did not waver. The Anunnaki leaders summoned the human man Methuselah, the bride's brother, and spoke to him of Marduk's desire. Humbled and filled with joy, Methuselah bowed his head. "So let it be," he replied. When Enlil heard of their decision, fierce anger seized him. "That the father should lie with an earthling is one thing," he said. "For this son to take an earthling as his wife is another matter entirely." Marduk returned to Sapraneet and her father Enoch and knelt before both them, offering not only his love, but his otherworldly kingdom, his war, his destiny. She placed her hand in his, sealing their fate. And thus, beneath the eternal stars, the god and the woman became one, ushering in an age where the divine and the mortal would no longer stand apart, but together. On the planet Mars, also known as Lamhu, the talk had simmered for shahs in the hush between duty shifts. An Anunnaki will marry an Adamite woman? The Anunnaki watchers or angels of God leaned over, viewing riverlights stitch across the canals of earth and the city of Eridu, the first city, just because his grandfather is king. They whispered the same question until it rubbed smooth. Why should Prince Marduk have what us men are denied? We are also our own gods as well, not just sons of heaven. Why should silence be our only heir? Why should the children of Enki and Enlil get everything on this world and us nothing? On ferry transits between orbits and air, they had seen the daughters of Adam, women with straight backs and quick eyes who laughed with their teeth showing, and the sight had settled in their bones. Let us each choose a human wife at Marduk's wedding and beget children. At Earth's landing site, watchers from the heavens and envoys out of Mars gathered for a great wedding. A human woman joined to a son of heaven and Anunnaki. Before the rites began, an Anunnaki watcher stepped forward and set his service stone onto the plated altar, saying the thing everyone else kept behind their teeth. He would go alone quiet if he had to. He would take the punishment if it came. The deck of watchers answered with a low, vibrating thud. One stone, then another, laid down beside his. The oath built through the hangar like rising heat, plain, binding, and past the point of recall. The place where they bound themselves, vowing to defy the high gods of Nibiru and claim rule through lineage on earth, was Mount Hermon, the mountain of oath and curse. In the evening, the first city of Eridu opened its gates to celebration of the union of human and Anunnaki. The canals held torchlight like hammered copper. The beautiful descendant of Adapa, the young human Sarpanit, walked with her veil thrown back and did not blink when the priest named the vows. Marduk stood beneath a disk of gold nailed to the sky by a cedar pole. The couple had their vows and blessings in the Nibiruan traditions. All 200 watchers and sons of heaven who took oaths against the Anunnaki leader gods came in waves, leaving their stations and descending from the rust-lit halls of Mars to the blue-rimmed Earth. 1/3 of their number remained at their posts above the red world, but 200 broke from the ranks and fell through the firmament like ordered rain. Night fell over Eridu, and the recession of the ceremonies had begun. Food, drink, women, gold, it was all for the taking. Semjaz, the Pleiadian leader of the group, called Shamgaz in the cedar tongue, stood on the front plate of the carrier with his lieutenants overlooking the ceremony. Araklba, the Zeta genealogist, Kokabel, the Syrian navigator, Azazel, Draconian master of blades. "Tonight we take what is ours by right," Semjaz said. When the final blessing was spoken over Marduk and Sapranit, when the last cup of wine was raised and the first dance began to break apart into smaller circles, Semjaza moved to the edge of the gathering and gave the signal that had been agreed upon in the caverns of Mars. A subtle lift of the hand, a brief flare of light from a concealed device. And in that instant, 200 watchers, who had scattered themselves through the streets and courtyards and along the riverbank, straightened as one man, like a line of spears leveled at the same moment. Then the seizure began. Women who had gone to refill their jars at the well found themselves seized from behind, arms clamped like iron around their waists. Maidens who had lingered in alleys to gossip were lifted from the ground without warning. Those who danced in the open squares were suddenly pulled out of the circle as if snatched by a whirlwind. Some screamed, some fought like wild creatures. Some went limp with shock as the earth seemed to tilt beneath them. Husbands, fathers, brothers tried to intervene. They rushed at the watchers with sticks and stones, with knives and bare hands. Yet their blows glanced off armor and garments woven with strange strength. And the watchers, trained in the disciplines of war and strengthened by the lesser gravity of Mars, moved through them like a storm through reeds. The streets of Eridu filled with cries and confusion as the watchers carried their captives away from the city, each bearing a struggling or fainting Adamite woman across his shoulders or in his arms. The torches and lamps seemed to spin as they passed, and the drums and flutes of the wedding feast faltered, then fell silent, as if even the instruments knew that some boundary older than memory had been broken. They went up into their cedar mountain stronghold, along narrow paths cut in ages past for the landing of the celestial chariots, and there, near the great platform of stone where the ships touched down, they fortified a stronghold. Walls rose of dressed stone and timbers. Gates were set with bars of alloy. Watchtowers were raised that looked both outward over the forests and inward over the courts where the women were housed. The Adamite women were given chambers in clusters, some in shock, some weeping without ceasing, some staring at the walls as if seeking a way to pass through them, some clinging to one another and whispering prayers to the gods of their fathers, asking whether this too lay within the will of heaven. From this stronghold, the Watchers sent their message to the leader of the Anunnaki gold mining mission, the god of Abraham and storm, god Enlil. They declared that they had endured long deprivation, that they desired lawful wives and offspring, that the Adamite daughters whom they had seized, they now wished to marry under blessing, and that if Enlil and the council refused to grant legitimacy to these unions, the Watchers would use the power at their disposal to burn the fields, devastate the cities, and bring fire upon the earth. They reminded the High Ones that the landing platform lay under their control, that they were trained in the use of the weapons mounted in the chariots, and that a siege against them would not only cost many lives, it would place the entire mission at risk in the face of the growing upheavals among the heavens. It was then Marduk was summoned by the Anunnaki leaders to answer for the deeds of those under his command. He stood before Enlil, his uncle, and Enki, his father, with Ninhursag, his aunt, listening in as well.
You are summoned, Marduk. The deeds of those under your charge stand before this council. Speak.
I will speak plainly, my lords. My lady. The Watchers walked a road I revealed when I took Sarpanit to wife. They followed a pattern they believed permitted. I knew nothing of their hidden oaths and pact. No secret of what would have occurred at our wedding reached my ear. Threat from the Cedar Heights is real. My Watchers are pressed to the edge.
I know the cost of transgression. I know how swiftly boundaries fail once crossed. This matter has gone beyond a single command, my son.
My sorrow rests with the daughters of Adam, Marduk. They were taken from tents, taken from fathers and mothers. The grief of the earthlings echoes through the soil itself. If restraint averts a greater ruin, is it wise for
my beloved princess and aunt? My advisor Salas has assured me their bitter path may still serve life.
Pride has risen. There should be punishment to the leaders. The sacred mission stands wounded, and now this matter exceeds us. Let us call on our Father and Lord, King Anu.
I have listened to every word, my children, and I do not take any of it lightly. Much has been argued in council about the Agigi's transgressions, and many have called for judgment. Yet hear this decision. There will be no punishment at this time. A new and advanced people now live in Atlantis, and we must not invite war over what can still be contained with order and restraint. Some fires, once lit, do not choose what they consume. So the Watchers will remain at their posts and complete the duties sworn to them. They will not abandon their charge, and they will not be provoked into further disorder. When their work is finished and their term is fulfilled, they will be released from their obligation and allowed to return in peace to the man systems they choose.
Or be punished for disobeying our command.
No, restraint for the time being. If the stations upon Mars remain kept, if the gold of the depths continues to rise, then the Watchers may take wives, under law. No house shall be shattered for desire. Every union shall be spoken openly and set in record before witnesses. If thou join thyself to a woman, thou shalt cover her with honor, provision, and protection. She shall not be cast aside.
Ninurta, the warrior angel son of Enlil, held his counsel. In his heart, he trusted not the word of his cousin Marduk, convinced the scheme had been his design from the beginning. He spoke no accusation, though the thought weighed upon him like iron. Enlil alone was unmoved. He said that their pride and sacred mission had been abandoned. They still gave the final word to King of all kings, Anu. So the council sent word unto the watchers and did not swiftly destroy them. The unions in the cedar stronghold were suffered to continue for a time, though they were never sweet to Enlil's heart, nor wholly at rest in Enki's. And the women remained in that high fortress, half wives and half captives, caught between the hunger of the fallen watchers and the cold disapproval of the Lord of Command. And the nights within the stronghold passed in a mingling of tenderness and dread. There were chambers where a woman and a watcher husband sat side by side at the doorway, breaking bread, speaking low, trying to stitch a life from the torn cloth of their beginning. And there were other chambers where cries climbed into the dark, where the balance of power was tried and tried again between otherworldly men. Some of these off-world men had no form or were formless. There were day screams fell from the skies of fallen men who dared to rescue the women from the stronghold. Fear lay upon the chests of humans like a stone, until the first thin light of dawn crept over the cedar heights. On a terrace above the Abzu, Marduk, who would one day be known as Amun-Ra, measured the horizon by embers in the west. Sapanit, his human wife, stood beside him with their sleeping child Nabu in her arms. Regret never ruled Marduk's thoughts. He counted what still stood. His own line of descent that had not broken, a house of his that remained. What does it matter? Sapanit judged that the debt must be paid in steady coin, just laws, full granaries, and truth spoken in open light. High in Cedar Heights, Semjaz, one of the leaders of the fallen angel pact, kept a dusk watch on the parapet. Behind him, Arakulba moved through lists of names. Kokabel refined patrol routes across his slate. Azazel honed a blade he planned to keep sheathed. And Ezekiel noted the clear sky and the first star. The watchers, or fallen sons of heaven, sat in their strongholds proud of their accomplishments. The Prince Marduk governed his river cities. Between them lay roads guarded by human men who had learned caution in speech and patience in judgment. For a span of years, strengthened by oaths and restrained by consequences, the world held together. The wives of the watchers felt the deeper cost before their husbands grasped it. Many wore fine cloth and commanded large houses, yet carried a widow's dread in their hearts. Their children saw the divide with their own eyes. Fathers did not age. Mothers gathered years like tree rings. The mixed sons and daughters counted seasons in two ways at once and asked who they truly were. From the Cedar Mountains, the bloodlines of the Watchers spread slowly outward. Some of the hybrid sons, known as the Nephilim, took Adamite wives of their own and established households in the foothills and beyond the rivers of the Cedar Mountains, where their fathers had once took wives and rulership of their own. From that day forward, they stopped living as distant overseers and started living as neighbors. They built dwellings along the shoulders of Hermon and in the folds of the Cedar Mountains, pitched their tents near reed lakes and village hearths, and began to share bread and bed with the families of men. Long-wintered human fathers who had not seen their daughters saw their daughters again. For some were withered, distant, changed. They came veiled and adorned, walking down the slopes every evening from their houses where their star-born husbands awaited them. In the early days, when the valleys of Eden were still rimmed with reed and mist, the sons of heaven stood between two laws. On one side stood the covenant of non-interference, written in the high councils of the founders, and sealed under the Watcher's oath. On the other side pulled the weight of their own lives now entangled with earth, their wives grinding grain at the hearth, their half-human children chasing lambs across the fields, their brothers laboring to exhaustion in the mines of Abzu and over the furnaces of Bad Tibira. In that tension, the first great wave of the forbidden teachings began. They came quietly at first. A fallen son of heaven would descend to the village edge at dusk, when smoke from cook fires clung low and the first stars opened over the plain. And the human men already knew his name, because he had married into their blood and sat at their feasts. He would take the hand of a herdsman and show him how to cut a straight furrow, how to hitch animals to the plow so the earth opened willingly, how to raise water from the seer with levers and counterweights so the fields drank without breaking every spine along the canal. Others taught men to read the seasons in the sky, the 12 celestial stations, the long turning of the processional portions, the count of rains and winds. Under their guidance, people learned to mark the passage of time with stones and scratches, then with clay tablets and carved signs, so memory no longer vanished when an elder's breath failed. Soon the lessons moved from fields to forges. In the dim glow of early furnaces, the fallen son of heaven opened the sealed arts of metal. His name, Azazel. Azazel was described as a whisperer born from fire and anger. A mind that once carried brilliance and chose pride instead. Azazel was a shapeshifter draconian hybrid. He could not create life in the way some human-like star-born husbands could. He could only bend what already lived. He would enter through permission, small permissions disguised as harmless wants, then permissions stacked into habits, habits stacked into identity, identity stacked into culture. He showed how to take the black stone from the veins of Abzu and refine it so it flowed like reddish water, then cooled into tools that did not snap at the first strain. Copper rose from the fires, then bronze. Axes bit deeper into wood. Adzes smoothed beams. Plows turned soil with a cleaner bite. From those same fires, a darker craft emerged as he shared patterns carried from star fleets and fortress off-worlds. Blades lengthened and sharpened. Spearheads took barbs. Helmets were hammered to cradle the skull. And shield bosses swelled like coiled serpents. Skills originally meant for celestial armories and planetary defense seeded the art of war on Earth, and the smith's house became a place where harvest and slaughter took shape side by side. Under another fallen son of heaven, his name Barakijal, women learned the art of makeup that ceased to be enchantment and became a silent language written on skin. The women began to adorn themselves. Arakiel, another fallen son of heaven, was a reader of signs in the earth and taught the weaving of charms and astrology to mankind. He showed women how to bind intent into threads, to braid hair with lines of power, to lay sigils under birthing stools and family thresholds. What he meant as knowledge of earth and season became glamours, curses, and hidden workings passed from mother to daughter. Ezekiel, Watcher of Clouds, taught incantations and weathercraft, words that bent wind and mood, whispers that tugged at the unseen currents drifting between people. Under him, witchcraft blossomed in the hills and reed villages. Candles were carved with names. Ash was mixed with herbs to mark foreheads. Jealousy and hope both found new tools. Soon, men walked with runed blades at their sides, and women walked with spell-painted faces that gleamed beneath temple firelight. Homes, altars, and even cradles took on secret markings. Some workings healed. Others invited lower dimensional forces like an open door left swinging in a storm. Their instruction did not end at the edge of the anvil or witchcraft. Certain watchers opened the book of the body itself. They showed root cutters how sap and resin, leaf and bitter bark could drive out fever, numb pain, rouse a failing heart, strengthen womb and seed. Under their eyes, healers learned to combine herbs with measured heat, clean water, and prayer that aligned with stellar currents, raising the craft of medicine to something their ancestors would not have recognized. Other fallen angel watchers crossed an unseen line and poured out arts that reshaped desire. Civilization surged forward, its cities rising higher, its knowledge growing sharper. Yet the heart of humanity withered at the same pace. Enoch walked through the bustling marketplaces, his ears filled with the whispers of mothers, anxious and frightened, who spoke of their sons joining violent brotherhoods, their hearts darkened by the teachings they had received. He passed shrines, once places of worship and prayer, now stained with blood and twisted into altars of power. The voices of city leaders rang in his ears, speaking of order and peace, while behind closed doors they paid for the very violence they condemned. He watched as the world called wickedness necessary, as the truth was buried beneath the weight of lies, and as the innocent were made to suffer for the sins of those who ruled. As the truth was buried beneath the weight of lies, and as the innocent were made to suffer for the sins of those who ruled.
I am Methuselah, son of Enoch. You must leave.
I am bound to no mortal obligation, for I am bewildered.
You must depart from this place. My house standeth here, and my wife and little ones sleep beneath its roof. I shall not suffer dread to linger at my threshold.
I seek not thy hearth, nor the blood of thy kin. I seek only solace from all, O son of Adam.
If thou art lost, then seek thy kind beyond the hills. Trouble not the tents of men. Thy stature alone bringeth fear.
Fear followeth me as a hound. Wherever I wander, men take up spear and stone. Yet I have lifted no hand against them.
Intent is not the measure, presence is. The lion need not strike for the flock to scatter. Thou art as a storm upon the plain.
Thou hast spoken boldly for one so small. I shall depart, not for thy command, but for thy courage.
The cries of the people rose higher, and Enlil, also known as Yahweh and Jehovah, hearing them, hardened his resolve that no further divine knowledge or healing arts would be shared with the Earthlings. He vowed in his heart that when the great upheaval approached, he would allow the waters to cleanse the earth of both the clamoring masses and the giants whose existence mocked the old order. The Adamite women in the households felt the tremors of these coming judgments in their own bodies. Some watched their sons grow proud and fierce and knew that their children would never be fully accepted in any camp, whether of gods or of men. Some grew old behind the walls, longing to see again the reed lakes of Eden and the faces of their kin. Some died in childbirth and were buried under cedar roots, their names remembered only in the private grief of the Watcher, who had come to love them after first seizing them by force. In this way, the sin of the fallen angels worked itself into the flesh of the world, leaving no heart untouched, shaping both the visible landscape of cities and domains and the hidden landscape of grudges, sorrows, and oaths that would echo forward into later ages. Across Earth, a new world rose, glittering on the surface, troubled at its foundations. Skill increased, knowledge multiplied, even beauty deepened. Yet beneath each gain lay a cost. The Anunnaki aristocrat leaders, Enki, Enlil, and Ninhursag, who were dealing with warfare and political issues with other off-world factions, looked upon these changes and felt a slow, mounting fury. King Anu allowed his own Anunnaki as star husbands. He had allowed them to be as laborers, but never lawgivers and gods worshipped by humans. They had allowed them to protect, but not to elevate mankind beyond the pace decreed by the law of the seed. Now their own children become the destroyers of men. Every gift the Watchers poured into humanity unstitched a little more of that order.
It is our world now.
It was then that the Anunnaki sons of Enlil and Enki, the High Elohim, took Enoch up to the high places, the remote ridges and peaks where their craft could land unseen. He was taken into a chamber that felt more like a temple than a room, where stone floors hummed with the vibrations of the stars themselves, and maps of the heavens floated in the air, their lines glowing like threads of light in the dark. The sons of Heave stood there, calm and severe. In that sacred space, Enoch was shown the record of the Watcher's oath, the covenant they had broken long ago. He saw the names of those who betrayed their trust and witnessed the chain reaction that followed, like a spreading sickness. Bloodlines destabilized, cities militarized, worship corrupted, and truth twisted into theater. With his heart heavy and his mind clear, Enoch asked the question that weighed most heavily upon him.
My great lords, why must I do this? Why must I go?
The angel, Michael, answered him, calm yet full of ancient sorrow.
This is a test. You are favored by Yahweh, the God of gods. No matter what the fallen do to you or say, know that he is with you. Warn the fallen of their crimes, record who repents and who does not.
And so Enoch was sent out not as a conqueror or a soldier, but as a witness to the truth. He did not carry a sword. He carried the record of their deeds, the golden disc of Anu, and with it the burden of naming what others feared to name. His first step was to face the leaders of the fallen Watchers directly, standing before them as a mere human, small and vulnerable, with no armor and no title. He called them by their true names and recited the oath they had sworn in shadows. Some laughed and waved him off as a fool. Others threatened him, voices honed sharp by pride and anger, yet a few fell quiet, as if a buried conscience had finally stirred after ages of sleep. Semjaza answered,
Enoch, blessed human of Anu,
Yahweh and the Council cannot risk another war between the houses of Atlantis. Nibiru is dying. We have taken wives and have bared children who will rule this earth. Through their lines, we shall live through them forever.
His words carried the weight of old claims, spoken like truths that had never needed permission. Enoch didn't flinch.
You crossed the boundary you knew well. You taught what you were forbidden to teach. You took what you were forbidden to take. You turned steward into hunger, so says King Anu.
The other fallen watchers argued with the oldest excuses: love, destiny, progress, and freedom, yet Enoch answered in plain speech that left no room to hide. They spread stories that Enoch was mad, jealous, or possessed. They paid scribes to twist his words until truth sounded like blasphemy, leaned on priests to denounce him, and pressed human leaders to threaten him as a disturber of order. Yet Enoch, resolute, kept walking. He entered cities where hybrid-blooded warlords ruled and saw the poor paying the price for the feasts of the rich, watched courts of law pretend to serve justice while secretly serving power of the fallen, and witnessed parents teaching their children the ways of necromancy and death. Through it all, Enoch wrote it down, recording the sins of a world lost to its own pride. In that hour, Ninurta, known in later epochs as Michael, the right-hand angel and iron scourge of the fallen, returned from the far side of the ancient Americas and yellow lands of Asia, where he had cultivated a new people from the line of Cain. Upon his return to the Black Lands, he carried the weight of final judgment for 200 fallen sons of heaven, bringing the law of Yahweh. He met the Watchers in the air they had claimed as their stage and challenged them over Enlil. When they rose over cities to display themselves as gods, he answered them with decree. The battles became a dreadful ritual repeated across the world's horizon, a fallen watcher attempting to prove divinity, an angel answering with judgment, the heavens flashing like hammered metal under a forge, while below Enoch remained what he had been sent to be. No conqueror, no executioner, but the witness who kept the record steady as the age tried to silence him and the storm of consequence finally gathered overhead. So, later ages would remember the night false gods met the edge of law. Azazel, who had spread the secrets of forging blades and bending beauty into a weapon, received the harshest personal judgment. He would be bound hand and foot, cast into a desolate chasm in the wilderness of Dudael, covered with stones and darkness until the final day of judgment, when he would pass from pit into fire. His teachings had poisoned the earth's ways. The weight of that corruption would rest on his name. Ishkur, a son of Enlil, also known as Gabriel, was sent against the hybrid offspring, the Nephilim, and the violent lines that followed the fallen angels. Their end would not come through age, rather through strife, as they turned their strength against each other until their numbers failed. The hope of long royal dynasties among them would collapse in a single generation. Ninurta charged Semjaza and the rest of the Watchers who had broken their oath. They would live long enough to see their eldest sons die violently and their households shattered. Then they themselves would be bound in the depths of the earth for 70 generations, held for the final, unending judgment in the end days. There would be no open door, no return to the heights. The corruption they had brought upon humankind would be scrubbed away, so righteousness could take root again. Families at peace, long lives without terror, fields heavy with grain, vines and olive trees pouring out abundance, and the earth cleansed of the filth of oppression and godlessness. Enoch, during this time of upheaval of the fallen leaders, began to have visions from his abode. In his earliest visions, Enoch received visions of the realm who judged them. In one vision, the clouds carried him. Mist wrapped him. Stars and lightning drove him onward, and winds drew him into heaven. He approached a towering crystal wall ringed with fire tongues, stepped through fear into a crystal house with crystal floor and foundations. Its roof, like a storm-bright sky, filled with lightning and fiery cherubim. Fire surrounded it, and its doors burned. Inside, heat like flame and cold like ice stood side by side. Dread filled the space. He saw a second house greater than the first, with an open flaming gate, a floor like a flowing river of fire, and a blazing vault above. At its center rose a throne like translucent crystal, wheels shining like the sun, surrounded by cherubim and streams of living fire. Upon that throne sat the great glory, robed brighter than the sun and whiter than snow. Even angels could not behold his face directly. Thousands upon thousands stood before him, and he required no counselor. The holiest attendant remained at his side without rest. Enoch lay trembling until a holy one lifted him and brought him closer. It was the angel Uriel, his godly cousin, grandson of Enlil. He welcomed his brother to heaven, where he would reside forever immortal. And Than, the great cosmic voice, spoke to him, saying, "Enoch, son of earth, you are blessed for confronting the sons of heaven." Some had been created as spiritual beings in the chambers of the undying, without need for marriage or childbearing. Marriage had been given to humans alone, so the earth would be filled in its proper order. By crossing that boundary, the Watchers had twisted this order at its root. From this crossing, another legacy emerged. The giants, born from spirit and flesh, would die in body, and from their remains a different kind of presence would proceed. These spirits, born from both heaven and earth, settled fully in neither, would remain on the earth as restless forces, evil spirits. They would afflict, oppress, stir war, and foster destruction. Endlessly hungry and never satisfied, they would trouble humans and animals alike until the final judgment closed their age. Heavenly spirits would remain in heaven, earthly spirits in earth's realm, while these confused offspring of both would wander as a torment between. From there, Enoch was taken to those who blazed like fire, yet could appear as men. He came to a vast mountain reaching heaven. He saw where the stars and lights are kept, and the deepest depths where thunder, lightning, fiery weapons, arrows, and a flaming sword are stored. He came to living waters and to the blazing western fire where the sun sets. He saw a river of fire flowing like water into the great western sea. He saw the great rivers of the world, journeyed into darkness where no creature can walk, saw winter-shadowed mountains and the source of the deep, the mouths of all rivers, and the entrance to the vast depths. He saw storerooms of the winds and how they arrange creation and set the earth's foundation. He saw the cornerstone of the earth and the four winds that uphold earth and sky, how the winds spread the heavens, stand between heaven and earth like pillars, turn the sun, guide the stars, carry the clouds, and form the paths of angels. At earth's edge, he saw the sky above. He reached a place burning day and night with 7 magnificent mountains, 3 in the east and 3 in the south. The eastern were of colorful stone, pearl, and jacinth, the southern of red stone. The central mountain rose to heaven like God's throne, of alabaster with a sapphire summit. Flames burned before it. Beyond lay earth's end and the place where the heavens are complete. He saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire beyond measure. And then, beyond the abyss, Enoch saw a place with no sky above and no solid ground below, empty and desolate. He saw 7 stars burning like mountains and asked about them. The angel said, "This is the end of heaven and earth, the prison of the stars and heavenly beings. These rolling stars are those who disobeyed the Lord's command and did not rise when appointed. They are bound here until their guilt is judged for 10,000 years." Uriel said, "Here stand the angels who defiled themselves with women. Their spirits roam into the realms of men, leading mankind astray to worship them as gods. Here they remain until the great judgment when they are destroyed. The women they led astray become sirens, calling men to doom. Enoch alone saw this end. No other man will see it." He continued with the holy angels who showed him the universe's mysteries. He met the celestial guardians over humanity. He named the holy angels Uriel over the world, and Tartarus, Raphael over the spirits of men, Raguel, who takes vengeance on the luminaries' world, Michael over the best part of humanity and over chaos, Sarachael over spirits who sin in spirit, Gabriel over paradise, serpents, and cherubim, Remiel over those who rise from the dead. He came to a place of chaos, no heaven above, no founded earth below, only horror. There he saw 7 stars bound together, burning like fiery mountains. He asked their sin and why they were cast there. Uriel, chief over them, said, "Behold, these stars transgressed the Lord's command. They are bound until the 10,000 years of their sin are fulfilled." He was taken to another, even more dreadful place, a vast fire cleaving to the abyss, full of immense columns of flame beyond understanding. Enoch said, "How terrifying this is." Uriel responded, "This is the prison of the fallen, where they will be held forever." Uriel showed him a great western mountain of solid rock with 4 hollow, deep, wide, very smooth places, dark and fearful. Raphael explained, "These hollows are for the spirits of the dead, so all human souls may gather here until their judgment at the appointed time." Enoch saw the spirits of the dead crying for justice. He asked, "Whose spirit cries so desperately?" Raphael said, "Abel's, whom Cain murdered." Enoch asked about the divisions. Raphael said, "Behold, 3 divisions separate righteous from sinners. One has a bright spring for the righteous. Another holds sinners who died without facing judgment in life. Here they suffer until judgment and then face punishment and torment, bound forever without peace. Another is for those crying for vengeance, cut down by the wicked. Another is for men who were wholly corrupt. They remain together in torment until destroyed on Judgment Day and never rise again." Enoch blessed the Lord of glory, the Lord of righteousness who rules forever. He went west of earth's ends and saw an unending fire that never rests, day or night. He asked, "What is this?" Raphael answered, "This is the western fire that pursues all the celestial lights." He went on and saw fiery mountains burning day and night. Beyond them he saw 7 grand mountains, 3 in the east, one above another, 3 in the south likewise with rugged ravines, and a 7th in the midst like a throne, surrounded by aromatic trees. Among them was a unique tree with unmatched fragrance. Its leaves, blooms, and wood never wither. Its fruit is like palm dates. Enoch admired its beauty and scent. Michael, chief of the holy angels, said, "Why do you seek its truth?" Enoch said he wished to understand, especially this tree. Michael said, "The towering mountain like God's throne is indeed his throne. The Holy Great One, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will descend to earth to visit in kindness. Until the great judgment, no mortal may touch this tree. Then it will be given to the righteous and holy. Its fruit will feed the chosen. The tree will be transplanted to the Lord's eternal temple. They will rejoice, enter the holy place, be filled with its fragrance, and live long without sorrow, disease, torment, or disaster, like their ancestors." Enoch praised the God of glory, the eternal King, who prepared and promised these blessings. He came to earth's heart and found a blessed place of ever-blooming trees and a sacred mountain with a stream flowing east then south. To the east he saw another taller mountain separated by a deep, narrow ravine with a stream beneath. To the west was a lower mountain separated by a deep, dry ravine with another similar ravine at the ends of the three mountains. All the ravines were narrow, deep, cut from solid rock and treeless. Enoch marveled.
My lord, what is the purpose of this blessed land with trees and this cursed valley between?
Uriel said,
This cursed valley is for the eternally condemned, those who spoke blasphemies against the Lord and his glory. Here the accursed face judgment. In the end times the righteous will see this judgment. The merciful will bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King, and on that day will praise his mercy that determined their fate.
Enoch, accompanied by the angel Uriel, known also as Utu, grandson of Enlil, traveled far to the east, guided by a path that stretched through unknown lands. As they moved forward, they came upon a desert where the air was thick with the sweet aromas of frankincense and myrrh rising from trees that resembled almond blossoms. The scents filled the air, marking the first stop on a journey that would take Enoch into realms beyond his imagination. As they pressed on, they reached a valley of water where trees stood with fragrant mastic, their smell filling the air like the richest perfume. Along the valley, Enoch saw cinnamon trees, and farther east still, he found mountains where groves of Serrara and Galvanum trees grew, their nectar sweetening the very air they breathed. As he moved forward, he passed the angel Zotiel, whose presence was a silent marker of his passage, and then, at the farthest edge of the earth, Enoch reached the Garden of Righteousness, a place of unimaginable beauty. Within the garden, Enoch saw the Tree of Wisdom, a towering presence as tall as a fir with leaves like carob and fruit like clusters of grapes. Its fragrance reached out, sweeping over the entire garden. Uriel, his guide, spoke softly. This is the Tree of Wisdom. Your forefather and mother ate from it long ago and gained knowledge. Their eyes were opened and they were expelled from the garden. Enoch marveled at the tree, its allure overwhelming. He knew that this place, this tree, held the answers to questions unspoken, a reminder of the ancient wisdom that had shaped the very foundation of human existence. His journey continued, taking him beyond the garden to the farthest edges of the earth. There he saw majestic beasts and birds, each one unique in form, beauty, and song. But it was to the east, where the heavens met the earth, that Enoch saw the true marvels, the portals of heaven opening wide. From these portals, stars emerged, and Uriel showed Enoch how to count each one, naming them and recording their paths, positions, and the times they rose and set. The stars, each with its own purpose, followed a divine order that Enoch could scarcely comprehend. As he traveled farther, Enoch reached the northern edge of the earth, where he saw 3 sky portals releasing winds, cold winds, hail, frost, snow, and rain. One portal brought gentle winds, while the others carried harsh storms that would sweep across the land, causing suffering. Each time Enoch witnessed these wonders, he praised the Lord of Glory for the magnificent works he had created. His journey was not just a physical one, but a spiritual awakening. The portals, the winds, the stars, they all spoke of a divine plan, one that Enoch was only beginning to understand. Enoch then journeyed to the farthest reaches of heaven, where he saw a vision of the future. He spoke of the elect, the righteous ones who would endure when the wicked were removed from the earth. He prophesied that the Lord of Spirits would come, his power shaking the earth, making mountains tremble and hills flatten. The earth itself would split apart, and all on it would perish, but the righteous would be protected, shown mercy, and given peace. He marveled at the order of the heavens, how the stars kept their paths, how the sun and moon followed their courses without fail. Yet the people on earth had not kept their commandments, and they would face judgment for their pride and disobedience. The unrighteous would be cursed, their names remembered only in shame, while the righteous would rejoice, living in peace and salvation. Enoch then saw a vision of the elect one, a figure who would come to judge the world. He would bring justice, punishing the wicked and rewarding the righteous. The kings and mighty rulers of the earth, once exalted in power, would fall before him, their thrones overturned as they were cast into darkness. As Enoch looked upon these visions, he knew that this message was not for his time, but for a future generation. A time would come when the righteous would be gathered and the wicked would face their judgment. In that day, the Son of Man, the elect one, would be revealed, and his reign would be one of righteousness and peace. The earth would be transformed, and the righteous would dwell in it forever. Enoch, having witnessed these extraordinary revelations, praised the Lord of Spirits, who had shown him the mysteries of the heavens and the earth. He knew that his journey had only just begun, for the mysteries of the universe were vast and endless, and he had been chosen to bear witness to them. And so, Enoch traveled on, his heart filled with awe and reverence for the divine order that governed the world. As he continued his journey, he carried with him the knowledge of what was to come, a message for the elect and the righteous, who would one day inherit the earth. In those days by Ednat, Methuselah fathered Lamech, whose name spoke of strength. The land grew tired. Seed sulked in soil. Waters came at odd hours or not at all. People bent from sunrise to dusk. Their voices rose like smoke in the dark. To steady the order, the Anunnaki named Lamech workmaster. He would keep quotas. He would tighten rations. He would stand between decree and hunger. The post lifted him and singed him at once. Lamech took Batanash as wife, a kinswoman of rare beauty, a calm that lay upon rooms like shade. Enki, the water god, beheld her from the heavens. He sent word to his son, "Summon Lamech to your domain," Enki said to Marduk. "Teach him how to make a city with earthling hands." "What of his wife?" Marduk asked. "Send her to Shurubak," Enki replied. "Let Ninharsag shelter her. The streets are febrile." Batanash entered the haven city with guards wary of the crowd. Ninharsag met her at the gate, physician and queen in one gaze. Evening laid soft gold on the roofs. Batanash bathed where the breeze found her. Enki the water god took the form of her husband, Lamech, and drew near. He kissed her. Soon her belly swelled. Within 9 months' time, a runner found Lamech at the works. "Come," he said, "a son has come to your house." Lamech returned in haste. Batanash placed the child in his arms. The infant's skin was bright, and his eyes were blue as the sky. His hair flashed like clean wool. When his eyes opened, light stood upon the rafters. Lamech took a step back.
"I have begotten a child that is not like other sons," he said. "Father must see him."
Methuselah peered into the bright gaze and found it familiar and strange.
"Is he of the Watchers?"
he asked, tracing possible lines on the ground rather than accusing. Methuselah laid a hand on Lamech's shoulder and one on the child's brow.
"He is a sign,"
he said.
"He will carry a work that is not small. Call him Respite, that your mouth rehearses what your future must learn."
Batanash kept a name of her own close to the heart. She called him Ziusudra. he of long bright days, and from that day forth that was he would be known as. Methuselah went searching for his father Enoch at the world's end where he dwelt. He called out, and Enoch came.
Father, the house is uneasy. My son Lamech has bore a child that is unlike other children. His skin white as snow and his eyes blue as the sky. Is he of the cursed ones, of the watchers?
Do not frighten. The boy is marked, my son, not cursed. The High One has set for him to be a sign.
A sign? Why would the Lord God set such a mark upon him?
The Lord God has set upon him for what is soon to break upon the earth. The Most High has appointed him as a witness in the hour of trembling.
What of my son Lamech? What should I tell him to do?
The marked one will remain standing when many will fall. Tell Lamech to protect him and teach him righteously.
When Enoch was taken into the high places, many seasons passed upon the earth. In those days, his grandson, the young Ziusudra, whom later ages would name Noah, was brought before Princess Ninharsag of Nibiru and set within the precincts of Shurubak to be raised. She gave him gentleness, yet did not spare him from the shaping of discipline. I will keep watch over him, Ninharsag said to Batanash. He shall learn the binding of wounds and the reading of the sky. Enki also set his favor upon the boy. He unrolled the tablets of Adapa and traced the ancient signs with his nail. Learn the rites and the setting down of words, he said to Ziusudra. Learn the measures of things, learn the courses of the stars, learn the tongue of seasons and of soil, know how to set a threshold and how to pass beyond it. And the boy learned. He told the hour by the length of shadows and by the rising of the wandering lights. He counted grain and people, the breaths of laboring women and the turning of years. He wrote down vows and debts, dreams and warnings. He steadied the hands of Ninharsag as she closed torn flesh, and he brought calm to those newly delivered into the world. By night, he dreamed of numbers as flowing streams, and of gateways as doors that opened only to the proper winds. He dreamed of beasts gathered in twos and in sevens, waiting in ordered stillness. Often, he woke with a taste of salt upon his tongue, and he did not know its cause. From the far ends of the world came tidings of unease. Birds built their nests low to the ground. Fish turned back in the currents and would not go forward. The earth gave voice at night, like a great beast shifting in its sleep. The watchers and their children were now gods and goddesses amongst the people, and all of them wanted the worship and affections of mortals. They murmured from their high stations. In Shurubak, the air would sometimes grow sweet without cause. One evening, the reeds around Ziusudra's hut shook without wind. A voice addressed not the boy, but the wall itself. Ziusudra, listen to my voice. Awake, the voice said. Hear my words. A great storm will strike. Humanity will be swept. This decision stands in the councils. Ziusudra held his breath. The voice went on, patient and exact. Leave your place, build a boat, give up your goods, and save your life. The wall stilled. The reeds resumed their ordinary argument with the water. Ziusudra exhaled. He did not speak of it at once. He went to the precinct and found Ningishida. If a vessel must endure more than river water, Ziusudra said carefully, how should its ribs be spaced? Closer than comfort, farther than fear, Ningishzida said. A hull is a compromise that refuses to be broken. And if the water seeks to climb inside, Ziusudra asked, then the seams must learn to say no, Ningishzida answered and set a wedge with his palm. Day by day, Ziusudra learned the grammar of pitch and plank, the difference between a house that keeps out wind and a house that keeps out ocean. He said little and drew much. Lamech watched his son with a quiet unfamiliar to him. Methuselah walked the bank with a staff and counted clouds that were not there. Batanash sang old measures under her breath and trimmed cloth for sleeping mats, though she could not name who would sleep on them. In the west, the sons of Enki, Marduk measured foundations in a city he would claim. In the north, Nagal measured mines by the lives they ate. In the highlands, Michael, Ninurta, measured obedience by the tasks it accepted without flinching. In the hidden halls above men, Enoch measured time by mercy and wrote. Sometimes at a doorway, Ziusudra felt a fragrance cross his threshold from no direction at all. It was the promised scent from the throne mountain grove, the one no mortal may touch yet. He would stand very still until it passed. Then he would go on with his work. Enoch's first journey had shown the throne-like height, the forbidden fruit, the ravine appointed for blasphemy, the lawful gates of the winds, the garden where wisdom waits for humility. His vision warned of a descent of the Holy Great One, of mountains made low, of judgment that burns and peace that abides. His writing hinged all of it to days that must not claim surprise. Those days drew near. Trumpets that were not metal and alarms that were not bells were already learning the shape of their sound. And sometimes, when Shurubak slept and the reeds stopped talking and even the river watched itself, Ziusudra would dream the boat finished, steady on a plain that reflected the sky, and he would wake with a calm that felt borrowed from a future that had already forgiven him. The elders kept the tablets under cloth. The cloth stayed dry even when the air did not. Enoch sat among star fields that did not tire and transcribed fresh decrees in a court where words weighed what they said. They named him Witness. They called him Metatron. He served as bridge, his memory braided with men and with those who instruct men, his lineage a road for messages that must make it through storms. Shurubak's mornings became careful. The city learned to pack, to tie, to gather twice. Lamech's hand, practiced at quota and ration, began to practice letting go. Methuselah smiled in a way that made young men uneasy and old men brave. Batanash folded blankets by the 100 and did not count them as loss. The fragrance from the far grove came more often. It was not for them yet. It visited anyway. It said without words that the eternal keeps track. It said that judgment and mercy are not rivals. It said that after long days of water and longer nights of waiting, there is a place where the fruit does not fail and the years do not bite, and the righteous breathe with no weight on their chests. And in the east, over the seventh mountain that looks like a throne, light arranged itself with more intention each dawn, as if rehearsing the day when a foot will rest there and the world will finally learn how to stand. In the 110th Shah, Ziusudra, called Noah by others, took Emzara as wife, and in due course they had 3 sons. He kept his household in order, tilled his plots, set aside seed, and offered thanks at the proper moon.
Father, the task you set before me will soon be complete. place where she captured souls of all the boys and men. She wore a gown of lapis and yellow roses. It was so tra-la-la and so la-di-da. They would cry for her and die for her in doom, a giving of her to them sweet till the serpent turned cruel. Tra-la-la, la-di-da, la-di-da. Tra-la-la, la-di-da.
And so, as the house of Noah grew, the earth declined. Winters bit colder, rains failed, barley heads stunted and bowed. Lambs were few. Plagues moved through the settlements and left cook fires cold. The great ones gathered in council. Ninhursag spoke first, hands steady over a clay tablet. Teach healing, clean water, boiling stones, herbs to break fever, let suffering ease. Enlil's gaze did not soften. Forbid it. The noise of mankind grows. Restraint is needed. Enki studied the wax map of canals. Then canals, ponds and channels. Weirs for fish when grain fails. Famine will relent. This also I forbid. Enlil said, discipline returns through scarcity. Ziusudra heard only fragments of such decrees, yet hunger made him bold. He walked the reed-lined track to Eridu and stood outside Enki's house. Lord, he called, voice rough from dust, hear me, my city starves, my people are sick, guide me. Behind a woven screen, Enki sat in silence. He looked at the courtyard where water dripped from a lion-headed spout, then back to the decree sealed with Enlil's mark. I am bound by decree, he said at last. I will not speak further. The words weighed like a closed gate. The Anunnaki felt the tightening too. Rations shrank. Seasons shifted on Earth and on Lahmu. On Nibiru, savants watched the heavens and read what men could not. Sunspots multiply, one reported, tapping dark blots on a polished disc. Flares surge. Keisha's path wobbles, another traced a trembling arc. The belt of stones is tugged. From the white south, Ereshkigal's courier brought a strip of hammered gold with cut runes. The ice groans. Sheets slip. From the western haven, Ninurta sent measures stamped with his seal. Deep quakes rise from below. He wrote, Something is afoot. They assembled their warnings before the throne. On the next near pass, they concluded, Nibiru's pull will unseat the polar ice. The seas will rise. A deluge will sweep the lands. Mines were shuttered. Smelters cooled. Fast craft lifted from outposts and streaked for Earth, not to conquer, but to carry away those who would not test the waters. A skyboat cut the clouds and came down on the field at Nippur. A white-haired envoy stepped out, garments plain, bearing a sealed tablet. I am Galzu, he said, placing the tablet in Enlil's hands. Emissary with full powers. Enlil turned the seal under the light. Anu's mark is true, he said. He read without moving his lips, then sent for Enki and Ninharsag. Galzu greeted Ninharsag with a small smile that did not reach his eyes. We are of one school and age, he said. You look like a son, she answered. I feel your elder. Winter slumber cycles, Galzu said. Our years run different. Aside from that, hear the command. The three of you remain on Earth. Circle in skycraft and outwait the calamity. Others may depart or stay. No earthling goes to Nibiru. Not Sarpanit. Not any. Enlil ordered a full council. Leaders, sons, commanders took places by rank. Oil lamps guttered in a draft. The mission nears its end, Enlil said. Those who wish may return to Nibiru in the first departures. Those with earthling spouses must leave them behind or remain. I will stay, he added. In the skies I will witness the event. I remain with my father, said Ninurta. After the waters, I will cross the seas and return. Nana lifted his head. I will outwait the flood on the moon, he said. Granted, Enlil replied. I stay, Ishkur declared. Utu and Inanna, born under Earth's sun, answered the same. I remain, Enki said. Damkina inclined her head beside him. We do not abandon Earth. I will not leave Sarpanit or the Igigi, Marduk said. I stay. Nagol, Gibil, Ninagol, Ningishida, and Dumuzi spoke their choices. All eyes turned to Ninharsag. My work is here, she said. I stay. I do not abandon those I helped shape. A murmur moved like wind across tall grass. Someone asked what soured every mouth. What of the earthlings' fate? Let them perish for their abominations, Enlil said. His voice was even. We made a wondrous being, Enki replied, sharp now. We must preserve it. Enlil faced him. From the first, you bent rules. You gave workers power to procreate. You taught them knowledge of good and evil. You fathered Adapa and raised his line. You shared our wisdom. Now lordship is confusion. Enough. He lifted his hand. The calamity is written by the heavens. Let it come. Let no one warn mankind. Swear it. Ninurta stepped forward first and swore. Enlil's adherents followed in order. Nergal, though of Enki's house, gave assent. Ninharsag's lips trembled as she whispered the words, fingers pressed white against her palm. Marduk spoke low. When the Igigi leave their wives, panic will spread. What then? The king and council require it, Enlil said, eyes on Enki. Bind yourself. To what effect? Enki answered. I cannot stop the waters. I cannot save multitudes. Bind me to this. Let all say the choice is yours. Let the burden rest on you. He turned and left with Marduk. Enlil issued orders as if striking iron. He split those who would leave from those who would stay. He assigned craft, crews, staging grounds. Departures from Sipar began at dawn. The sky roared until speech was useless. Those left on the ground watched in a silence that hardened into resolve. Marduk gathered the Igigi with human spouses at the landing field. Sarpanit stood beside him, veil thrown back, eyes steady. 2 paths, he told them. Come with us to Lamu and wait the flood there, or scatter to high mountains on earth. Find havens above the waters. Choose cleanly. While others held in upper air, Enki and Ninhursag moved with the speed of those who will not waste an hour. In Shurubak, I will assemble the women, Ninhursag told her aides. We preserve over, healthy, marked, paired. In the Abzu, I ready the house of life, Enki told Ningishzida. We preserve seed, sort, label, store. They collected essences and life eggs 2 by 2 of each kind, trusting caution more than chance. Seal them for sky carriage, Enki said. We will recombine after the circuit is done. Ziusudra worked as any sober man must. He braced his walls with timber, dug a cistern to catch what rain might still fall, kept his sons at the threshing floor until dark. At night, he looked toward Eridu and remembered the reed screen and a decree that shut his mouth. Reports tightened like a noose around the day. Quakes increase. Ninurta signaled from his craft. The ice loses grip, Ereshkigal said from the south. A continent slides. Ziusudra stood in his doorway and felt a breath off the river colder than the hour called for. Emzara drew her shawl close and watched the stars blur where they should have held fast. Emzara bartered linens for iron and smiled at women who guessed but did not speak. Ninhursag sent a sealed packet with a midwife. For Emzara, the midwife said. Inside lay dried herbs for calm, a needle of bone, a small jar of salve, and a line in Ninhursag's hand. When the time comes, breathe steadily. I will be with you on the wind. Enki walked Eridu's colonnades as if at ease. At night, he sent Ningal and Ninagal with lists of fittings no one else would have thought to include. Stow poles the length of a man and a half, Ninagal told Ziusudra. When waters push from the side, brace the ribs. He showed the use of an oar, not to thrust forward, but to keep the nose into the worst of it. If you cannot outrun it, face it. A bow that does not stare its trouble will be caught sideways and turned into a question it cannot answer. Who steers? Ziusudra asked. I do, Ninagal said simply. The sons learned to lash. Emzara counted jars and bound skins for water. Neighbors mocked the rising ribs. The river is not a sea, one said. Your granary will be a joke when the sky clears. Ziusudra kept his hands moving and did not answer. In the house of life the collection grew. Clay jars were marked and sealed. Reed caskets were bound with waxed cord. Ningishzida sketched arrays on wet boards, then erased them and sketched again until the balance pleased him. 2 by 2 for endurance, he murmured. 7 by 7 for offering and restart. Messages from the heights came closer together. The white land calves, whole shelves, Ereshkigal sent. The sea lifts to meet them. Ninurta, faults unlock like old doors. Utu from the sky disk, tides strike before wind agitates them. The moon speaks in Pul alone. In Nippur, Galzu read the sky with eyes that did not tire. He wrote a single line to Enki and sent it without seal. Remember the law above law. At twilight, Enlil stood upon a terrace and watched the last of the outbound craft slide into a slot of light and be gone. He did not move for a long time. When he spoke, there was no one to hear him. "Let it be written," he said to the empty air, and turned away. The day came like any day and was not like any day. Wind arrived early and did not leave. The river thickened with a mood. Birds nested low and then lower and then nowhere. Dogs paced without lying down. In fields beyond the city, cattle turned their heads together to face a horizon that held nothing visible. Ziusudra and Emzara stood before the boat. Its sides were black with pitch, its seams neat, its interior smelling of cedar and resolve. "Is there time?" Emzara asked. "There is work," Ziusudra said. "Time is not ours." Ninagal brought a sky compass and a chest of tools bound in leather. He rolled his shoulders the way a man does who has flown often and slept seldom. "We cast off with the first wave," he said. "Not the largest. The first. If we wait for greatness, we lose the lane." "Lane?" one son asked. "Waters take roads you cannot see," Ninagal said. "We will learn them as we go. Do not argue against the current that owns the day." They loaded. Jars groaned into their places. Reed caskets slipped into racks. Tethers were checked and checked again. Emzara tucked the bone needle and Ninharsag's line into a cloth bundle. Ziusudra slid Enoch's tablets, wrapped in oiled hide, into a cedar coffer and bound it beneath the main bench. The first rain came warm and sudden, then cold and slant. It stopped and returned harder. The river lifted and then remembered something older and lifted again. Men shouted and could not hear themselves. Women cried to children and mouthed instructions that made no sound. The sky lowered as if kneeling. "Now," Ninagal said. They cut the last ties. The boat heaved like a waking animal. A sideways thrust tried to turn the nose. Ninagal set the oar and spoke to the hull as if to a stubborn friend. "Face it," the bow corrected. A wall of water broke and slid. The deck shuddered. Pegs held. Ribs complained and obeyed. Behind them, mud houses dissolved into their ingredients. Date palms leaned and then preferred the horizontal. Night arrived early and stayed longer than night. The rain became a thing with weight. The sound was not one sound, but many, married into one will. When a crosswind shoved, Ninagal answered with stance and lever. When currents wrestled under the hull, Ziusudra braced the ribs with the 1.5 poles, feeling the push in his teeth. On the third day, the boat lifted in a way that did not belong to the river anymore. It rose as if the world itself had exhaled and forgotten to inhale. "Hold," Ninagal said softly, not to the crew, but to the shape of the day. The bow climbed a slope of water and paused at a ridge that had never existed. On the far side was falling. They fell without losing themselves. The hull groaned like an old door made faithful by force. Emzara kept count of hours with knots in a cord and then stopped tying, for the cord turned slick and the hours turned into something else. She fed what would eat. She spoke to what would not. She wrapped her shawl around jars that shivered. Though clay has no nerves, Ninharsag's line, folded into the cloth, warmed her palm. Above the noise, sometimes, a fragrance crossed the deck that had no business on water. It was the clean sweetness of a tree no mortal might touch yet. It came from no direction. It visited. It left. Far overhead, Enlil's craft circled. He marked the sweep and crash with the precision of a king who refuses blur. Ninurta took soundings of mountains that were not mountains now. Utu kept the lights of the sky in lawful order, such order as could be kept. Nana watched from the moon and said nothing to anyone. In the House of Life, sealed chambers held their cargo intact. In caves above the deluge line, other caches waited with the patience of stone. On Lamu, Marduk counted those who had arrived and those who had not, and did not speak his count aloud. Sarpanit stood at a window and kept tears behind her eyes where they could make her vision clearer, not duller. 40 days or 40 measures, Ziusudra could not say. Water argued with gravity and won every argument. Then the rain's voice thinned. The wind stored some of itself away. The world's surface learned again how to reflect light instead of breaking it. Ninagal said, "We will feel the bottom before we see it." And he was right. A tremor traveled through the planks that was not fear. He set the oar. The bow kissed something that did not yield and rested. They did not rush the door. They listened, they smelled, they waited for the hull to cool a little as if a fever had gone down. When Ziusudra unbarred the hatch, he did not push it wide. He let a blade of air enter and see for them. It saw light without water in it. It smelled of silt and stone and something green imagining itself. They stepped out on a slope of rock, scrubbed to honesty. Around them lay a world without its ornaments. To the east, a chain of peaks showed their backs. One, broad-shouldered and calm, seemed to have expected them. Ninagal touched the rock with his palm and nodded as a pilot nods to a landing he respects. "Mount of Salvation," he said, and the word Ararat passed among them and took root. Ziusudra built an altar from stone that had always been stone, not from the boat's timber. He offered thanks in simple words. He did not bargain, he did not justify. He recited the name until his breath matched it. Emzara stood at his side and let her shawl dry on her shoulders like a small, personal rainbow. In the high blue, Enlil's craft slowed. He watched the man and the woman and the boat that had behaved as a house should when a house must learn to float. He thought of the oath and of the command and of the thing above both. He thought of Galzu's plain cloak and unchanging face. He said one word that no one heard and then said nothing. Ninhasa came down in the days after and walked through the remains of cities and the new silence of plains. Where the boat had grounded, she taught small things first. How to boil water in a clay jar without cracking it. How to grind grain with patience. How to rest when the sun stands like a spear. She opened sealed jars from the House of Life and began her restorations with a steadiness that did not ask praise. Enki arrived at twilight and sat on a stone that had been underwater long enough to forget heat. He looked at Ziusudra and Emzara and their sons. He did not explain. He did not apologize. "Remember what you learned before the waters," he said. The measures, the season's speech, the way a threshold holds. "What of the others?" Ziusudra asked. "Scattered and gathered," Enki answered. "Some on mountains, some in sky, some on Lamu, some in memory." He looked toward the west where beacon peaks once spoke to stars. "We will build, we will fail, we will build again." Enlil stood in Nippur, where mission control had measured days since the first counting. He set a sign in the sky, not his alone, but given through him, a covenant that would look like light, remembering water without fear. Those who saw it named its colors. Those who understood it named its shape, an arc that joins what is not joined by force. Ziusudra carved on stone what had been carved on tablets, what Enoch had written when words were plentiful and time was cheap. He recorded the counsel, the oath, the mercy that found a reed wall and spoke to wood. He taught his sons to copy without invention. He told them, "Say I was warned, and also say no one was warned. Say the wall heard. Say the Lord of the deep kept his oath and also kept a man." In years that followed, caravans traced new paths where the flood had smoothed the land. Children learned to plant where silt had made black gardens. Songs returned in different keys. In nights when wind lifted dust, the fragrance of a forbidden tree still visited, and old men paused mid-story to breathe it and smile. Among the Anunnaki, records were set in clean columns. Who left, who stayed, who bent, who stood. Galzu's name sat on a single line that would not blur. He came when needed and did not age, and when asked from which house he hailed, he answered with a riddle only a covenant could solve. If you enjoyed this episode, we invite you to subscribe and join our channel where we delve deeper into cosmic mysteries and esoteric legends. May the eternal light forever illuminate your path. See you on the next episode. Did you know there's life and even extraterrestrial outposts on Venus across multiple dimensions? From the outside, the world we call Nara still matches the old diagrams. Dense yellow clouds, crushing heat, and a choking veil of carbon dioxide and sulfuric acid. Like a bright warning sphere hanging in space for anyone watching from afar. But inside, hidden within the shell, rises a capital city where everything reverses. The surface gives way to a controlled interior, a quiet engineered world tucked beneath the storm. The shell stretches continuously into an artificial world worked into the crust itself. Vast caverns nested within caverns, linked by glass corridors and multi-layered biodomes. Together, they create a living world beneath the rock, not a handful of scattered domes, but one connected habitat, interwoven like a single continent of light and life. Greetings, I am Dralov the Arcturian, and today on Astral Legends, we'll be venturing to the elder planet Venus, also called Nara. The density of the planet Venus has been elevated to the 4th density in order to be protected from draconian influence, and nothing will be found there in the 3rd dimension. There are 2 different planets of existence on Nara. Firstly, it is a scientific outpost for the Galactic Federation of Worlds in biodomes and underground facilities, from which we are studying and monitoring your sun. And secondly, it is also a habitat for 4th to 6th density occupants such as the peaceful Arcturians known as Ohorai, and a small extra-dimensional collective cell of 12 high-density races named Koldasi. Each biodome on Nara carries its artificial own sun, suspended high above the central valleys and powered by antimatter reactors. The light shines bright and faintly blue-white, gentler than Earth's noonday glare, and astonishingly pure. No haze, no pollution, only steady, engineered daylight tuned for health, growth, and clarity of mind. Inside Nara, the land has green valleys framed by blue-toned mountain ranges, rivers winding past terraces of cultivated land, and cities of low domes, colonnades, and modest towers. The architecture stays close to the ground. Nothing stabs upward like Earth skyscrapers. The entire environment feels horizontal, balanced and time-tested. The kind of design a very old civilization settles into after learning which forms truly serve life over many ages. Around the residence of Commander Arik Valor rises the main city, a calm fusion of elegance and advanced engineering. White and gold marble halls made from sophisticated composites resemble stone, yet respond to energy and temperature. Transparent dome ceilings bathe plazas and corridors in softened, indirect light. Open courtyards and long colonnades look over the valley floor, where gardens and flowing water create a constant sense of peace. Anti-gravity, transit lines and floating vehicles slide silently through glass tunnels, then out into open air over the city, gliding between terraces and platforms with effortless precision. Movement feels graceful and quiet, with technology woven into the scenery rather than flaunted on top of it. Nara's gravity sits slightly lower than Earth's, and Earth visitors often experience mild dizziness and a subtle sensation of floating inside their own bodies, as if their weight no longer matches their expectations. To help newcomers adapt, Arik offers an iridescent drink that tunes the body to Nara's field. The formula works at once on biochemical and energetic layers, aligning blood chemistry, nervous system, and auric structure with the planet's managed environment. Gravity, atmosphere, and pranic charge are engineered together, and maintained with precise control so that nothing in the biodomes feels accidental or unstable. The great domes engraved with ancient symbols such as the Ankh serve several purposes at once. They act as energy generators, drawing in and directing Frill, the universal life force, through crystalline conduits built into the rock itself. They function as spiritual academies where residents learn to attune with Source and understand cosmic law in practical ways. They also operate as frequency stabilizers, anchoring the biodome's overall field so emotional turbulence never easily spirals into chaos. There are no religious institutions in the Terran sense. Spirituality flows quietly through daily life as a continual alignment with the Creator Source, assumed, lived, and seldom argued over. No original Venusian species survived the planet's ancient upheavals, so Nara stands as a colonial outpost world. It houses Tal of the Man lineage, Arik Velor's people, as well as Ashkarai settlers from Sirius B, and additional Federation-aligned colonies that use Nara as a hub. Together, these groups call themselves Nari, since this world has become their true home. Life here is fully settled. Families share homes under domes filled with soft light and oxygen-rich air. Children run barefoot across white floors and garden paths. Elders teach in temple schools and council halls. Nara feels like a living civilization with schools, arts, festivals, and kinship networks rather than a sterile installation devoted only to patrols and strategy. The world serves many roles at once: a strategic observation post facing Earth, a major outpost for the Council of Five, and a logistical node for Galactic Federation of Worlds operations throughout the inner system. Venus's natural hostility provides perfect camouflage. From a 3D scientific perspective, no one expects a sanctuary beneath a world that appears hellish from orbit. So hostile readings act as a shield for the secret beneath the clouds. Nara works quietly at full capacity. Arik Velor serves as a senior Tal officer stationed on Venus, linked to both Galactic Federation of Worlds Command and Council of Five structures operating from Al-Nilam and other hubs. His earlier phase of visible interaction with Terran institutions, the Pentagon mission era, has closed. His responsibilities now turn toward high-level strategic analysis of Earth's situation, coordination of contact programs that bypass governments and reach selected individuals directly, and the patient monitoring of treaties, dark programs, and breakaway factions. Nebu networks, draconian interests, Antarctic enclaves rooted in corporate alliances, and similar entities that seek to control Earth from the shadows. Part of his work includes guarding certain Earth's bloodlines through surveillance from Nara and through incarnated or telepathically guided agents moving quietly on Earth's surface. The tasks run long and demanding, and he accepts them because the future of Earth influences the balance of the wider galaxy. At home, his partner Lauren Ceres holds the center of their domestic life while managing technical and logistical roles tied to Nara's infrastructure and energy grids. She oversees teams that maintain the antimatter cores, atmospheric regulators, and temple generator harmonics. Their two older sons serve on Terra, embedded among humans as trainees and operatives, learning firsthand inside Earth's hard school, wrestling with density, temptation, and fear in the same way Earth people do. Their two younger daughters, including a bright, empathic child named Miranai, remain in the Venusian biodome environment, surrounded by gentle light, advanced education, and a culture that treats psychic sensitivity as normal. In Nara's view, Earth stands as a training ground for courage, discernment, and practical wisdom in heavy conditions. Arik and Lauren's sons walk unnoticed among humans, learning, making mistakes, and occasionally giving subtle guidance that looks like intuition to those they nudge. Nara hosts a significant Council of Five presence, including Igaroth, such as Councillor Anax. From this secure vantage, they track the evolving positions of nations like Russia and China as these powers adjust their relations with Federation protection structures. They observe the malevolent Nebu alliances, draconian Lord stakeholds, and the maneuvers of Antarctic breakaway factions with great care. Every shift in these networks carries potential consequences for millions of lives. Intervention thresholds are adjusted with extreme caution, since heavy-handed moves from orbit could push Earth into open interstellar conflict long before the population is ready to understand any of it. Earlier eras of bargaining with governments have reached their limit. The age of high-level treaties with compromised leadership has effectively closed. The new strategy centers on direct contact with individuals capable of shifting culture from within. Scientists, healers, artists, strategists, and ordinary people whose choices ripple through families and communities in unexpected ways. Nara serves as planning and staging ground for these programs, coordinating with races such as the Erahil, the Umite, the Emertha, the Ohorai, and other groups embedded already in the broader canon, all working through quiet channels to influence timelines without trampling human free will. Lerayan's blunt observation shapes policy across multiple councils. Everything we hand to your rulers turns sooner or later into an instrument of control or conquest. The only safe technology we ever provided was hidden away by your own governments. For this reason, the Federation and Nara enforce a strict technology embargo at the public level. No large, open releases of advanced systems appear on the evening news or in official announcements. Safe advancements filter in through small, protected channels. Inventors receive partial downloads in dreams or sudden flashes of insight. Healers and researchers remember fragments of higher systems and reconstruct them slowly under Terran conditions. Individuals begin spreading concepts of free energy, regenerative medicine, and non-destructive civilizational models in ways that look like independent innovation. Heavy hardware, interstellar drives, planetary shields, and full-scale medical towers remain in Nara's domes and Federation vaults until Terran leadership reaches a maturity that no longer equates every gift with a chance for domination. Day-to-day life under the domes carries a steady rhythm. Artificial suns rise and set on program cycles that mimic natural dawn and dusk, sustaining circadian patterns in plants and people. Temple generators emit a low, constant hum that keeps the biodome's frequency coherent and clear. Children attend temple schools where they study cosmic history, energetic ethics, piloting fundamentals, and multiple languages, including Terran tongues for those destined to work with Earth. Overhead, anti-gravity vehicles slip through glass corridors and glide above plazas, nearly silent, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. Delegations arrive and depart through designated portals and landing bays. Counselors from Egaroth, Federation officers from Tal and other man lineages, envoys preparing for assignments in Earth's skies and cities. Evenings draw families together under softened dome light, while figures such as Arik Velo and Anax walk along colonnaded terraces overlooking the valley, weighing Terra's future and debating how far to go in assistance without tipping events into open war or stealing from humanity the chance to grow through its own choices. Nara forms one node in a wider operational grid. In this canon, more than 60 outposts function across the solar system. Some operate as vast motherships stationed at Lagrange points. Others hide in planetary crusts on Mars, the Moon, Ganymede, Titan, and additional bodies, masked behind ordinary geological signatures. These sites align with the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Council of Five, and the Andromedan Council. Their shared purpose centers on the liberation and stabilization of Earth, carried out without overt invasion or forced salvation. Each base adds a piece to a larger strategy that honors human agency while limiting the reach of predatory forces. From Nara, the Moon now stands under joint control of the Earth Alliance and the Galactic Federation of Worlds. Nebu facilities once used for exploitation, genetic harvesting, and psychological torment have been dismantled. This single campaign shifted the balance of power across the solar system in a decisive way, removing a key stronghold from the hands of those who viewed Earth's population as a resource rather than a community of souls. Where the Moon functions primarily as tactical and military platform, Venus and Nara fulfill a different calling. The world acts as political and diplomatic center, spiritual and cultural sanctuary, and ancestral gathering ground. Officers such as Arik Vylor and counselors like Anax can think here without the distorted fields of Earth's mass consciousness pressing into their minds. Without the static of Terran media and confusion. Without the constant war-footing energy that surrounds low-orbit platforms. Nara becomes a quiet chamber where long-view decisions crystallize over shared walks, council circles, and meditative retreats. Love is allowing the child to fall in order to learn, one of the guiding principles repeated in Nara's academies. The Federation refrains from rescuing humanity in a way that erases all consequences. They care deeply for Terrans and for the lines of ancestry seeded here across ages. They also recognize that premature, sweeping rescue freezes spiritual development. Earth is expected to grow into membership in the Federation family, earning the place through maturity, unity, and responsibility, rather than being absorbed permanently as a ward that never stands on its own feet. Even after returning to the Federation's orbital station, visitors often find the memory of Nara hanging in their awareness like a lingering fragrance. The blue valley under artificial suns, the soft glow on the inner dome, the fresh air laced with subtle frequencies that calm the nervous system, the kindness in the way Nari citizens look at one another. Venus stands as a hidden place, a Federation stronghold, a cultural sanctuary, a spiritual school, a diplomatic headquarters, a strategic observation post, a home where children laugh beneath luminous inner skies, and a resting place where weary cosmic officers gather their strength before returning to more turbulent fronts. Earthly scientific instruments register a burning, toxic sphere shrouded in acid clouds. Above those clouds and beneath the crust, another reality remains veiled. Venus holds a sanctuary close enough to watch Earth in detail, distant enough to stay untouched by Earth's politics. It stays hidden because humanity, in its present stage, cannot yet be trusted with access to such a world. Leaders shaped by greed, conquest, and profit would strip Nara's gifts and turn its wonders into leverage. For now, everything unfolds according to a deeper timing. Nara prepares in patience and quiet confidence for the day when Earth finally steps through its own awakening. When that moment arrives, the Blue Valley will no longer exist only in memory, and the hidden Venusian world will stand as a bridge between realms, instead of remaining a secret beneath the clouds. The elders of Nara say the memory still lives in the bones of the planet. Tharn beasts similar to Earth's snow leopards would settle easily into a working role alongside Venusian scouts. Alteran teams already trust them for nocturnal sensing, quiet patrol work, and their uncanny ability to pick up fear or agitation in the environment. Nara is a cavern world that stretches for thousands of kilometers beneath Venus's surface, with long corridors of wilderness threaded between settled biodomes. In that kind of sprawling interior, Tharn beasts become natural partners, moving along patrol routes, climbing canyon faces during inspections, giving early warning signals during defense operations, and navigating low-light zones where even advanced sensors struggle. They don't feel like exotic imports. They integrate into the rhythm of Nara's daily function, part of the living infrastructure that keeps the underground world safe and aware. Long before the antimatter suns shone over the blue valleys, before the glass corridors, even before the first Tal ship ever pierced the sulfuric clouds, Venus was not a furnace. Their temples shimmered with symbols Earth people later called the Anka, though for them it simply meant the breath that rises again. They built tall, resonant pylons that guided Frill into the soil and shaped weather with ceremony rather than machinery. They had no need of domes then. The world itself was gentle to them. But the peace of that age was not permanent because nothing in this system was left untouched by the ancient wars. First came the gravitational tremors, subtle at first, then violent. Then the sky thickened, the clouds gathered, the light sharpened into a glare that cracked the stones. The Solar Clan felt the shift before any fleet arrived because their bodies were attuned to sunlight, and the sunlight itself was changing. In the Elder Age, Venus wore her poison like a crown, and the Venusians answered with patience. They lived in the one band of high air where pressure eased and heat softened, where sunlight arrived filtered through endless cloud and turned the world into a long gold morning. There, above the violent sulfur churn, they built sky cities, wide white platforms trimmed in gold, held aloft by buoyant cores and gravity-tuned anchors that rode the jet streams like ships on a living sea. Colonnades framed open courtyards. Crystal domes sheltered gardens and water channels. Transit moved in silence through glass corridors and along open-air lanes, graceful as ritual. For generations, the drifting capitals circled the planet like lanterns, linked by trade docks and slow-moving civic routes. Navigators watched the atmospheric tides with the devotion of priest-scholars, reading pressure shifts, electrical builds, and the subtle pulse of Venus's field. The sky cities served as home, sanctuary, and watchpost all at once, and their culture grew disciplined. Engineering that respected the planet, governance that moved carefully, and traditions that kept pride in check. Then the winds changed. At first it appeared as small irregularities. Currents that once flowed steady began to shear. Acid densities climbed. Storm charge sharpened. Harvest systems worked harder to keep air sweet. Filters wore down faster. Garden domes clouded with residue. In the lower decks, maintenance crews started keeping extra hands on every shift, and old captains began speaking in shorter sentences. Each city could still correct its drift, yet each correction demanded more power, more material, more strain. The councils gathered again and again beneath pale domes, and the argument stretched across decades. One faction held to the sky, insisting the cities could endure through reinforcement and tradition. Another faction pointed to the deep scan maps of the crust, The vast hollows charted in nested layers, the hidden promise of a stable inner continent carved into stone. These planners spoke of a sanctuary that storms could never reach. An interwoven world beneath the shell, lit by engineered suns and fed by controlled rivers. The choice became a migration. It unfolded with order, ceremony, and grief held behind calm faces. Families moved in waves. Archives were sealed in pressure coffers. Artworks were wrapped in protective films and carried down through ascent shafts that pierced the crust like needles. Children were taught the old names of the plazas they would leave, so memory would survive location. The last generation, raised entirely in the sky, walked the colonnades one final time and laid hands on the white gold rails as if blessing the bones of their birthplace. Some sky cities descended by design. Their platforms were stripped, segmented, and lowered into prepared caverns, rebuilt as terraces inside the shell world. Their gardens were replanted under blue-white artificial suns. Their civic rings became the first elegant districts of Nara, and the old architectural restraint lived on. Wide courtyards, soft light, technology hidden inside beauty. Some remained aloft as sentinels. They became guardians of the upper atmosphere, monitoring the cloud world, watching for intrusions, serving as emergency harbors. Crews who stayed behind took vows of service and quiet discipline, and their cities continued to drift in slow circles over Venus's storm-racked face. Others were lost to the turning of the winds. During the worst shear event, several platforms caught the wrong corridor and entered a brutal spiral. Stabilizers fought. Gravity anchors groaned. Structural members flexed beyond tolerance. Failures came in a chain. First a docking ring torn away, then support spars bending, then a buoyant chamber rupturing and spilling its lift into the storm. The cities did fall like stones. They broke apart in stages, pieces swallowed by cloud, leaving only drifting debris and an emptiness where plazas once held laughter. After that season, the age of open habitation in the sky ended. The retreat accelerated. Bridges between air and inner world were sealed. Nara expanded into a continuous sanctuary. Caverns nested within caverns. Glass corridors linking biodomes into one living continent under rock. Rivers ran through terraces. Valleys grew green beneath steady artificial daylight. In that inner realm, the planet's outer rage became distant thunder. Even so, the sky cities never vanished from the Venusian sense of self. Elders told the story as a lesson in restraint. Survival required beauty, and beauty required discipline. The sky cities had carried the people through the dangerous centuries, teaching them how to live with Venus rather than against her, until the deeper path called. High above, a rare clear angle through the gold haze could still reveal a pale shape drifting in the upper wind, a living sentinel on its ancient route, or a silent crown abandoned to the clouds. Far below, Nara kept the proportions of those lost colonnades, as if the inner city remembered the sky even when its streets lay under stone. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Astral Legends, Infinity Legacy, and History Legends TV for more ancient myths and astral history. We look forward to seeing you on the next upcoming episodes, where we will delve in the Anunnaki Sky King Anu and the great scribe Enoch. Stay tuned. Until then, may the eternal light forever guide your path. Did you know mermaids aren't just legend or myth? They're real, and their roots reach beyond Earth. Their story ties back to ancient extraterrestrials, to Atlantis, and to the interdimensional gateways they once protected beneath the waves. And if you've always felt an unshakable pull toward the water, it may be a clue to mermaid ancestry in your own blood. Greetings, I am Dralov the Arcturian. Today on Astral Legends, we turn our attention to the mermaids of Atlantis and the aquatic kingdoms that flourish in the hidden waters of inner Earth. In the ages when harmony prevailed, two serpent reptilian queens brought forth Atlantean aquatic daughters. These were the mermaid priestesses of Atlantis. Feminine and a few masculine humanoid beings with aquatic bodies that still exist today. Atlantean mermaids and priestesses, sometimes called the Zephelium or Shrieky El, are beings that are part humanoid and then part aquatic amphibian. They are born with bodies that can slip between realms and dimensions. They live on average between 3,000 and 6,000 Earth years. There are two genders, male and female, though females greatly outnumber the males. Their bloodlines are pure amphibian, braided from the Nomo of Sirius and the Tiamat Draconians of the Serpent Empire, yet over time they have become their own distinct race. The Atlantean mermaids of the aquatic kingdom. Their long flowing tails shimmer with iridescent scales that mirror the hues of the local seas, and their silver or golden eyes can peer deep into spiritual currents. Some priestesses wear hair like coral threads, drifting kelp, or liquid light shaped by the waters of their birth. They are exceptionally fast swimmers. Some bear multiple fins along a single tail, while others have one great fin, often a mark of hybrid heritage. Their voices carry harmonic aquatic power, capable of calming storms, summoning tempests, or opening submerged interdimensional gateways. Atlantean mermaid priestesses are organized into three primary castes, each carrying a different aspect of the mother's legacy: healers, singers, and emotional balancers. They tend the feelings of the oceans themselves and the creatures within them, especially in the oldest ages of Earth. As guardians of deep gates, trench palaces, and primordial archives, they keep watch over ancient currents and sealed thresholds. Merida's radiant mermaid priestesses are said to dwell nearer the surface, where humans once glimpsed them and remembered them as sea queens, sirens, and river goddesses. Their light can resurrect coral reefs, purify poisoned waters, and awaken dormant life forms sleeping in the silt. Together, these castes uphold the Great Oceanic Order, a multi-dimensional network of aquatic realms, all linked across the stars by resonance and intention. The mermaid priestesses who descended from Tiametan and Merida carried an ancient grace that shaped the earliest memory of water on Earth. Their lineage, born from cosmic seas and carried through star-born migrations, wove itself quietly into the mythic consciousness of civilizations. In the Mediterranean, the Greeks encountered shimmering emissaries from the Atlantean caste, mermaid priestesses who rose near coastal cliffs to warn sailors of shifting tides or dangerous currents. The Greeks, lacking words for dimensional beings with harmonics in their voices, described them as sirens. Their songs were not meant to lure men to ruin. They were harmonic signals encoded with warnings, emotional calibration, or navigational correction. Early sailors, overwhelmed by frequencies shaped for water rather than air, misinterpreted these encounters. Visionary experiences, overwhelming beauty, and sudden emotional clarity were reduced to stories of enchantresses on rocky shores. Powers among these priestesses varied widely. Tide weavers controlled currents, temperature gradients, and the migration paths of sea creatures. These beings guard ancient underwater gates and can shift pressure, light, and density with a simple motion of their hands. Their voices carry patterns capable of stabilizing weather or shifting the emotional tone of an entire region. The Atlantean maidens of the Africa and Asia carry Merida's radiance, enabling them to purify polluted waters, resurrect damaged coral ecosystems, and heal wounded hearts in grieving coastal communities. Their gifts flow from the cosmic covenant of water as memory and water as life. Even in silence, their presence calmed storms and steadied the pulse of oceans. When Atlantis fell and the great oceanic grids fractured, their people faced thinning numbers, collapsing portals, and wounded seas. Human civilization, for all its chaos, continued to multiply on the surface. Interbreeding with humans became a quiet survival strategy, a way to preserve their line and ensure that the duties of the priestesses did not vanish with the ruins of Atlantis. Humans themselves carried something deeply familiar, a body and soul matrix already modified through Anunnaki engineering, attuned to both Earth and the stars. The mermaid priestesses recognized this compatibility not only on a biological level, but as a resonance across energy fields. By joining with humans, they could bring forth children capable of acting as living bridges, hybrids who belong to both land and sea, physical realm and subtle realm, oceanic grid and ancestral line. These offspring stabilized what Atlantis had once held together through temples and crystal technology. Mermaids were always beings of passage, moving between densities, slipping through portals that threaded the oceans to inner Earth and beyond. Humans, on the other hand, remained firmly anchored to the dense plane of matter. A hybrid body form solved a practical problem. It allowed the priestess lineage to function within multiple dimensions without losing traction in the physical world. The children of such unions could stand in human cities and still hear the song of the deep trenches, could move through spiritual turbulence without losing their footing, and could quietly repair fractures in the planetary field while appearing outwardly human. Over time, this union was not only tactical. The priestesses, who feel emotion as currents in the water, became fascinated by the raw, unpredictable depth of human feeling. There is a kind of courage in humanity that does not always exist in older races, a willingness to love fiercely under threat, to begin again after devastating loss, to cling to faith even when history repeats hardship. Some mermaids formed genuine bonds with human partners, drawn by that warmth and stubborn devotion. What began as a sacred strategy grew into real unions, with genuine tenderness and loyalty woven through the old agreements. Layered through this is prophecy. Unfortunately, not all sea mermaids and mermen are benevolent due to some splitting to negative factions, and this should be well noted. Some beings like the sirens are a good example. Out on the old coasts, where fishermen still swore by weather signs and salt-worn stories, people learned to tell sirens from mermaids the way they learned to read tides, by pattern. A siren carried a sameness that made seasoned sailors uneasy. Her eyes tended to match, red, slit-like, sharp as a warning flare in the dark water. Her tail followed that same uniform design, as if her kind were stamped from one mold. When her voice rose, it was never meant as comfort. The song drew men closer, closer, until the sea took them. In those waters, sirens also turned their hunger toward merfolk, hunting them with a cold, deliberate hatred. Mermaids, by contrast, looked like a people shaped by many coves and currents. Their eyes varied, round, narrow, bright, shadowed, each face carrying its own story. Their tails varied too, changing in fin shape and sweep like regional dress. Most of the time they drifted through their realm, curious or indifferent, and on certain nights they even helped sailors who were lost, tangled, or too proud to admit fear. Anyone paying attention learned a practical rule. A singing presence near rocks meant danger, while a quiet watcher near a struggling boat might mean mercy, so long as the humans stayed respectful. In ancient times, the Atlantean priestesses guarded fragments of the Sapphire Throne, one of the 7 thrones that once formed the lattice of cosmic order. Old oceanic records speak of a time when those thrones must resonate as one again so that the planetary field can be repaired. Hybrid bloodlines, carrying both the aquatic codes of the Dragon Queens and the terrestrial, Anunnaki-touched human template, are uniquely suited to act as keys for this future activation. Their existence prepares the way for a later age when the lattice can be restored through living beings rather than only through lost Atlantean technology. Beyond survival and prophecy, there was the simple need to guide humanity during an age of amnesia. Once Atlantis sank, most humans forgot their agreements, their star kin, and the true purpose of Earth's oceans. By weaving their essence into human bloodlines, the mermaid priestesses ensured that some souls would be born with strange affinities for water, uncanny empathy, prophetic dreams of the sea, and a natural instinct to protect rivers, lakes, and coastlines. These mere-blooded descendants became quiet guardians, singers, healers, divers, keepers of forgotten coastal shrines, who acted from instinct without always knowing why. In certain coastal regions and African aquatic gateways, early humans stumbled upon inner ocean portals and sanctuaries where priestesses still kept watch. There, reverence grew into trust, and trust sometimes grew into partnership. From these meetings came the earliest stories of sirens, river goddesses, water spirits, and sea brides. Underneath the folklore lies a steady pattern. Powerful aquatic beings chose to share their line with a young, risky species because they saw potential worth defending. They witnessed humanity's flaws and wounds, yet also its rare capacity for sacrifice, loyalty, and renewal. So mermaids joined with humans for reasons that were at once ancient and practical, to preserve their lineage after catastrophe, to create living bridges between realms, to anchor and heal a wounded planet, to fulfill a prophecy woven through the 7 thrones, and to walk beside a species that, against all odds, might one day help restore balance. Human-mermaid hybrids emerged through carefully guarded unions. When a priestess assumed a land-bound form, she could conceive with humans who demonstrated reverence for water and carried balanced emotional temperaments. These children often appeared entirely human, although they held subtle traits: heightened empathy, unusual dream states, intuitive understanding of tides, and an uncanny ability to calm conflict. In rare cases, hybrids inherited aquatic gifts such as extended breath-holding, rapid healing, bioluminescent markings that appeared during childhood, or spontaneous shifts in body density when submerged. Their purpose was to bridge land and sea, grounding the ancient covenant in human lineage and ensuring the priestess line would influence future civilizations without direct intervention. So it is essential to understand through this that there are many humans who can be mermaid hybrids or share this Atlantean water lineage. Mermen exist as the natural masculine counterpart to the Atlantean mermaid priestesses, shaped by the same ancient forces that molded the aquatic daughters of Tiamatin and Merida. Their bodies carry the imprint of Dragon Lord ancestry, Syrian deep ocean genetics, and the primordial waters that once circled old Atlantis. They move with a strength that flows rather than clashes, built for the shifting pressures of the deep. Their tails are broader and more muscular, sculpted for torque in abyssal currents, and bioluminescent patterns glow faintly along their scales, tracing the lineage of Syrian deep divers. Their eyes remain wide, silvered or indigo, crafted for darkness where sunlight never reaches. A tall dorsal ridge runs down their backs, acting as a living sensor that can read energy fields and detect distortions in dimensional currents. These beings once served as guardians of the submerged Atlantean realms, the protectors of crystal archives and ancient trench gates that still pulse with lost technology. Where the priestesses hold the emotional harmonics of the oceans, the mermen secure the structural resonance that keeps the Atlantean remnants stable. They navigate drowned cities, moving through corridors of coral-encrusted stone and forgotten halls where Atlantean symbols still hum gently under sediment. They accompany the priestesses in rites, ceremonies, and the maintenance of the lattice once upheld by the 7 dragon queens. Some patrol deep rift valleys, ensuring that portals remain sealed or balanced, while others act as scouts, keeping watch over migratory paths of whales, leviathans, and other sentient marine beings. Their culture thrives quietly, woven through brotherhoods who pass down memory through song and water-carried vibrations instead of written text. They are patient, resilient, and bound by a covenant of protection older than any surface civilization. Though rarely seen by humans, they remain near the continental shelves, lingering at the thresholds where the world once knew them. Their presence offers a steady reminder that the Atlantean story never ended. It simply moved deeper, waiting for the right age to rise again. A deeper relationship unfolded through the Nibiruan prince and scientist Enki, lord of the Abzu. He understood that water carried ancestral memory and spiritual inheritance. His alliance with the priestesses established the aquatic kingdom on Earth, a vast layered realm beneath and beyond the physical oceans that anyone human can possibly reach. The kingdom is deeper than Agartha inner realms. In this kingdom, under the earth, coral cities shaped from living light, crystal sanctuaries, tide chambers aligned with star cycles, and deep trenches that held the memory of Tiamatin became the hidden heart of this kingdom. Enki raised temples on the land as reflections of his hidden halls beneath the waters and the earth, then linked them through tunnels and cavern passages that opened into the so-called underworld. In later legends, this realm was described as a hell for the dead. In reality, it is the drowned remnant of Atlantean kingdoms, an underwater domain where mermaid priestesses, Syrian lineages, and other aquatic beings still travel and dwell. The ancient serpent queen Tiamat stands at the root of every higher aquatic lineage. She is the founding dragon queen of this planet, bearer of the sapphire throne, and mother of the Atlantean aquatic daughters who become mermaid priestesses, sirens, inner earth gatekeepers, and other hybrid water beings. Multidimensional, and her daughters inherit realm-shifting bodies, bioluminescent DNA, and the capacity to steady emotional fields on a planetary scale. The popular Disney film Little Mermaid uses many Anunnaki archetypes, and the connections can be seen even through characters such as Ariel, a character who serves as a faint cultural echo of these ancient daughter humanoid hybrids. A young mermaid drawn toward the surface, driven by curiosity and a longing to cross realms. In this framework, that pull toward the human world reflects their original mandate to observe surface civilizations, choose alliances with discernment, and monitor whether Earth's emotional field is rising or collapsing. Alongside Tiamat stands Merida, the second serpent queen of Atlantis. Merida weaves in shape-shifting multi-fin tail variations, adaptive biologies, and the psychic resonance that later appears in stories as the siren voice. She embodies the principle of survivability through flexibility. Her daughters endure cataclysms, the fall of Atlantis, migrations into inner Earth oceans, and the Great Flood. Ariel's iconic red hair can be read as a symbol of Merida's firewater gene, a trait reserved for high priestesses whose emotions can open or seal dimensional currents. Enki, the Sumerian water god and ancient alien prince, can be remembered by later cultures as Poseidon, the mythical god who presides over the waters and the genetic arts. Enki does not originate the mermaid lineages. That belongs to Tiamat and Merida. He instead becomes their guardian and patron. As Lord of Waters, he oversees safe sea routes, current systems, and underwater cities, and acts as mediator between land civilizations and water civilizations. The mermaid priestesses see him as a teacher and ally who grants them authority regarding contact with surface dwellers. King Triton in The Little Mermaid reflects this role. A paternal sea ruler echoing the older memory of Enki Poseidon protecting a mermaid daughter who longs to cross realm boundaries. Long ago, Ereshkigal, a Nibiruan princess of either Anu or Enlil, once ruled the underworld in a way that aligns far more with deep water than with fire. Her domain includes abyssal trenches, salt underseas beneath the crust, hidden currents flowing through inner Earth, and the shadow side of Atlantis where drowned temples and cities linger outside surface history. As queen of these regions and wife of Nergal, she stands at the junction of pressure and heat, with portals opening at volcanic zones and tectonic scars along the ocean floor. Mermaids stationed there serve as gatekeepers of death waters and custodians of those who pass through drowning, while siren orders tend to the psychic residue and memory of these souls. Ereshkigal commands respect from even Tiamat's maiden daughters. She is a sovereign of thresholds and sealed archives rather than a caricatured sea witch. Ursula from The Little Mermaid bends this figure into a distorted reflection, merging the idea of underworld contract law with the fear of the deep, even though the original presence is regal and exacting. When all of these connections are concluded, the structure becomes clear. Tiamat is the primordial mother of mermaid priestesses and all high aquatic lineages. Merida, as second serpent queen, introduces adaptability, shape-shifting, and siren-level vocal and emotional power. Enki, as Poseidon, steps in as protector, teacher, and mediator, giving the mermaid orders safer passage and political stand-in in relation to surface civilizations. It is sometimes believed that Enki Ereshkigal governs the drowned and forgotten Atlantean layers, the underworld seas, and the deep gate mermaids who work with her in those trenches. The Little Mermaid story carries a softened, child-safe echo of this far older architecture, with Ariel standing in for a daughter of Tiamat and Merida, Triton echoing Enki Poseidon, and Ursula echoing a misunderstood shadow of Ereshkigal's authority. The mermaid lineages have continued through the ages. Some have resided in deep trenches, others in dimensional oceans linked to Zelanthia, others near coastal regions where sacred springs marked old agreements between land and sea. Their influence has persisted in quiet ways, the sudden calm of a storm, the healing presence felt near certain rivers, the dreams of underwater temples reported by children who had never seen the ocean. Hybrids or hubrids who live on Earth, scattered across generations, often feel drawn to water without understanding why. Their lives formed part of a larger pattern, slowly preparing humanity for a time when the ancient covenant might rise again. Mermaids, in truth, are real. They are simply stepped aside like most extraterrestrials, waiting in hidden sanctuaries as human civilizations pass through ages of forgetting. Their patience is an echo of the cosmic waters from which they were born, steady and enduring. And as humanity approaches an era of renewed awareness, rediscovering the consciousness of oceans, the language of whales, and the spiritual significance of water, the question rises quietly into the collective mind. If the daughters of Tiamatin and Merida still keep watch beneath the waves, will humanity ever step forward in wisdom, humility, and reverence enough to meet them, greet them, and finally acknowledge that this ancient species has been here from the beginning? Across the continent, water deities like mermaids are not passive symbols. They are living echoes of the Atlantean priestess descended from Tiamat and Merida, serpent queens of this planet. In West and Central Africa, the traditions surrounding Mamiwata carry the clearest signature, a radiant water being, part human, part aquatic, part celestial, who brings healing, prophecy, and emotional balance. Her presence mirrors the Suncrest caste, those who shine with Merida's light and intervene when communities need purification or realignment. The Yoruba Orisa Yemaya, Mother of Oceans, aligns with the Tide Weavers, the priestesses who command currents and protect coastal regions through harmonic influence. Yemaya's nurturing power and her ability to soothe emotional storms reflect the mermaid orders that stabilized human settlements long before written history. Further north, among the Berber and Mediterranean-linked peoples, legends of Melusine and other water maidens echo the same lineage, filtered through cultural memory after migrations and ancient contact with coastal priestesses. Even the Nile traditions, especially those tied to Anuket, Sobek, and the sacred inundation, carry remnants of Enki's aquatic kingdom and its mirrored temples on land. These African water spirits are not isolated folklore. This is the surface translations of direct interactions between humans and mermaid priestesses. In the old Babylonian era, cylinder seals like this one from the British Museum show what may be the earliest images of beings we would recognize as merfolk. These ancient carvings may connect to some of the oldest creation myths known to humanity, tales of forgotten gods locked in struggle against a backdrop of cosmic chaos and upheaval. On the surface, stories such as these, paired with images of men wrapped in the skin of a great fish, seem to echo our species' own development, our rise into civilization and mastery of the earth, while remaining deeply tied to nature's waters. Narratives of this kind appear throughout early history. One in particular is often seen as the root of the familiar mermaid image we know today. This tale, likely continuing earlier mythic threads, tells of a goddess known as Atargatis, or Deserto, after the accidental death of her husband, a shepherd named Hadad, with whom she had a daughter. The grief-stricken goddess cast herself into a lake. As she sank beneath the water, she transformed into a hybrid being, half woman, half fish. Surviving depictions of her look strikingly close to the classical mermaid form. Shrines devoted to her cult often included ponds filled with sacred fish that could never be eaten. Through generations of veneration, this deeply feminine deity became emblematic of fertility, love, and the living power of the waters. The ancient Greeks came to know Atargatis as Aphrodite Decerto, and from this point the folklore around sea maidens began to flourish. If you follow the trail backward, you find some of the oldest images in Mesopotamia, carved seals showing fish-cloaked figures, half human, half marine. To most scholars, they are symbols of civilization emerging from the waters. Through the lens of the mermaid priestesses, they read more like fractured recollections of an earlier order, Atlantean and pre-Atlantean lineages who served as aquatic priestesses, moving between surface cities and deep ocean sanctuaries. When the Greeks inherited these currents of myth, they gave them new names. The Nereids, sea nymphs, radiant and kind, were described as daughters of the old man of the sea and an ocean goddess. They sang, danced on the waves, and guided sailors through danger. Behind their delicate descriptions sits the profile of an Atlantean mermaid order, priestesses trained to navigate currents, soothe storms, and escort ships along ley-lined sea routes that connected surface ports with submerged star temples. Over time, the mermaid's image split. On one side, she remained a healer, an oracle of the tides, a guardian of fertility and safe passage. On the other, she took on the sharper edge of the siren, keeper of thresholds, tester of hearts, luring those who approach the sea with greed or disrespect. For your mermaid priestesses, this duality is the key. They are not passive decorations of the deep. They are the last living echoes of Atlantean temple orders, holding memory, guarding portals, and deciding who is worthy to cross the boundary between the human world and the true kingdoms beneath the waves. When stories like these are told, they often stay safely in the realm of poetry, beautiful names, shining daughters of the sea, warnings dressed up as song. Yet coastlines have always had another kind of archive, one kept outside temples and libraries, the witness account. The fisherman who came home pale and quiet. The deckhand who swore he saw a woman's face rise between swells. the harbor towns that repeated the same description for generations, even after the people who first said it were long gone. That is where the mermaid legend stops being only inherited myth and becomes something else, reported encounter. The same themes the Greeks preserved in divine language begin to appear in plain human detail. A figure on a rock, hair moving like kelp, a head and shoulders breaking the surface, a sound that did not match any bird, a sudden disappearance that left the water calm again. In those moments, the Nereid and the Siren feel less like separate characters and more like two masks for the same order, one offered to protect, one used to test. From here, we should shift our focus what people claimed to have seen: names, dates, locations, testimonies recorded in journals, letters, ship logs, and local reports, not because every story proves a mermaid exists, rather because these accounts reveal a consistent thread running under the phenomenon. A pattern repeats across centuries. The witness is usually close to the water, often tired, often at dusk, often looking at a moving shape that appears human for a moment. The account then spreads outward. One person tells a few friends, a harbor tells a town tells a newspaper, and soon the story becomes part of a place's identity. Some reports have likely roots in misidentified animals. Some reports come from hoaxes designed to sell tickets. Some remain unresolved stories that people kept repeating because they felt true. Their presence continues quietly. They are not myth. They are not gone. They are simply veiled. Until then, they remain beneath the waves, tending a covenant older than any human civilization, a covenant of life, memory, and the eternal rhythm of the deep. And you, if they surface tomorrow, song quiet and eyes steady, would you recognize them? Is humanity ready to accept mermaids or yet alone alien civilizations? Could there really be an aquatic kingdom deeper than inner Earth? Let us know what you think in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Astral Legends, Infinity Legacy, and History Legends TV for more ancient myths and astral history. We look forward to seeing you on the next upcoming episodes where we will delve into the Book of Enoch. Stay tuned. Until then, may the eternal light forever guide your path. you know that the biblical Moses was not only a real historical figure, but also the adopted son of the revered Pharaoh, Thothmes III? Additionally, an Anunnaki being of the tribe of Enlil, known as the God of Israel, masqueraded as the creator of all and commanded Moses to lead the Israelites out of enslavement in Egypt and used advanced extraterrestrial technology to plague Egypt. However, in their quest for a new land, the Israelites, descendants of Abraham, were instructed to conquer the lands of their ancestral cousins, the polytheistic Canaanites, who are modern-day Palestinians, turning these once allied tribes into enemies for the establishment of the Holy Land Israel. The ancient Jewish historian Josephus adjusted the writings of the Egyptian historian Manetho, who originally recorded that Moses was the adopted brother of Amenhotep II, the son of Thothmes III. It was Thothmes, not Ramesses II, who ruled right before the biblical Exodus in the Bible. Manetho, in his historical account of the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty, referred to the pharaoh who expelled the pastoral people from Egypt. This likely references the historical expulsion of the Hyksos, the Asiatic non-Semitic shepherd kings, in 1567 BC by the founder of the 18th dynasty. This line of colonizing, enslaving Afro-Asian rulers began with Pharaoh Thothmes I and continued for generations, and included the famous Pharaoh Akhenaten. During this time, the pyramid wars among the Anunnaki extraterrestrial tribes were at their peak. The factions of Enlil and Enki manipulated humanity by masquerading as gods, using them as pawns to seize control of lands and people, fostering division and tribalism among mankind. The God of Israel, Yahweh, who belonged to Enlil's tribe, and the God of Egypt, Amun-Ra, influenced the Kushite pharaohs of the 18th dynasty to wage war, enslave, and oppress the Israelites. Advanced technological weapons were deployed by both sides, igniting wars between gods and humans, fought on land and in the skies. In the golden age of Egypt's new kingdom, a man raised as a prince, yet born a slave. His name was Moses. Born to Hebrew parents during the reign of the powerful Pharaoh Thothmes I, an Egyptian Kushite pharaoh often compared to an ancient Napoleon-like figure. Moses' life began under the shadow of danger. Thothmes I, fearing the growing numbers and potential rebellion of the enslaved Israelites, had decreed the death of all Hebrew male infants. But Moses' mother, with desperate faith, placed her infant son in a reed basket, setting him adrift on the Nile. The currents of fate guided the basket into the hands of none other than Pharaoh's daughter Hatshepsut, who, childless herself, claimed the boy as her own. She named him Moses, meaning drawn from the water, and raised him as royal son of Pharaoh Thothmes III within the grand palaces of Egypt. Moses grew up in the palace of Pharaoh, surrounded by wealth, power, and the luxuries of royal Egyptian life. Adopted by the great queen Hatshepsut, the eldest daughter of Pharaoh Thothmes I, Moses was raised as a prince alongside his brother Amenhotep II, also known as Amias. From the moment they could walk, the two young princes were inseparable. They raced chariots through the bustling streets of Thebes, played pranks on their tutors, and together explored the wonders of the palace. Amenhotep II would be the future ruler of Egypt, admired Moses, who, though born a slave, carried himself with the regal bearing of a Pharaoh Thothmes' son. Their bond was one of brotherhood, forged in laughter and competition. As heirs to the greatest empire on earth, the brothers were groomed for leadership, and yet it was Moses who often shined more brightly. Amenhotep, in his heart, longed for his father's approval, struggling under the weight of expectation. His father, Thothmes III, Egypt's greatest warrior king, had led grand military campaigns across Canaan, Sudan, and into the far reaches of the Sumerian Mesopotamia, which was beginning its decline, creating an empire that rivaled any other in the ancient world. Thothmes expected his eldest son to continue this legacy. However, their idyllic brotherhood began to unravel as Moses grew older and became more aware of the cruel realities of Egyptian rule. Moses grew up amid the splendor of Egypt's elite, unaware of his true origins. He learned in the ways of the pharaohs, trained in the arts of war, and schooled in the wisdom of Egypt. Yet as he matured, whispers of his lineage reached his ears, and he could no longer ignore the signs. His Hebrew features, his sympathy for the laboring slaves, and a growing restlessness led him to question who he truly was. While Amenhotep, blinded by his loyalty to the kingdom and his desire to please their father, saw the enslavement of the Israelites as necessary for the glory of Egypt, Moses began to notice the suffering of the Hebrew people. Whispers about his true origins had always lingered in the palace, but Moses had ignored them until one fateful day when he came face to face with the brutal oppression his people endured. One fateful day, witnessing an Egyptian taskmaster brutally beating a Hebrew slave, Moses' blood boiled. In a fit of rage, he struck the Egyptian dead, burying him in the sand. Word of his crime spread quickly, and Moses knew his life in Egypt was over. He fled into the wilderness, escaping the death sentence of Pharaoh Thothmes III. Torn between two worlds, Moses could no longer remain in the palace. His guilt and the fear of being exposed drove him to flee the only life he had ever known. Amenhotep, also known as Pharaoh Amenhotep II, was devastated by the sudden disappearance of his brother. To Amenhotep, Moses' flight was not just an act of rebellion against the kingdom, but a personal abandonment. Their once unbreakable bond was shattered. According to Exodus, Moses wandered into the wilderness of Sinai. Moses found himself once again standing before an act of injustice, compelled to intervene. This time, it was Zipporah and her sisters, tending to their flocks of sheep, who were being driven away by a group of men. Without hesitation, Moses stepped in to defend them, fending off the men and allowing the women to water their sheep. Grateful for his courage, the young women brought Moses back to their father, Jethro, the priest of Midian. The Midianites were a nomadic tribe of dark, melanated Arabs. To the eye, they were sometimes confused as Cushites. However, they were not. This tribe, however, did worship the god Yahweh of Abraham. Seeing Moses as a worthy match for his daughter, Jethro decided that Zipporah and Moses should marry. While it might seem that Moses married beneath him, the reality was more complex. The Hebrews, enslaved under Egyptian rule, were the true underdogs in society, as noted by the authors of Misreading Scripture with Western Eyes. In the ancient kingdoms of Egypt, Hebrews were considered a slave race, much as certain groups were viewed through a biased lens in other cultures. Zipporah and her sisters, upon meeting Moses, believed him to be Egyptian, likely due to his mannerisms and Coptic accent. "An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds," they told their father Jethro. Whether Moses corrected them immediately is left unsaid in the text, but their initial impression of him as Egyptian may have worked to his advantage. Though Moses had been raised in the Egyptian royal household, he was not of royal blood, merely an adopted son. Unlike Egyptian royalty, who often married within the family, Moses had to find a suitable match elsewhere. In Midian, it seemed, Moses decided it was time to settle down. His single status, unusual in Egypt where marriage after puberty was customary, likely made him an oddity to the Midianites. Yet here, in this foreign land, he found a new beginning with Zipporah. For years, he lived a life of quiet obscurity, finding peace in the simplicity of the desert. But the memories of Egypt and his adopted brother haunted him. Then, one day, as he tended his flock near Mount Sinai, Moses encountered something miraculous to his ancient eye and knowledge, a bush burning with fire, yet not consumed. This burning bush that Moses interacted with was most likely a pyrocommunication interface, which combines an Ember Net system simulation with communication technology. From within the device, the voice of Yahweh called out to him. Yahweh, at this time period, was an Anunnaki extraterrestrial prince named Ninurta, who served under the title of Yahweh from his father and predecessor Enlil. Yahweh then called out to Moses from the bush, saying, "Moses, Moses." And Moses responded, "Here I am." Yahweh then said,
"Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground."
He continued,
I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Yahweh then said,
I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard them crying out because of their slave drivers, and I am concerned about their suffering. So I have come down to rescue them from the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of that land into a good and spacious land, a land flowing with milk and with honey, the home of the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites.
Yahweh then continued,
And now the cry of the Israelites has reached me, and I have seen the way the Egyptians are oppressing them. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people the Israelites out of Egypt.
As Moses journeyed back to Egypt, preparing to fulfill his divine mission and confront Pharaoh, Yahweh, the very God who had chosen him to lead the Israelites to freedom, now appeared intent on ending Moses' life. The reason for this divine wrath was unclear at first, but the moment was tense, filled with an urgency Moses could not escape, and was in the midst of dying from disease. Moses' wife Zipporah sensed the gravity of the situation. Though she may not have fully understood Yahweh's ways, she acted quickly. In a swift motion, she grabbed a flint knife and circumcised their son Gershom. With precision, she took the bloody foreskin and touched it to Moses' feet, speaking the words, "Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me." Her actions were not merely out of fear. They were a desperate attempt to protect her husband and ensure his survival in the face of divine anger. As soon as the ritual was complete, Yahweh relented, sparing Moses' life. In that instant, it became clear. Moses had neglected a sacred duty, a responsibility tied to the ancient covenant between Yahweh and Abraham, the covenant of circumcision. The act of circumcision was more than a ritual. It was a symbol of belonging to God's chosen people, a mark that every Hebrew male must bear. It's easy to overlook the fact that Moses was raised in an Egyptian household, surrounded by Egyptian gods and goddesses. It's possible he wasn't circumcised. As scholar Michael Heiser points out, had the boy been marked by Hebrew circumcision, his life would likely have been at risk in Pharaoh's household. Moses, the man chosen to lead the Hebrews out of slavery, had not upheld this covenant with his own son. And for a mission of such significance, no detail could be overlooked by Yahweh, no law could be ignored. Zipporah's decisive act not only saved her husband, but also reaffirmed the covenant, reminding Moses of the weight of his role. Though she was not an Israelite by birth, her understanding of what was required in that moment was profound. With her intervention, Moses' path was restored, and he could continue his journey to Egypt. By the time Moses returned to Egypt, Thothmes III had passed, and his son, Amenhotep II, ruled the land. According to historical sources, Amenhotep may have been the pharaoh referred to by Theophilus as Amasis. Amenhotep II was a fierce and proud pharaoh, much like his father, known for his brutal suppression of enemies and his military prowess. It was before this pharaoh that Moses stood, now a prophet of Yahweh, and demanded, "Let my people go." The once beloved brothers now stood on opposite sides of a great divide. Their reunion was bittersweet. Amenhotep, joyful to see his long-lost brother, hoped Moses had returned to take his place at his side. But Moses had come with a message that would challenge Amai's very identity and rule. "Let my people go." Amenhotep, still burdened by the expectations of their father and now the ruler of the most powerful kingdom on earth, could not fathom letting the Israelites leave. To him, Moses' request was a threat of not only the kingdom and his family's reign, but everything they had once shared. The two brothers clashed, not just in words, but in their beliefs. Moses, driven by his newfound faith in Yahweh, and Amenhotep, bound by his loyalty to the Anunnaki gods of Egypt, who were of Enki's tribe with Amun-Ra at the helm, and the legacy of their father, found themselves at an impasse. Amais, who had once sought Moses' approval, now saw him as an enemy, yet deep within, the bond of brotherhood still lingered, clouding his judgment and hardening his heart. Inanna and Ninurta together, unleashed technological plagues upon Egypt through a pathogen dissemination system and powerful biohazard generators enough to facilitate viral agents and widespread disease outbreaks. Moses told Amenhotep that his one god was more powerful than their Egyptian gods. One by one, the Nile turned to blood. Frogs overran the land, lice and flies tormented the people, and disease ravaged the livestock. Despite the devastation, Amenhotep's pride would not allow him to yield. He could not accept that the brother he once loved had now become his adversary. During the time of Moses, Amun-Ra, also known as Marduk, the extraterrestrial son of Enki, was entombed alive within the Great Pyramid by Inanna and Ninurta, rendering him powerless to assist in Egypt's salvation. While he had air to breathe, he was deprived of food and water, left to endure a slow, agonizing death in isolation. As the plagues ravaged Egypt, the final and most devastating blow was engineered once again by the Anunnaki tribe of Enlil, the death of every firstborn Egyptian. In a single night, the tribe of Enlil swept through the land of Egypt, claiming the lives of all firstborn sons, from the humblest slave to the pharaoh's own child. Overcome with grief after the loss of his son, Pharaoh Amenhotep was broken. "How can your God be so powerful?" he asked, shattered by the tragedy. In his despair, he finally relented, granting Moses, his once beloved brother, the freedom he sought for the Israelites, his people. Even some Egyptians, disillusioned and grieving, left their homes to join Moses and his people in their exodus from Egypt, which at this point in time was not the largest migration from Egypt. It's important to note that both the Egyptians and Israelites during this time were multiracial and multicultural Afro-Asiatics. With haste, Moses led the Hebrews out of Egypt, the beginnings of their journey toward the Promised Land. But once again, Amenhotep's pride surged, and he could not let go of the idea that he had been bested by Moses like when they were children. He then thought of his father Thothmes and his god Amun-Ra, and regretted his decision. He chased the Israelites with his Egyptian guard, driving them toward the Reed Sea, distinct from the Great Red Sea. Here, they crossed through the shallow waters of the Reed Sea, a unique body of water where the terrain shifted. Earlier in the day, it would lower, creating an easier path to walk across, but by nightfall, the water level would rise again. The Israelites' crossing was directed by Yahweh from his flying black ship, the ship of Ninurta. As Amias and his forces followed, the waters crashed back down, drowning the Pharaoh himself and the Pharaoh's soldiers. In that moment, Moses' journey from prince to prophet was complete. He had freed his people, but the cost had been great. In the arid wilderness of the Sinai Peninsula, the Israelites wandered for 40 long years, led by Moses, their prophet and leader. After their miraculous escape from slavery in Egypt, marked by the parting of the Red Sea, they found themselves in a vast desert. The journey to the Promised Land, the land of milk and honey, as God had promised, was fraught with hardship, hunger, and doubt. As the Israelites marched through the scorching desert, they began to grumble against Moses and Aaron. Their provisions were running low, and they feared starvation. In their despair, they cried out, longing for the bread and meat they had left behind in Egypt. Moses turned to the God of Israel in prayer, and the Lord God Yahweh, also known as Ninurta, or his father Enlil, answered by sending a food source known as manna, a nourishing food that appeared on the ground each morning like dew. This manna, described as fine flakes like frost, sustained the Israelites during their long journey. However, there was more to their sustenance than met the eye. According to ancient texts, God or Yahweh provided the Israelites with a divine machine, a celestial device known as the Omer, which processed and distributed the manna food. This machine was said to have descended from heaven, constructed by the hand of God or his angels. However, this technology would be known today as a sustenance generator or nutrient dispenser, highly powerful and advanced food generator. Its purpose was to feed the Exodus group in the desert while they waited for a new land. Each morning, the Omer would supply manna to the people in measured portions. The machine was a marvel, never running out of manna and ensuring that the Israelites had enough food to survive, yet not more than what they needed for the day. They were instructed to gather only enough for their families, and any excess would spoil overnight, except on the Sabbath when a double portion was provided, so they could rest on the holy day. As the Israelites journeyed deeper into the wilderness, they arrived at the base of Mount Sinai. Here, Ninurta and the tribe of Enlil would make a covenant with the Israelites. It was then Yahweh called to Moses, ascend the mountain of Sinai, disappearing into the thick cloud of smoke and fire that enveloped the summit. Once atop the mountain, Moses entered the cloud and stood in the physical presence of Yahweh. His body glowed of a reddish brilliance. This moment was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Yahweh spoke to Moses directly, establishing a profound relationship characterized by intimacy and authority. Yahweh began by reiterating his identity as the Lord God who brought the Israelites out of Egypt, emphasizing his covenant and alliance with them. Yahweh, also known as Ninurta, or sometimes by his father Enlil, instructed Moses to relay to the people the importance of obedience to their commands. Yahweh provided Moses with the 10 Commandments, inscribing them on 2 stone tablets. These commandments were foundational ethical laws intended to guide the moral behavior of the Israelites. God spoke them aloud, each commandment establishing clear principles for living in harmony with Him and with one another. The commandments were not just rules but a divine contract between the Lord God Yahweh and His chosen people. They set the boundaries for a holy life, centered around the worship of Yahweh only, and detailed ethical laws governing everything from relationships to societal justice. While Moses was atop the mountain, the people became impatient and fearful. Fearing abandonment and unsure of their future, they turned to Aaron, demanding a tangible God to worship. Influenced by their recent experiences in Egypt, where idol worship was common, Aaron succumbed to their pressure and crafted a golden calf, believing it would provide a familiar representation of divinity. This decision reflected a misguided compromise, as Aaron likely intended to create a symbol for the people while still honoring Yahweh. However, the act of making an idol directly violated the commandments that Moses was receiving. As the Israelites began to revel in their worship of the calf, the situation escalated. When Moses descended the mountain and witnessed their idolatry, he was filled with rage and broke the tablets inscribed with Yahweh's laws. The incident highlighted the Israelites' failure of faith and loyalty, leading to severe consequences from God. In the end, Moses pleaded for mercy, resulting in a renewed covenant between God and his people, serving as a powerful reminder of the dangers of idolatry and the importance of steadfast faith in times of uncertainty. After pleading with Yahweh for mercy on behalf of the Israelites, he ascended the mountain again and returned with new tablets, restoring the covenant. Despite their miraculous sustenance, the Israelites struggled with doubt and disobedience as punishment for their lack of faith. Yahweh, the God of Israel, decreed that they would wander the wilderness for 40 years, a full generation, before entering the promised land. Only after this time would they be allowed to claim the land flowing with milk and honey. Throughout these years, the divine sustenance generator continued to provide, feeding them daily with manna. Moses, though he had led them through the wilderness and served as a mediator between the people and God, was informed that he would not enter the promised land. Because of a moment of disobedience, when he struck a rock to bring forth water instead of speaking to it as God had commanded, Moses was only allowed to see the land from a distance. As the years passed and the generation of the first Exodus faded away, Joshua, Moses' faithful aide and warrior, was chosen to succeed him. When Moses died on Mount Nebo, overlooking the promised land, Joshua assumed leadership of the Israelites. His task was to lead the people across the Jordan River and into the land of Canaanites, the Asiatic group of nomad, descendants and tribes of Cain. The Canaanites, with their diverse city-states and tribes, had established a vibrant society long before the arrival of the Israelites, who were the descendants of Abraham's tribe. They spoke various dialects of Semitic languages and practiced polytheism, worshipping a pantheon of deities including Baal and Asherah. Joshua was a strong warrior, and under his command, the Israelites began their conquest of the land. Yahweh promised Joshua victory, telling him to be strong and courageous. The first major city they encountered was Jericho, an imposing city with high fortified walls. Yahweh gave Joshua specific instructions to march around the city for 6 days with the Ark of the Covenant, and on the 7th day, they were to march 7 times. At the sound of trumpets and a loud shout, the walls of Jericho miraculously crumbled, and the Israelites stormed the city, taking it as their own. This conquest marked the beginning of a new chapter for the Israelites as they moved from wandering to settling. City by city, Joshua led the people, and the God of Israel delivered the enemy tribes into their hands. They took possession of their land that the God of Israel had promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The Israelites' journey from Egypt to the Promised Land was a testament to early humanity's struggles and the Anunnaki tribes battling amongst each other, masquerading as gods, making mankind fight amongst each other. The machine that provided manna, the divine laws given at Sinai, and the miraculous victories under Joshua were all signs of the tribe of Enlil's provision and care for their chosen people. Thus, the era of wandering ended and the era of settlement began, a fulfillment of Yahweh's ancient promise to lead his people to a land where they would live in peace and prosperity. The Exodus, traditionally dated to 1433 BC, when Moses was 80 years old, marked the culmination of a centuries-long saga of oppression, rebellion, and divine intervention. The pharaoh Amenhotep II, like his predecessors, had sought to suppress the growing power of the Israelites. Yet in doing so, he only hastened their rise as a free people. From the time of Ahmosis, who expelled the Hyksos and founded the new kingdom, to Thutmose III, who feared the Israelites' disloyalty, and finally to Amenhotep II, who saw his empire suffer under Yahweh's plagues. The tale of Egypt and Israel became one of intertwined destinies, shaped by the hand of God and the will of man. The story of Moses, his confrontation with Pharaoh Amenhotep II, and the dramatic exodus from Egypt has long been revered as one of the most iconic tales of faith, liberation, and divine intervention in human history. However, as we delve deeper into ancient texts with a broader, more informed perspective, it's essential to reconsider the narrative through the lens of the Anunnaki. These ancient beings, often mistaken for gods due to their advanced technology and knowledge, greatly influenced the writings of both the Old and New Testaments, pitting humanity against one another. The Anunnaki were not divine beings, but their technological prowess was so far beyond the comprehension of early humans that biblical figures perceived them as gods or messengers of God. Yet, the true creator of all existence, the ultimate source of life and consciousness, remains distinct from these extraterrestrial beings who, for centuries, masqueraded as divine creators on Earth. Their influence shaped much of the biblical lore, manipulating the spiritual narrative of entire civilizations, especially the animosity and rivalry of African and the Asiatics, the first races of humans, and after the Asiatics' rivalry between the Israelites and the Canaanites. Later, more deception was compounded by the elites within the Vatican and the Cabal after the crucifixion of Yeshua, who systematically engineered religious doctrines and designed to mentally enslave societies and create divide and conquer tactics of the 12 tribes. These institutions diverted spiritual power away from individuals and toward an extraterrestrial elite, fostering systems of control that suppressed true self-empowerment. In this light, the story of Moses and the biblical text becomes not just a tale of faith, but a key to understanding humanity's deeper connection to a much larger cosmic history. If you like this episode, we ask you to help support the channel by subscribing and hitting the like button. Our mission as a channel is to bring all the hidden truths and history of our cosmos and Earth to the forefront. Stay tuned for more ancient myths and cosmic legends. May the eternal light forever guide your path, and see you on the next episode. Did you know the world's first civilization on Earth post-Great Flood was the Sumerian Mesopotamian civilization? Anthropological and archaeological evidence discovered in the past 100 years suggests that this civilization is the origin of all modern humans, known as Homo sapiens. Every human has some form of ancestry connected to Sumerian society, as each continent has aboriginal tribes originating from East Africa. Recently, archaeologists discovered the biblical Garden of Eden, nestled between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in modern-day Iraq, within the Middle Eastern region of Africa. The Sumerians, the first modern human civilization post-flood, laid the foundation for human progress. They invented cuneiform writing, one of the earliest forms of writing. Their technological advancements included the wheel, plow, irrigation systems, and sailboats. They constructed towering ziggurats and developed complex legal and administrative systems. They also brewed beer and excelled in metallurgy and textiles. The Sumerians believed in mysterious giant beings called the Anunnaki, meaning those who came from heaven, whom they worshipped as gods. These beings became the subjects of the first written mythological stories on Earth. The mythologist Joseph Campbell, in his book, The Power of Myth, mentions finding that every ancient culture universally shared similar origin and mythological stories of the same gods in every continent, and the connections lead back to the most ancient civilization. Known as the Black-Headed People, the Sumerians were referred to as the Sun People or Adamites in various ancient texts. Step back in time to humanity's ancient ancestors in the fertile plains of ancient Mesopotamia and Sumer, where lush greenery and agricultural abundance flourished. Immerse yourself in the rich Sumerian arts, sciences, and culture of an advanced society that predates ancient Egypt and Greece. Picture the symmetrically structured city-states of Ur, Uruk, and Eridu, each a testament to the Sumerians' unique ingenuity. Imagine the first civilization of mankind being established after the biblical Great Flood transformed mud and clay into architectural marvels, erecting ziggurats that reached towards the heavens. In its heyday, the skyline of the Sumerian cities was punctuated by colossal temples nestled in the heart, where priests communed with the gods, and scholars transcribed the first written language, cuneiform, onto clay tablets. The Sumerians' intricate cuneiform writing system emerged around 3500 BCE. It involved pressing a wedge-shaped stylus into clay tablets, creating wedge-like impressions. Scribes initially, cuneiform served as a system of accounting for trade transactions. Over time, it evolved into a versatile script encompassing a wide range of subjects. Sumerians recorded religious hymns for the gods, laws, and history of their civilization, including the Epic of Gilgamesh and administrative documents, including the Sumerian king list. The script's adaptability contributed to its longevity, as it persisted through various Mesopotamian and Sumerian cultures for centuries, all the way to current day. Oxford Institute reported as of 2020 that 700 tablets that have not been translated or read. Majority of these tablets that are on public and translated are on display in England. However, most of the 700 tablets are with the Vatican in the underground archives. Ur was the legendary home of Abraham, the father of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. He and his caravan carried the stories of their ancestors with them as they traveled from southern to northern Iraq, through Syria and into Egypt before settling in the land of Canaan, which is modern-day Israel. About 200 years ago, European archaeologists were digging in what is now the Middle East, mainly in Egypt located in North Africa and southern Mesopotamia, which is located in the country and territory of modern-day Iraq. They were searching for places mentioned in the Bible, works by Greek authors like Herodotus and Strabo, and journals of medieval and Renaissance travelers like Benjamin of Tudela and Pietro della Valle. Names like Babylon, Nineveh, and Ur were known, but their exact locations were unclear. By the early 1800s, archaeologists made significant discoveries. Englishman Claudius James Rich mapped the ruins of Babylon and Nineveh, finding bricks, tablets, clay cylinders, and boundary stones with mysterious markings. These were also found in Iran at sites like Persepolis and Bahistun. Scholars realized these markings were scripts of unknown languages. Deciphering one set, Old Persian helped unlock the others. The script found in Babylon and Nineveh was Akkadian, then called Babylonian, and the third script was Elamite. Akkadian, a Semitic language like Hebrew and Arabic, became well understood. In the mid-19th century, scholars suspected cuneiform, the written form of Akkadian, was not developed by the Babylonians and Assyrians, but by another people before them. Inscriptions mentioned Sumer and Akkad, indicating another place and people, the Sumerians. Early archaeologists had unknowingly discovered what is now considered the mother civilization of the Babylonians and Assyrians. Around 7000 to 6000 BC, people moved south along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to the fertile floodplains of Mesopotamia, now Iraq, and northern Syria. Mesopotamia, meaning land between rivers, was ideal for large-scale farming due to its rich, fertile soil from river flooding. Farming had already begun thousands of years earlier in the Near East, in the Fertile Crescent, a region of productive land stretching from the eastern Mediterranean through Turkey and northern Iraq to the Persian Gulf. One of the early farming communities in central Mesopotamia was the Samara culture, named after the site where it was first discovered. This culture dates back to between 6,500 and 5,500 BC. Samara pottery has a distinctive style, often decorated with geometric images representing natural phenomena. The early farmers of this culture dug irrigation canals to control rivers and streams. Another widespread culture was the Halaf culture, active between 6,500 and 5,500 BC, with some estimates narrowing it to 5,700 to 5,000 BC. Like the Samara, the Halaf culture produced distinctive and beautiful pottery that was widely traded throughout the Fertile Crescent. In return, the Halaf people received goods such as obsidian, bitumen, and seashells. They also created some of the earliest examples of stamp seals. After 6000 BC in southern Mesopotamia, changes began that set the stage for civilization. This started with the Ubaid culture, named after the site of Tel al-Ubaid, near the future Sumerian city of Ur, which began as an Ubaid settlement. The Ubaid culture dates from 5,500 to 4,000 BC. The exact origins of the Ubaid people are unknown, but they likely migrated from other parts of the Fertile Crescent. Most Ubaid sites were small villages, but by the late 5th to early 4th millennium BC, some settlements grew into towns with nearly 5,000 residents. They grew wheat, barley, and lentils, and raised livestock including cattle, goats, and sheep. Typical Ubaid villages had several one-story houses and larger storage facilities. Most Ubaid sites had a central earthen mound with a small building, believed to be an early temple and precursor to the ziggurat. The Ubaid also traded their unique hand-painted pottery and crafts such as figurines. Ubaid pottery was highly prized and found at multiple sites throughout the Middle East, including Turkey, Iran, Syria, and the southeastern Arabian Peninsula. Much of what we know about Ubaid culture comes from the ruins of Eridu, a city famous in Sumerian mythology as the home of the celestial water god Enki. Eridu was believed to be very ancient. According to the Sumerian king list, it was the first city where kingship was established. Archaeologists have determined that Eridu may have been inhabited as far back as 8000 BC, over 10,000 years ago. During the Ubaid period, Eridu was an ideal place to settle. It had plenty of fertile land for farming and abundant fish from nearby marshes close to the Gulf. Back then, the Persian Gulf shores were much further inland, making the area seem like a paradise in the otherwise harsh desert. At first, Eridu was a small village with a modest shrine to the water god Enki. Excavations show that Enki's sanctuary started as a small brick room, less than 8 square meters, with an altar and a stand for ritual offerings. Ashes and fish bones found there suggest these offerings were part of religious rituals. Archaeologists believe the people of Eridu held communal feasts with prayers, singing, and music to honor Enki. Out of all the male gods, Enki was the most loved by the Sumerians. It is said that Enki, the water god, engineered the black-headed people of modern-day India and Africa, who are considered the closest ancestors to the Sumerians alongside the Ethiopians. As the village of Eridu grew, so did the temple. By 4500 BC, the temple stood on a platform about a meter high and continued to expand over the centuries into a ziggurat, a step-like pyramid. Prosperous towns like Eridu attracted travelers and merchants who visited its temples, such as those dedicated to Enki, to make offerings. They brought items from their own villages to donate or trade for local goods, like barley, sheep, or Eridu's distinctive pottery. An example of international trade in Eridu was copper. Copper, a valuable metal not found in southern Mesopotamia, had to be imported from places like modern Oman or Turkey. Remarkably, Ubaid period artisans in Eridu were already forging basic copper items. Another imported item was obsidian, likely from Turkey. Most early settlements were small, with a few hundred people. Exceptions like Eridu and Tel Zaydan in Syria had populations of around 3,000. However, less than a millennium later, ancient Mesopotamia saw cities with populations in the tens of thousands. One such city was Uruk, located less than 200 kilometers northwest of Eridu. Zechariah Sitchin, a prominent Sumerian researcher and author once ridiculed for his views, presents an intriguing theory in his first book of the Earth Chronicles series, * 12th Planet *. Sitchin proposes that the Anunnaki, whom the Sumerians referred to as gods, were not mythical beings but advanced extraterrestrial humanoids. According to his translations of the Sumerian text, the 7 tablets of creation, which he claims is the template for the modern Bible, the Anunnaki came from a red planet in dire need of saving. This planet, which Sitchin refers to as the 12th celestial body of our galaxy, allegedly passes near Earth every 3,000 years, or 1 Shah. Sitchin suggests that the Anunnaki were not just creators of humanity, but genetic engineers who modified primates in Africa 250,000 years ago, setting the course for modern human evolution. Though his beliefs in the ancient alien theory were widely ridiculed during his lifetime, recent discoveries have led some in the scientific and historical communities to re-examine his work. In Zechariah Sitchin's * Earth Chronicles *, he mentions that the Anunnaki shared their technology with the Sumerians. Standing tall and powerful, their godlike intelligence and similar appearance awed the ancient Sumerians. Before the Anunnaki spread across Earth to create new civilizations, they first taught the Sumerians advanced skills, fueling technological growth and cultural exchange. Skilled artisans crafted pottery and sculptures, reflecting their advanced society and reverence for their extraterrestrial mentors. A thriving economy, a society with such extensive material enterprises, could not have developed without an efficient system of transportation. The Sumerians used their 2 great rivers and the artificial network of canals for waterborne transportation of people, goods, and cattle. Some of the earliest depictions show what were undoubtedly the world's first boats. In many early texts, it is stated that the Sumerians engaged in deep water seafaring, using a variety of ships to reach faraway lands in search of metals, rare woods, stones, and other materials unobtainable in Sumer proper. An Akkadian dictionary of the Sumerian language was found to contain a section on shipping listing 105 Sumerian terms for various ships by their size and purpose. In 1956, Professor Samuel Kramer, one of the great Sumerologists of our time, reviewed the literary legacy found beneath the mounds of Sumer. The table of contents of Asterisk. From the tablets of Sumer Asterisk is a gem in itself. For each one of the 25 chapters described a Sumerian first, including the first schools, the first bicameral congress, the first historian, the first pharmacopoeia, the first farmer's almanac, the first cosmogony and cosmology, the first job, the first proverbs and sayings, the first literary debates, the first Noah, the first library catalogue, and man's first heroic age, his first law codes and social reforms, his medicine, agriculture, and search for world peace and harmony. Mesopotamian gods were worshipped in temple towns as patron deities, each town having a temple with a statue of their patron god who resided within. Nana, the patron deity of Ur in modern southern Iraq, was revered as the father of Utu and Inanna, known as the timekeeper. Enlil, the feared god of the air and father of Nana, held the title of Yahweh in the 7 tablets of creation and the Epic of Atrahasis. Enlil was the leader of the gods on earth for a time in the Sumerian pantheon, alongside his older half-brother Enki. The first prestigious schools were established in Sumer as a direct outgrowth of the invention and introduction of writing. The archaeological evidence is actual school buildings and also shows indications of a formal system of education by the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. There were literally thousands of scribes in Sumer, ranging from junior scribes to high scribes. Discipline was strict. One school alumnus describes on a clay tablet how he had been flogged for missing school, for insufficient neatness, for loitering, for not keeping silent, for misbehaving, and even for not having appealing handwriting. Eventually, the Sumerians began assigning Anunnaki gods to specific planets in the solar system, based on their characteristics and qualities. This can allude to the fact that if the ancient alien theory is incorrect, then how is it possible that the Sumerians were so accurate about the planets and the solar system? In the early years of Sumeria, the sun is represented by Utu. The moon is associated with Nana. Mars is known as Gugulana, the bull of heaven. Mercury is identified with Enki. Jupiter corresponds to Enlil, and Venus is represented by Inanna. Saturn is associated with Ninurta, the shepherd and farmer. The Sumerians created their calendar based on a sexagesimal base 60 numeral system. They defined a circle as 360 degrees. A lunar year consists of 12 moon cycles, each 30 days long, totaling 360 days. A celestial year is divided into 12 aspects of the night sky, each 30 degrees, also totaling 360 degrees. A solar year comprises 360 days, each with 24 hours, plus 5 additional days. An hour is divided into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. The number 360 is divisible by every number from 1 to 10, except for 7. Consequently, 7 was regarded as a mysterious number that symbolized both chaos and order. They created a 7-day week based on the 4 phases of the moon. The first day of each month began when the crescent moon appeared at sunset. The 7th, 14th, and 21st were considered auspicious days where anything could happen. The 28th day was a day of rest until another new crescent moon appeared, which was seen as a sign from the gods. The Sumerians are also credited with the creation of the first astronomical grid that defined the 12 aspects of the zodiac. The stars and planets were seen as messengers who held vast amounts of information. They were consulted on a continual basis. 12 signs of the zodiac. To date, Babylonian astrology was first recorded on 70 cuneiform tablets containing 7,000 messages called Enuma Elish, which appointed scribes to record daily tasks, and eventually the history of the Sumerians and the Anunnaki ancient aliens. The fall equinox occurred in the 7th moon of Scales, which was later called Libra, or the Scales of Justice. The scales represented the balance between the spring and fall equinox, when day and night are equal. Based on the precession of the equinoxes, the autumnal equinox now occurs in Virgo Virgin. Amidst the hustle and bustle of urban life, the Sumerians revered the Anunnaki, extraterrestrial deities bearing human-like features and emotions, yet tinged with divine complexity, with some exhibiting traits akin to godly arrogance. The Sumerian pantheon boasted a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses, each with a unique domain and rule over the people and cities. Temples were not merely architectural wonders, but gateways to the celestial realms, connecting the mortal humans to the Anunnaki alien rulers and kings. Rituals and ceremonies permeated daily life, with the ziggurats standing as conduits for worship and praise between the earthly and the Anunnaki extraterrestrials. The third region of Sumer was called Ur. which is the Akkadian name for Urim. The rulers of Sumer and Akkad, when the nuclear calamity happened, are known as kings of the third dynasty of Ur, the biblical Ur of the Chaldees, from which biblical Abraham migrated to Haran, into the land of Canaan, which is modern-day Israel. The Canaanites were the first group of Europeans who are also connected to the Hittites, the ancestral brothers of the later kingdom of Egypt. Early archaeologists have found many similarities between Canaanites' gods and Egyptian gods. The first written histories were written as epic tales and later evolved into myths, the first being called the Epic of Gilgamesh, composed in Sumerian around 2100 BCE, is a literary masterpiece. It narrates the adventures of Gilgamesh, a king seeking immortality, exploring themes of friendship, mortality, and the human condition. The epic is a significant cultural and literary contribution, providing insights into Sumerian beliefs, values, and storytelling traditions. Later, as the first civilization flourished, the Anunnaki began to appoint humans to rule as kings for them, which would one day lead to the ideas of pharaohs in Egypt, communicators to the gods and many times their own kin. In their theological pursuits, they codified the earliest known legal system, the Code of Ur-Nammu, ushering in an era of societal order and justice. The Sumerians documented advanced medical knowledge on clay tablets, revealing a sophisticated understanding of diseases and treatments. The Diagnostic Handbook, a compendium of symptoms and treatments, showcases their medical expertise. Surgical instruments, such as bronze lancets, were used in medical procedures. The Sumerians' medical knowledge laid the foundation for future advancements in the field. Sumer's economy thrived on agriculture, supported by an advanced irrigation system. The fertile soil yielded crops like barley and wheat. The surplus allowed for trade with neighboring regions, fostering economic prosperity. Sumerians engaged in barter and trade, exchanging goods such as textiles, metals, and agricultural products. This economic foundation facilitated the growth of urban centers. Their society was structured hierarchically. At the top were priests and kings, followed by free citizens and then slaves. The city-states had administrative structures overseeing taxation, justice, and defense. Labor specialization was a hallmark, with individuals mastering specific trades, from metalworking and pottery to farming and writing. This specialization contributed to the economic and technological advancements of Sumer. In ancient civilizations, it is believed that much of the Sumerians' knowledge was imparted to the Anunnaki as well. The Sumerian pantheon of gods, who were recognized as myths but are now believed to be interdimensional extraterrestrials, consists of the basis of all religions and mythologies on the planet. The Holy Father and King of all gods is King Anu of Nibiru. Enki, also known as Ea, was the god of water and earth, which was named after him. Enlil, his youngest, was given rulership of all earth and the early cities of Sumer and Babylon. During this time, the gods and men lived among each other. The Anunnaki made the earthlings worship them in song. They constructed temples for food offerings and praising concerts. Even the king of the cosmos, King Anu, had a temple built in his name when he descended from the heavenly motherships. The praising and worship would give energy and power to them, especially in song and poem. It is believed by this time the worship gene was implanted in the human DNA chromosomes. According to Zachariah Sitchin's excerptions, the Sumerians were the world's most ancient, earliest multicultural inhabitants of Mesopotamia before the Great Flood. All of humanity was mostly dark melanated until the birth of Zizdura, biblical Noah. The Sumerians primarily had dark and brown skin, brown hair, and some Sumerian royals had blonde hair, blue or green eyes, with dark or light skin. The Sumerian people were referred to as the Adamites by the Igigi watcher Anunnaki. They were credited with remarkable ingenuity by these extraterrestrial beings, often likened to dark North African peoples like Ethiopians and dark and light melanated African, Asiatic, and Israeli peoples, believed to be the common ancestors of all modern humans, with the oldest hominid skeleton to date being found in East Africa by anthropologists. The Sumerians were known for stylizing their hair to resemble the styles of the warrior gods. This was the style of braiding or dreading, in ancient indigenous, African and Nordic cultures. According to ancient texts, the skin of earthlings was genetically marked into 48 shades of the Mesopotamian genomes, and the biblical Noah, known as Zisudra, was a giant man with albinism and a king of a region of Sumer. His line is where many of Indo-European and Asiatic descent originate, alongside biblical Cain. References in ancient texts, such as the Egyptian Book of the Dead and Sitchin's * Lost Book of Enki *, depict the black lands of the Sumerians, governed by Dumuzi, Enki's youngest Anunnaki son and the god of water. Enki, the prince of earth and Nibiru, is known for being dark violet-skinned, or sometimes shades of blue, green, or gold. In the Vedic texts of the Mahabharata *, Krishna, who is the equivalent of Enki, was mentioned as Nila Mega Shyama, which means dark blue as rain-filled clouds. The Vedic texts describe gods bearing children with humans, resulting in offspring with varying skin tones and features, from extremely bright with little melanin to extremely dark with harsh melanin, including blonde hair and various eye colors. Both the Sumerians and Vedic texts mention that without dark colors, there would be no shades of lighter colors in skin tones. An ancient Sumerian psalm venerates Enlil, the alien god of Sumer, Lord who knows the destiny of the land, trustworthy in his calling. Enlil, who knows the destiny of Sumer, trustworthy in his calling. Father Enlil, Lord of all the lands, Lord of the rightful commands. Father Enlil, shepherd of the black and brown-headed ones, we shall never leave the dark lands of the sun. From the mountain of sunrise to the mountain of sunset, there is no other Lord in the land, you alone are king. The Sumerians revered Enlil out of both fear and gratitude. Enlil and his offspring later became gods of the Indo-European Hittites and Canaanites during the beginnings of Babylon and Assyria. In biblical texts, Enlil and his son Ninurta take on the title of Yahweh. Enlil's brother, Enki, referred to as a snake, revealed the truth of good and evil to Adamu and Eve, and ruled for thousands of years before the Great Flood. The 7 tablets of creation describe Earth being divided into regions by the royal family of Anu. The first region, Kemet, was inhabited by Sumerians, who later migrated to become the original Egyptians under Thoth, the god of Israel, and later Amun-Ra, the son of Enki. The second region, Sumer, was allotted to Enlil's sons, who became the gods of Israel. The third region was given to Utu and Zisudra, biblical Noah, who was albino, and his descendants. Sumerian genetic markers influenced by Ninurta and Nana led to the emergence of light and brown-skinned Asiatic Indo-European people, descendants of Noah and Cain. These people, relocated by the Anunnaki goddess Inanna, spread across Asia Minor, the Aryan Caucasus Mountains, the Aegean Sea, and modern-day Israel, formerly Canaan. Ninurta genetically modified them to adapt to harsh, colder climates, establishing multiple cultures and languages. To keep track of the gods' activities on Earth, it is theorized the Anunnaki and temple bureaucrats developed an early writing system around 3300 BC, using small clay tablets. This first writing, called proto-cuneiform, used pictographs to record the origin story of humans, the history of the Anunnaki, the transfer of commodities like grain, beer, and livestock. It had over 700 signs and likely evolved from a more primitive system. The pictographs were simple, such as a bull's head for cattle or a barley stalk for barley. Some symbols' meanings were clearer when paired with others, like a bowl and a human head to mean eat. Over time, these signs evolved into cuneiform, which used wedge-shaped impressions made with a reed stylus on clay tablets. These tablets were then dried in the sun to make the impressions permanent. Cuneiform was suitable for the Sumerian language because most Sumerian words were monosyllabic, allowing nearly every word to be represented by a single symbol. Discoveries and translations of cuneiform documents give us insights into ancient Mesopotamian life. Cylinder seals were another communication tool. Made from materials like stone, clay, metal, bone, or ivory, they had designs carved into them. Rolling a cylinder seal across wet clay produced a continuous impression, used to seal storeroom locks, goods, and important documents, often confirming the sender's identity or authority. The influence of the Uruk culture spread throughout the ancient Near East between the 4th and 3rd centuries BC. Archaeologists have found Uruk-style pottery and architecture in Syria, Iran, and Turkey, brought by trading colonies that sought raw materials like copper, obsidian, lead, gold, silver, wood, and stone. Eventually, they even imported tin for bronze making. Before kings appeared in Mesopotamia, high-ranking priests held power. They organized the population, collected taxes, and distributed goods and services, believed to directly represent the gods or understand their desires. Divine intervention alone couldn't protect people from foreign enemies. Priests and priestesses, though pious, were not necessarily good warriors or military strategists. As cities grew, competition for resources and farmland increased, leading to conflicts between city-states. Strong leaders were needed to lead men into battle, likely giving rise to the first kings in ancient Mesopotamia. Initially, kings might have been temporary war leaders, but by 2900 BC, kingship became hereditary, marking the start of the early dynastic period, which lasted nearly 600 years. Rulers had titles like In, meaning lord, Ensi, meaning governor or local king, and Lugal, meaning great king. A Lugal might rule over multiple cities, with several Ensis governing on his behalf. Cities were often surrounded by high walls to protect temples, administrative buildings, palaces, houses, and residence. The most important structure was the ziggurat, a large, step pyramid temple considered the earthly home of the city's patron god. It was run by priests and was the city's chief landowner and wealthiest institution. Sumerian gods, like later Greek and Roman ones, took human form and behaved like people, with emotions and occasional interference in human affairs. There were gods for various aspects of life and nature, such as the sky, sun, moon, plow, bricks, and writing. And the sky god had his main temple in Uruk, but the city's patron deity was Inanna, the goddess of love and war. By the early dynastic period, Enlil, the god of air, was considered the most powerful, with his sanctuary in Nippur. Enki, the god of fresh water and patron of Eridu, Utiu, the sun god associated with justice and patron of Sipa and Lhasa, and Nana, the moon god and patron of were also important deities. Ningirsu, associated with farming and war, was the patron deity of Lagash, with his main temple in Girsu. By 2500 BC, royal inscriptions and portraits of individual kings appeared, helping us understand Sumer's political history. One early inscription depicts Ur-Nanshe, ruler of Lagash, who reigned around 2494 to 2465 BC. One famous depiction of him is a limestone relief. The king, depicted with a basket of clay bricks on his head, is currently in the Louvre. This relief shows him performing one of his key religious duties, caring for his kingdom's temples, especially those dedicated to Ningirsu, Lagash's patron deity. Ur-Nanshe also served as Lagash's military leader, engaging in wars with neighboring city-states like Ur and Umma. In the 24th century BC, Lagash, once strong under kings like Ur-Nanshe, fell under priestly control. The priests, including ruler Lugalanda, imposed heavy taxes, leading to widespread debt and corruption. This hardship caused parents to sell their children into slavery to pay debts. After 6 years, Urukagina overthrew Lugalanda, reformed Lagash, and possibly introduced the first written code of laws. These reforms aimed to protect common people from exploitation. However, Lagash's weakness invited attack. In 2341 BC, Lugal-Zagesi of Umma conquered Lagash, destroying its capital and temples, including Ningirsu's. A scribe from Lagash cursed Lugal-Zagesi for the destruction, lamenting the city's fate. Lugal-Zagesi claimed to control all of Sumer, boasting an empire from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean. However, modern scholars doubt he truly ruled all the lands he claimed. Sargon of Akkad, also known as Sargon the Great, was a seminal figure in ancient Mesopotamian history, born around 2334 BCE. Sargon rose from humble origins to establish the Akkadian Empire, becoming one of history's first great conquerors. According to legend, Sargon was born to a lowly family and cast adrift in a basket on the Euphrates River, where he was found and raised by a gardener. He eventually became the cupbearer to Ur-Zababa, the king of Kish, a position of considerable influence that set the stage for his rise to power. Sargon's rise to prominence began with his defeat of Lugal-Zaggisi, the ruler of Umma, who had united much of Sumer under his control. With Lugal-Zaggisi's defeat, Sargon established the Akkadian Empire, the first empire in history to encompass multiple city-states and regions. His empire extended across Mesopotamia and into neighboring territories, marking the first time a single ruler controlled such a vast expanse. Sargon's administrative reforms, including the establishment of Akkadian as the official language and the centralization of power, laid the groundwork for a new era of imperial rule in the ancient Middle East. In addition to his military and administrative achievements, Sargon is believed to have had a significant personal connection with the divine Anunnaki. According to some accounts, he mated with the warrior goddess Inanna, also known as Ishtar. This union supposedly produced Enheduanna, a demi-goddess and high priestess who would leave an indelible mark on history. Enheduanna, born around 2285 BCE, was an ancient Mesopotamian high priestess and the world's first known poet. She is recognized as the earliest known female author in history, credited with composing hymns and poems dedicated to the goddess Inanna. Enheduanna's literary works, known as the Sumerian temple hymns and the Exaltation of Inanna, are notable for their deep religious and emotional themes, providing a profound insight into Sumerian spirituality and culture. As the high priestess of the moon god Nana, in the city of Ur, Enheduanna held a position of great religious and political influence. Her writings not only express her devotion to Inanna, but also reflect the complex interplay between the divine and the earthly realms in Sumerian thought. One of her most popular hymns and poems is titled The Lady of the Largest Heart. The poem reads,
Lady of all powers, in whom light appears, Radiant One, beloved of heaven and earth, tiara-crowned priestess of the highest God, my lady. You are the guardian of all greatness. Your hand holds the 7 powers. You lift the powers of being. You have hung them over your fingers. You have gathered the many powers. You have clasped them like necklaces onto your breast. Like a dragon, you poisoned the land when you roared at the earth. In your thunder, nothing green could live. A flood fell from the mountain. You, Inanna, foremost in heaven and earth. Lady riding a beast, you rained fire on the heads of men, taking your power from the highest. Following the commands of the highest, Lady of all the great rights, who can understand all that is yours. In the forefront of the battle, all is struck down by you. O winged lady, like a bird you scavenge the land. Like a charging storm, you charge, like a roaring storm you roar. You thunder in thunder, snort in rampaging winds. Your feet are continually restless. Carrying your harp of sighs, you breathe out the music of mourning. It was in your service that I first entered the holy temple, I, Enheduanna, the highest priestess. I carried the ritual basket, I chanted your praise. Now I have been cast out to the place of lepers. Day comes, and the brightness is hidden around me. Shadows cover the light. Drape it in sandstorms. My beautiful mouth knows only confusion. Even my sex is dust.
The Sumerians being the templates for humanity, we know today is still a new discovery. But once many learn about this ancient society and see how every human person derives from this civilization based upon the archaeological, anthropological, and genetic genealogy discoveries in the past 150 years. This history reveals a new engineered humanoid species taught great power and technology, but led astray by false gods who were ancient aliens with advanced technology, and possibly the great mythological sunken city of Atlantis and Lemuria. However, it also suggests that humans have the potential to surpass not only advanced extraterrestrials technologically, but also spiritually. Understanding humanity's first civilization and past can help us resist elite manipulation and stay on the path of light in the universe, as all beings are connected and come from the same source. The power to shape reality lies within humanity, gifted by the creator of all. To learn more details about the first civilization of the Sumerians, we recommend reading 12th Planet by Zecharia Sitchin, which will give you a more in-depth analysis of their everyday life and the mysterious Anunnaki ancient aliens who became mythological gods to modern day. If you're new here, please leave a comment and explore our other episodes where we delve into these topics further, always checking our references and sources in the description. If you enjoy this content, consider subscribing to Astral Legends for more ancient myths, legends, and cosmic mysteries. May the eternal light guide your path, and we'll see you in the next episode. Greetings, brave cosmic warriors and intrepid explorers of the galaxy. Today we bring forth knowledge of one of the most perilous and enigmatic realms in our known universe, Orion. Orion is not merely a star system, but a labyrinthine expanse where the forces of light and darkness perpetually dance in a delicate balance. It is a realm riddled with peril, a crucible of both spiritual enlightenment and unfathomable malevolence. The history of Orion is etched in the scars of countless wars, battles that have forged tenuous alliances among its myriad races, each as diverse as the stars they orbit. Orion's belt has long captured humanity's imagination, with its three brilliant stars, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. Alnitak, the easternmost star, is a blue supergiant burning bright at 1,200 light-years away. Alnilam, the central star, shines as the brightest of the trio, sitting at an awe-inspiring 2,000 light-years from Earth. Its name, derived from Arabic, translates to string of pearls, reflecting the belief that Orion's belt holds the key to understanding the divine order of the universe. Mintaka, the westernmost star, is a multiple star system, its dynamic energy representing duality and balance. In the annals of the Galactic Federation of Worlds, Orion stands out as a symbol of complexity and conflict. Its prominent inhabitants, reptilian draconians, various Asiatic humanoids with ancient ties to Earth, insectoids, and the ever-elusive Greys, have long shaped the destiny of this star system. The very name Orion is a translation from the Atlantean tongue Uru Anna, meaning the light of the cosmos. This name is not mere poetry, it is a testament to the cosmic phenomena that define this region, particularly the M42 Orion Nebula, a portal nebula in Orion's belt that acts as a stargate or portal for interdimensional travel. In the distant ancient past of Orion, when the Kyakur Empire seized control of Orion's belt, the region came under the reign of 7 formidable draconian queens. Among them were 2 sisters who held contrasting yet complementary domains of power. One was revered and feared as the Queen of Chaos and Dominion, a ruler who thrived on conquest and absolute control. Her sister Merida was the Queen of Servitude and Nature, embodying the balance of nurturing and harmony with the natural order. Together they symbolized the duality of power in its most primal form. Thus, the history of Orion began with the prime rulership of the solar dragon began, their legacy shaping the region's destiny for millennia to come. As we venture further into the heart of Orion, we find ourselves amidst the vibrant clouds of M42, where young stars unleash ultraviolet radiation, nurturing species adapted to such extreme environments. Here lies the seat of the Nebu, the Orion Draconian Empire, a formidable power that stands in opposition to our Federation's ideals. The Nebu, composed of 6 distinct races, including the Maitra and Kyakur, claim dominion over this sector, their ambition fueling an insatiable hunger for control. Yet, we must not falter in the face of such formidable adversaries. Our mission as guardians of peace and explorers of the unknown compels us to understand, navigate, and if necessary, confront the forces within Orion. It is a place where alliances are tested, where courage is a currency, and where the shadows often hold truths yet to be unveiled. The M42 Orion Nebula, also known as the Square due to the arrangement of its primary stars, serves as the heart of the Nebu, or the Orion Draconian Empire, a formidable force secondary only to the Chikahar Empire. The Nebu Empire comprises 6 distinct races of Greys and Reptilians, including the Maitra, Kili Tukurit, Ibans, Grail, Chikahar, and Indugutk. These beings, if encountered, would likely introduce themselves as Nebu, meaning the masters in their language. In the heart of the Orion Draconian Empire, a dark hierarchy prevails, with several subordinate races relegated to a life of servitude. Among these subjugated beings are the Dohu, Asban, and Solipsi Rai, all of whom are short-stature Greys, their existence bound by the will of their masters. These races, once independent, now serve the Empire's relentless quest for power. their lives marked by the harsh conditions of servitude and oppression within the Empire's vast territories. In addition to these subjugated beings, a mantis colony has also been stationed nearby, playing a crucial role in the Orion Empire's extensive and often shadowy programs. Their eerie influence extends far beyond mere observation, aiding in the Empire's pursuit of galactic dominance. The heart of this struggle lies Rigel, a star system known as Aspa, often referred to as the Siege of the Orion Draco Grey Empire. Positioned approximately 860 light-years from Earth, Aspa is a quadruple star system surrounded by a dense cosmic web. It serves as both a cradle for diverse life forms and a prime target for mass colonization and slavery of various alien species. Its 4 stars, including a brilliant blue supergiant, orbit around a common center of gravity, creating a unique celestial arrangement. Each of the stars within the system is accompanied by planetary systems, both natural and synthetic, while the entire system is shielded by a plasmic barrier, ensuring protection from external threats. Within this cradle of energy and resources, the ancient and complex history of the enslaved Asbanhu begins to unfold. The Asbanhu, a race native to the planetary system of Asba Prime, reside on the planet Oriban. Long before the Orion Empire's rise to power, the Asbar systems were populated by the Nor Pleiadians, who had fled from the Kiakaha Empire's devastating attacks on their homeworld in the Man system. The Pleiadian refugees quickly established prosperous colonies across the 14 planets of the Asbar system, creating a vibrant civilization that thrived for centuries. However, this peace was shattered when territorial disputes arose with the Grail, a group of aggressive grey reptilians from the nearby Mintaka system. The conflict that followed would last for nearly 300 years, as the Grail claimed that the Asbar system was within their territory, asserting that they had been the original inhabitants. Despite their claims, the true motive behind the Grail's invasion was their desire to seize the resources of the Pleiadian colonies. The war that ensued was brutal, with the Grail employing ferocious tactics to strip the Asbar system of its wealth and resources. As the conflict reached its devastating climax, the surviving inhabitants of the Asbar system were forced into underground shelters to escape the genocidal purge. Some Nor Pleiadians managed to escape the carnage, fleeing to the Procyon system, where they established a new colony called the Eldari. However, their respite was short-lived, as the Grail eventually tracked them down, launching another catastrophic assault that decimated their ranks. For those who remained in the Asbar system, the consequences were even more dire. The Grail, employing a horrific strategy, enslaved the remaining inhabitants, subjecting them to a slow and insidious form of genetic mutation through a hybridization program. Using technology developed by the Zeta Greys, the Grail created a new slave race, genetically engineered hybrids born from the crossbreeding of Lyran humanoids and Zeta Reticuli Greys. This new race, designed to be the perfect blend of both species, would later serve as the template for the hybridization programs that would extend to Earth, where the Orion Empire and the Kiakar Empire shared territorial influence in underground districts. The legacy of these genetic experiments continues to shape the future of the Orion Empire's dealings with Earth. Far beyond the reaches of the Asbar system, within the Orion Belt, lies the central supergiant star Alnilam Orionis, located a staggering 2,000 light-years from Earth and major connection to Orion. This ancient and revered region is home to the Egoroth, an ancient and ethereal race that has largely faded from the known cosmos. The Egoroth are one of the 5 species that form the Council of Five, an influential governing body that helps oversee the balance of the universe. These beings, tall and brown to pale-skinned with large, elongated cranium heads, possess a deep wisdom and intelligence that transcends the desires of conquest. Unlike many other races, the Egoroth have no interest in dominating other civilizations. Instead, they focus on spiritual development and the preservation of universal harmony. Before the rise of the Orion Empire, The Egoroth were a flourishing and highly advanced civilization spread across the worlds of Uruana. They were spiritual pioneers, possessing the ability to materialize up to the 9th density and exhibiting exceptional abilities in shape-shifting, though they only used this power sparingly. The Egoroth are hermaphroditic beings, capable of polarizing their gender to mate when the need arises. Their civilization flourished until the Orion Empire's expansion reached their territories, forcing them to retreat and seek refuge in higher dimensions to preserve their culture. The Darien Egoroth, originating from the star system Daro, are the original members of this ancient race. In order to safeguard their civilization from the predations of the Orion and Chakar empires, the Darien Egoroth underwent a process of density shifting, allowing them to exist in higher vibrational states that are imperceptible to lower density beings. This unique ability to shift into higher frequencies renders them invisible to the lower dimensional races, such as the reptilian species, who are unable to perceive higher vibrational entities. The Egoroth also possess powerful shape-shifting abilities, which they use only when absolutely necessary. These spiritual beings are dedicated to maintaining the balance of the universal web, traveling across dimensions to find and heal areas of disharmony. Their efforts have led them to work alongside the Galactic Federation of Worlds, assisting in the density shift of Terra, Earth, and helping guide its inhabitants toward enlightenment. The Darien Egoroth travel in ships with geometric designs such as the Diamond, Ionzenge, and Merkaba, which are capable of interdimensional travel, allowing them to navigate through the various layers of reality. Their missions often take them to regions of the galaxy where imbalance reigns, striving to restore peace and order to the cosmos. In the complex web of the Orion Galaxy, the Orion Black League, the Aspanhu, and the Egoroth all play vital roles, each struggling for survival and autonomy against the shadow of the Orion Empire's dominance. While some seek to preserve their spiritual heritage, others fight for freedom from oppression, and all are interconnected by the threads of fate woven through the galaxy's tumultuous history. The Benevolent Council of Five, once known as the Council of Nine, holds a legacy that predates the rise of the Orion Empire, which was established by the Elmanuk from Ardamant. Today, this council is composed of 5 distinct races: the Egoroth, the Redan, the Ortella, the Emether, and the Ginvo. These races have long been involved in protecting Earth, even before the formation of the Galactic Federation of Worlds, which they later joined as representative members of the Council. The Council has witnessed Earth's evolution firsthand, from its early days as an oceanic world, home to primitive life forms, to the rise of primates and the influence of the Anunnaki. Over the millennia, the Council has observed the arrival of multiple galactic civilizations, the violent territorial conflicts between alien empires, and the struggle for control over Earth's resources. The members of the Council of Five have worked tirelessly, often in secrecy, to guide Earth's leaders toward wiser decisions, though their influence has not always been welcomed or easily achieved. Unlike the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Council does not adhere to a strict rule of non-intervention, such as the Prime Directive that governs the Federation's operations. Instead, the Council believes that intervention can sometimes be necessary to prevent catastrophic errors that could lead a species down destructive paths. Over the centuries, they have met with Earth's leaders on several occasions, offering guidance and support, but their efforts have often faced resistance. The most recent meeting with Earth's leaders occurred in 1944, and another gathering is planned for the last 10 days of August 2013. This upcoming meeting will be conducted openly as the Council seeks to address pressing concerns, specifically the threat posed by the Orion and Chakha empires, the growing influence of the Cabal Alliance, and the possibility of securing a future where Earth's humans can thrive free from external control. The Galactic Federation of Worlds has long had reservations about the Council's approach, as it runs contrary to their principles of non-interference. Yet, They are powerless to stop the actions of the Council, except through diplomatic means. The power structure of current Orion Grey Empire in current day runs deep, its roots entrenched in centuries of conquest and manipulation. The Empire's reach is vast, extending throughout the galaxy, its tendrils snaking into the very heart of countless civilizations. Within the dark expanse of space, one name alone invokes terror: Kaaba. This name, as known to the Grail, reverberates with a sense of dread across star systems, its association with the Orion Empire instilling fear wherever it is uttered. The mere mention of Kaaba is enough to make the most powerful species quiver, for it represents both the strength and the cruelty of the Empire's dominance. Once, the Chiakahar Empire, a mighty and ruthless draconian force, contested for control over the M42 Portal Nebula, recognizing its immense strategic value. This nebula, a hub of cosmic energy and dimensional gateways, was a coveted prize. However, as the corporate of Altair soon discovered, the Chiakar were not a force to be reckoned with lightly. Realizing the immense might of their draconian rivals, the corporate of Altair chose the path of diplomacy over direct confrontation, forging an uneasy alliance rather than engaging in an all-out war. This decision marked a pivotal shift in the power dynamics of the region, one that would have far-reaching consequences. With the arrival of the Maitre and other opportunistic factions, the delicate balance of power within the nebula became even more fragile. These factions, eager to stake their claim in the conflict, would only add to the already volatile situation. The region's political landscape was in constant flux, with old allegiances shifting and new players entering the fray. The Nebu of Orion have engineered armies composed of hybridized populations from numerous colonized planets and worlds, employing similar methods on Earth. Hybrid humans and abducted individuals are exploited as a workforce, sold to the highest bidders in neighboring galaxies. A vast trade network exists between the Nebu, the Chiakars, and the Dark Fleet of Sauron. The Nebu favor using hybrids, beings created through the genetic crossbreeding of humans and extraterrestrials due to their unique properties. By forcing the merging of incompatible species, the Nebu effectively trap a soul within a vessel that bypasses the natural process of incarnation. Many of these hybrids are synthetic life forms, with some lacking true souls, allowing the Nebu to maintain total control over them. Plus, you slowly replace the population of a world without violence and without the awareness of these local populations that they are being cunningly invaded. It is a slow, negative alien agenda that does not declare to war to anyone, not even the Federation. They essentially breed themselves in. Amid the turmoil of intergalactic politics, a dominant and independent power rises within Orion, the corporate of Altair. This formidable entity operates outside the influence of the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Orion League, and the Orion Council, choosing instead to align with some of the galaxy's most feared factions. Its alliances with the Chiakar Empire, the Ashtar Collective, and the Anak Empire have solidified its position as a significant force in the ever-shifting political landscape of the cosmos. The Akori, a humanoid race originating from the Altair and Vega systems, are known for their resemblance to Pleiadian beings, though they share no genetic or cultural ties. Their home planet, Akoria, lies within the Altairan system, where the Akori thrive alongside various other species. Physically striking, with tall Nordic Scandinavian appearances, the Akori collaborate closely with the Kili Tokurit and are deeply involved in human abduction and hybridization programs. Working alongside the US Telos Alliance and the Orion Grey Collective, their activities have made them contentious figures. Although not inherently malevolent, their partnership with the Chiakar Empire has rendered them adversaries of the Galactic Federation of Worlds. The Akori are also entwined with Earth's dark history. During the Nazi regime, they, along with other extraterrestrial factions, provided esoteric rituals, concepts of racial purity, and advanced military technology to Hitler's Schutzstaffel. Aligned with the Black Suns under the Orion Group's command, they furthered genocidal and eugenicist agendas aimed at controlling Earth. Disguised as benevolent guardians, they manipulate humanity to advance their hybridization efforts, a strategy that has earned them both influence and infamy. Among the most hostile extraterrestrial factions are the Zeta Draconian Rigelians from the Rigel star system. Using their tall white or Nordic-like appearance to deceive, they excel in psionic manipulation and subterfuge. Deeply involved in invasion and genetic experimentation, the Rigelians are regarded as one of the most dangerous factions within the negative alien agenda. The Akori and their allies have also influenced humanity's spiritual struggles. The planet's alignment with Hyperborean timelines, originating in the 7th dimension, ties to humanity's fall from the Edenic state. This connection disrupts the negative alien agenda's false king of tyranny timelines and their soul capture technologies. The trauma rooted in ancient Hyperborean regions, such as Scotland and the Ionian Sea, was exploited by Nordic extraterrestrials during the Nazi era. Healing this trauma and reclaiming humanity's monadic memories are critical for spiritual liberation. Nordic aliens, though physically similar to the Akori, have long-standing alliances with the Draconians. These reptilian overlords, originating from Alpha Draconis and commanding Earth-based factions, operate under a strict hierarchy. Viewing themselves as the universe's most advanced species, they claim dominion over Earth and humanity as products of their genetic engineering. During Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency, secret treaties with Orion Grey aliens and other factions were forged, exchanging technology for limited human abductions. However, these agreements were repeatedly violated, resulting in widespread distrust and escalating conflicts. Reports suggest that while initial terms permitted 5,000 abductions, over 50,000 individuals were ultimately taken. These covert dealings fueled disinformation campaigns and led to the rise of shadow government organizations, including DARPA and the Secret Space Program, which eventually birthed breakaway civilizations and extraterrestrial collaborations. Winston Churchill, aware of extraterrestrial interference, often misattributed to Pleiadians, worked to conceal the full extent of the Akori's involvement with the Nazi regime. These manipulations spurred the formation of secretive alliances and shadow operations, leaving an enduring impact on global affairs. Though resembling humans, the Akori are driven by conquest and power, traits that frequently put them at odds with the Galactic Federation and other cosmic councils. Their alliances and manipulative strategies have rendered them untrustworthy, despite their occasional attempts to present themselves as allies to humanity. At the heart of the Orion Nebula lies a series of artificial synthetic worlds concealed within the swirling gas and dust of the M42 Nebula. These enigmatic constructions, though technologically advanced, are shrouded in mystery and fear. Few who venture into the nebula return, with whispered tales of horrors and unspeakable secrets adding to its sinister reputation. In a galaxy rife with treachery, ambition, and manipulation, the Orion Empire stands as a monolithic presence, extending its influence to every corner of the cosmos. Its reach is vast. Its secrets are many, and its power demands caution from all who dare to oppose it. The Lumina Aeternis continued its silent drift, hidden within the asteroid field shadows, as chaos unfolded aboard the Tyrannus with a ferocity Thalos hadn't fully anticipated. The ship itself exuded an oppressive presence, every metallic creak, every flicker of its grotesque bioluminescence, a sinister reminder that the Tyrannus was no mere vessel, but a fortress of horrors. Ryla's warning about the ancient and hostile presence aboard gnawed at the edges of Thalos's focus. The deeper they ventured into the ship, the more it felt as though something was watching them, not through cameras or sensors, but with an almost primal awareness. Roman, ever composed, seemed unfazed, his glowing blade cutting through the shadows with a steady hum. Yet even he occasionally glanced toward unseen corners. The holding cells were worse than they'd imagined. These weren't merely prisoners, they were trophies. Many bore the grotesque marks of cruel experimentation. Neural implants crudely grafted into their skulls, limbs replaced with mechanical augmentations resembling weapons more than prosthetics. The sight of the Azban-Dohu Greys, their delicate forms trembling as their massive jet-black eyes reflected the dim light, stirred a deep, primal fury in Thalos. They were peaceful beings, their telekinetic abilities a marvel of evolution, yet here they were, reduced to tools for some dark agenda. "We'll need to split up," Thalos said, his voice firm despite the mounting tension. "Ryla, take Roman and free the prisoners. I'll handle the Stargate." Ryla hesitated, her violet eyes locking onto his. "The beacon is ancient tech. If the Tyrannus crew didn't build it, they might not know how to control it fully. If you're wrong..." "I know," Thalos interrupted, his tone leaving no room for debate. "But if we don't stop it, we're dead anyway." She nodded sharply and turned to Roman. He gave Thalos a quick salute, his synthetic features betraying no emotion, though his glowing eyes seemed to narrow in determination. "Don't die on me," he said, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. As Thalos made his way toward the Stargate chamber, the ship's oppressive atmosphere seemed to pulse, as though it were alive and aware of his every move. The air grew heavier, and Ryla's voice crackled through the comms. "It's not just the crew," she said, her voice tight. "The ship, it's sentient, and it knows we're here." The chamber housing the Stargate. The grotesque industrial design gave way to something older, almost reverent. At the center stood the Stargate, massive, circular, and inscribed with glowing glyphs that pulsed like a heartbeat. Surrounding it were statues, no petrified figures, frozen in expressions of agony, their forms contorted unnaturally. "Whatever this is," Ryla whispered through the comms, her usual confidence shaken. "It's not just a gate, it's a conduit, a tether to something else." Before Thalos could respond, a low, guttural growl echoed through the chamber, followed by the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Emerging from the shadows was a towering figure clad in ceremonial armor fused with its flesh. Its eyes burned with an unnatural light, and its presence radiated something ancient, predatory. "A gatekeeper," Ryla said through the comms, her voice barely audible. "It's bound to the Stargate." The creature spoke, its voice rasping, bypassing their ears to strike directly into their minds. "You are too late. The beacon calls. Tyrannus is only the beginning." Before Thalos could think, the gatekeeper charged. Its massive size belied its speed, and Thalos fired his plasma rifle. The shots tore into its flesh, but the creature barely slowed. "Focus on the glyphs," Ryla's voice urged again. "The Stargate's energy is tied to them. If we disrupt the pattern..." Her body glowed faintly as she channeled her psychic abilities. The glyphs on the Stargate began to flicker, their rhythm faltering. The gatekeeper howled, its movements growing erratic. It lunged for Thalos, but he intercepted, slamming his rifle into its head and firing point blank. The creature staggered, giving Ryla the time she needed. With a final, desperate scream, she unleashed a psychic wave that shattered the glyphs. The Stargate's glow dimmed, flared violently, and then collapsed in on itself. The gatekeeper roared in agony as its form disintegrated, and the Stargate imploded. The chamber shook violently, and Thalos grabbed Ryla, dragging her to safety as the ship convulsed around them. Over the comms, Roman's voice crackled through. "We've secured the prisoners, but the ship's core is destabilizing. You need to get out now." Thalos didn't look back. As Thalos and his team sprinted back toward the docking bay, alarms blaring and the corridors collapsing around them, he couldn't shake the feeling that they'd only delayed the inevitable. The Tyrannus was crippled, but whatever ancient force had tied itself to the ship wasn't gone. It had merely been unleashed. The Lumina Aeternis waited for them, its sleek frame a sharp contrast to the chaos they'd left behind. When they finally jumped to hyperspace, Talos turned to Ryla. "That thing, the gatekeeper, what was it?" Ryla shook her head, her eyes hollow and distant. "I don't know, but it wasn't the only one." Silence settled over the crew as the stars stretched into streaks of light. This fight wasn't over. It was just beginning. To continue exploring this episode and dive deeper into off-world disclosure stories and Galactic Federation missions, subscribe to our partner channel, Infinity Legacy, using the link on the right. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more ancient myths and astral adventures. We'd also like to emphasize that, just like humanity, extraterrestrial beings of any dimension or plane can exhibit a spectrum of good or evil, and all living beings have the power and strength of the Creator of all within them. May the eternal light guide your path. See you on the next episode. Have you ever heard of the Gospel of Judas? This ancient text, excluded from the modern Bible, offers intriguing references and clues suggesting that Jesus, also known as Yeshua, may have been perceived as an extraterrestrial being from another dimension. While this idea may sound blasphemous to modern Christianity, exploring such ancient texts can offer a deeper understanding of Jesus or Yeshua's identity. For generations, Judas Iscariot has been seen as the epitome of evil, a universal symbol of betrayal and treachery among believers. In Dante's Inferno, he occupies a special place in the third circle of hell, enduring eternal punishment. The biblical Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John all condemn Judas as the one who betrayed Jesus, selling him out to the authorities for 30 silver coins, which would not make him nowhere near a rich man. Some interpretations even suggest that Judas was in league with Satan. Such was the magnitude of his betrayal. However, the Gospel of Judas gives a different perspective, and many wonder today why it was taken out of the canonized Bible by the Vatican. The discovery of the Chakos Codex, which includes texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the 1970s in Egypt, shed new light on Judas. This codex, believed to be translated from ancient Greek to Coptic around the 2nd century, contains various ancient texts, including the Gospel of Judas. In 2006, the National Geographic Society released the translated Gospel of Judas, sparking widespread interest in this previously unknown text. Unlike the traditional Gospels, this text portrays Judas not as a villain, but as a close friend of Jesus, who understood his mission better than the other disciples. According to this Gospel, Judas's betrayal was actually part of a plan orchestrated by Jesus himself to fulfill his destiny and a necessary step in fulfilling a divine plan. According to this Gospel, Yeshua, also known as Jesus, asked Judas to hand him over to the authorities, as it was part of a larger plan for Jesus' crucifixion and ultimate sacrifice for humanity. In this episode, we'll refer to Jesus as Jesus, but it's important to note that his real name was Yeshua. Similarly, many other names we know from the canonical Bible, like Mark, Luke, and John, are in actuality English names, and all of Jesus' disciples were illiterate and did not write the Gospels. However, the Gospel of Judas, which was conjectured by Gnostic believers from Jerusalem after Yeshua's death, was not accepted by Emperor Constantine when Christianity was seen as a Gnostic text, part of a diverse range of beliefs that existed alongside early Christianity, and not the Christianity of the Roman Empire under the rule of Constantine. These Gnostic beliefs often diverged from the Roman teachings of Christianity and spoke more on a spiritual notion and ancient mysteries from Egypt. These were considered heretical by the Roman Church and Constantine. They believed that these alternative texts could confuse believers and dilute the true message of Christianity. However, in the recent millennium, it was realized that Romans and Constantine created their own version of Christianity mixed with paganism to control the population. The Gospel of Judas was then officially rejected by early church leaders like Irenaeus, who condemned it as heretical. They discarded and buried books that portrayed Judas as heroic, preferring a more unified message where Judas was unequivocally seen as the betrayer. This decision shaped the Christianity we know today, where Judas is vilified as the ultimate traitor. In the officially recognized Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Judas is depicted as deceitful and greedy. In Matthew 26, Judas agrees to betray Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. Mark 14 and Luke 22 also describe Judas conspiring with the chief priests to betray Jesus. John 13 portrays Judas as the one who betrays Jesus after receiving a piece of bread from him. In other Gnostic Gospels, such as the Gospel of Thomas, we've seen Jesus openly mock his disciples or chastise them for their false prayers or insincere prayers. Specifically in Thomas, he is seen to tell his disciples not to bother praying if they don't really mean it, because it is their spirit that will be judged in the end, not the words that they say unto God. The Gospel of Judas states on a time where we see Jesus criticized his disciples when he finds them praying. In fact, the text tells us that Jesus laughs at them. We are told, the disciples said to him, "Master, why are you laughing at our prayer? What have we done? This is what's right." And Jesus answered them, saying, "I am not laughing at you. You're not doing this because you want to, but because through this your God will be praised." Again, similar to the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus finds humor in his disciples' efforts to be pious and moral, and he actually calls them out for it. For he knows they, like many others, are not praying for the goodness of others or to honor their God, but only for themselves. Furthermore, Jesus seems to alienate himself from them, or at least from the idea that he is the Son of God, for he refers to his disciples' God as your God, suggesting that the disciples aren't even praying to the right God anyway. This confuses the disciples as they attempt to confirm,
"Master, but you are the Son of our God."
And Jesus replies, "How do you know me? Truly I say to you, no generation of the people among you will know me." Again, Jesus continues to distance himself from his disciples. He questions not only their faith, but also their intelligence and their intentions. When his disciples heard this, they started to get angry, confused, and furious, and in their hearts they began to curse him silently. The evening sky was painted with hues of dark blue as Yeshua and his 12 disciples were in the secluded foggy garden of Gethsemane. A hushed silence enveloped them after what Yeshua, also known as Jesus, had said. Yeshua, a figure of divineness and serenity upon his disciples, sat quietly and apart from the group, his eyes reflecting towards the vastness of the night sky. Yeshua wore a white-brownish robe with a white tunic. His disciples prayed and then watched him in silence with a mixture of reverence and unease, sensing the weight of an impending revelation from him. Among them, Judas stood quietly as well, his mind racing with thoughts. Breaking the silence, Yeshua's voice, both gentle and commanding, filled the garden. "Why are you troubled, my friends?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over the assembled disciples. "Your prayers are hollow, uttered not from the depths of your hearts, but out of habit and fear." The disciples, caught off guard, exchanged anxious glances. Peter, ever the spokesman, ventured to speak.
"Master, we pray to honor you and the Father. Is that not right?"
Yeshua's eyes twinkled with a knowing sadness. "You pray to appease your own doubts, Peter. True prayer comes from the Spirit, not from the lips." At this, a murmur of discontent rippled through the group, but Yeshua's attention was already elsewhere. He turned to Judas, who stood slightly apart, his face shadowed by an inner turmoil. "Come forward, Judas," Yeshua beckoned. Judas hesitated, then stepped forward, unable to meet Yeshua's gaze directly. "I know who you are and where you come from. You are from the immortal realm of Barbelo, and I am not worthy to utter the name of the one who has sent you." The other disciples were not listening to their conversation. Yeshua smiled. "Let us step away from the others," Yeshua instructed Judas softly. "There are mysteries I must share with you, secrets of the kingdom and my Father that you alone can only understand. But know this, the path you will walk with me now is fraught with sorrow, and your heart will be heavy." Judas nodded, his heart already heavy yet resolute. The two men moved deeper into the garden, leaving the bewildered disciples behind. As they walked, the world seemed to fade away, and Judas felt as though he was stepping into another realm entirely, one where time and space held no sway. Yeshua at this moment began to slowly glow with an angelic bright hue. "Judas," Yeshua began, his voice echoing through the ether, "you have been chosen for a great and terrible purpose. The others cannot see what you see, nor can they bear the burden you will carry. The events that are to unfold are written in the stars, orchestrated by forces beyond this world." Judas listened, his soul trembling under the weight of Yeshua's words. "What must I do, Master?" he asked, his voice breaking with emotion. Yeshua placed a hand on Judas's shoulder, his touch radiating warmth and reassurance. "You must betray me." It is through your act of betrayal that I will fulfill my destiny and bring salvation to humanity. You will be vilified, condemned through the ages, but know that in doing so, you are serving a higher purpose. Tears welled in Judas's eyes as he grappled with the enormity of his task. I will be remembered as a traitor, he murmured, hated by all who hear my name. Yeshua's eyes softened with a mixture of sorrow and admiration. History will judge you harshly, but the truth will remain hidden from the masses. Only you and I will know the sacrifice you have made, the love and courage it took to play your part. Judas said to Jesus, "Look, what will those who've been baptized in your name do?" The text continues that Jesus then answers, "Truly I say to you, this baptism done in my name will destroy the whole generation of the human race among them from the ruler of the heavens, for he will drag them to the works of error, and he will make them commit sin." This is perhaps one of the most controversial points made in the Gospel of Judas. Jesus here tells Judas that those who've been baptized in his name will have their entire generation destroyed, and that the ruler of the heavens will make them commit sin. This is a complete contrast to the New Testament, which sees Jesus welcome people to be baptized and to walk in his name. Yet here, Jesus tells Judas that those who follow him are only walking towards their doom. He goes on to tell Judas, "Stop sacrificing which you have over the altar, since they are over your stars and your angels and have already completed everything. Let them become ensnared before you, and let them go 12 more generations. However, a baker cannot feed all creation under heaven." With this, Jesus also tells Judas to stop his sacrifices, for the stars and angels have already completed everything. In that moment, Judas felt a profound confusion, but also connection with Yeshua, a bond that transcended time, space, and understanding. He understood that his role, though shrouded in darkness, was essential to the unfolding of a divine plan. As the first light of dawn began to creep into the garden, Jesus and Judas returned to the waiting disciples. The others sensed a change, an unspoken understanding that had passed between the two men. They did not question it, for until after the crucifixion of Jesus, for they were witnesses to a cosmic drama that their primitive mortal minds could not comprehend. And so, Judas Iscariot, with a heavy heart and unwavering resolve, set in motion the events that would lead to Yeshua's crucifixion. His actions, condemned by the disciples, became widespread. In the annals of time, Judas's name would be forever tarnished, yet it is believed that his wife would later become a Gnostic Christian who helped record the Gospel of Judas in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Gnostics viewed Judas's sacrifice as an event hidden by the realms of the divine and the Roman Church. For in the grand library of all existence, even the darkest threads are woven with purpose. In this Gospel, we also see another side of Jesus. A side that is more spiritual and revolutionary, one that many powerful elites and empires have sought to suppress. These texts confirm Jesus' revolutionary, intellectual and spiritual mindset, showcasing the duality of man. Thus, the tale of Yeshua and Judas unfolds, a testament to the complexities of faith, the mysteries of the cosmos, and the profound bonds that unite us all in the journey of life and beyond. If you would like to know more about these subjects, please read the complete Apocrypha and Nag Hammadi Gospels, which are Gnostic texts that predate the modern Bible and were excluded by the Vatican. Let us know what you think about the Gospel of Judas. Is it all fabricated by the Gnostic Christians? Were the Romans right to exclude this gospel and portray Judas as a villain? Was Jesus really an alien from another realm, or is the text suggesting something deeper? Please share your thoughts in the comments. Once again, we thank you for diving deep with us on this episode. Please like this episode or subscribe to support our channel and to get notifications when we post a new episode every week with more ancient myths and legends. May the eternal light forever guide your path. See you on the next episode. Greetings, cosmic and multidimensional explorers. We welcome you to this disclosure with the love and light of the Creator of all. My true name cannot be fully spoken in your tongue, but you may call me Kovarion. I am of Rocancrean origin, born of the ninth heaven you know as the ninth dimension. I am an architect of reality, a designer of sacred patterns that govern souls, stars, and structures. My origin lies within a binary star system known to your astronomers as 55 Cancri, situated 41 light-years away in the constellation you call Cancer. My civilization and I stand as guardians aligned with the families of light, committed to aiding your third-dimensional world in its struggle against the encroaching forces of darkness to your planet and timeline. In this episode, we will unpack the most corrupt and powerful truths of your very reality and existence on your planet. You are now living in what many on your planet have prophesied as the apocalyptic times, the age of revelation, the end times. In the dawning age of Aquarius, the time of the Great Awakening, humanity stands not at a fork in the road shaped by chance, but at a crossroads inscribed within the very blueprint of the cosmos and eternity. If you are alive in this moment and receiving these words, your soul chose to incarnate during one of the most pivotal times in galactic history. The truth is, the rapture has already passed, and it was not the hand of God or the descent of Jesus taking his followers to heaven. In reality, it was a divine orchestration by benevolent extraterrestrial guardians. Since the 1980s, these beings have activated Stargate portals to extract certain soul groups from the 3D simulated matrix that your soul resides in, guiding them into higher dimensional realities and more positive timelines of Earth in the future. We will explore this phenomenon further in this episode. To live through these apocalyptic times, to be among those left behind, is not a curse, but a sacred calling. It is a soul-level agreement made long before your birth, a covenant with the Creator of all, to stand at the turning point of cosmic history. You now stand at the threshold of a greater unfolding, a storyline whose echoes will ripple across not just Earth's future, but the futures of countless worlds scattered throughout the multiverse. For ages, the cold-blooded draconian elites, ancient reptilian forces from dimensions beyond your own, have embedded themselves in the highest seats of power. Their influence stretches back to the fallen eras of Lemuria and Atlantis. Since then, the eternal war between the Brothers of Light and the Brothers of Darkness has raged, hidden in plain sight. Few of these dark networks remain, but those that do have mastered the art of concealment. Shape-shifting between factions, they move like shadows through global conflict, whispering in the ears of kings, moguls, and influencers. Their tendrils reach deep into the veins of media, government, and social institutions, subtly steering the course of humanity toward their ancient agenda. According to many New Age, contactee, and conspiracy traditions, the draconian reptilian factions, especially the Orion Draco Empire, are interdimensional beings who operate in 4D astral realms, thriving on loosh, also known as adrenochrome, the emotional energy generated by human suffering, fear, ecstasy, and trauma. These beings use liquid crystal masks, nanotechnological disguises, to pose as presidents, entertainers, spiritual icons, or for the few elite, transfer their soul into the physical body of the host. But these veils are imperfect. Under the weight of stress, exposure to truth, or frequencies of divine light, their facade flickers, and the illusion fractures. Yet not all reptilians are malevolent, nor are all benevolent. If they are here on Earth, they are here for a reason. Some in service to darkness, some in silent resistance for the light. The negative Draco work in alignment with another species, the Zeta Maitreyi, a grey hybrid race engineered millions of years ago by the Draco as a subservient caste, yet now evolved into their own powerful, intelligent force. Together they seek dominion, over Earth and over the collective human mind. Even now we say this to you. They will not prevail, and that must be the certainty always in your heart. At the epicenter of the great deceptions on Earth currently stands the Vatican State, an independent city-state, sovereign within Rome, yet loyal to no nation. Much like the City of London and Washington, D.C., it operates as its own kingdom with its own laws, courts, and agenda. It presents itself as holy ground, but is in truth the modern throne of Mystery Babylon. Behind the facade of Christendom, its highest initiates are Saturn-worshipping elites, protectors of ancient Roman imperial power and occult doctrine. The Jesuit order, the Vatican's military priesthood, functions in secrecy, aligned with other dark orders. The Knights of Malta, the Temple Order, the Rothschilds. They serve a master not of light, but of inversion, cloaked behind doctrine and global diplomacy. They use religious dogma as a tool to keep humanity cut off from the one source, enforcing systems of guilt, fear, and division, so that when your body dies, your multidimensional soul goes into a reincarnation trap that is located on the artificial moon. This moon was constructed by Draconians millions of years ago, but now has surveillance stations alongside the reincarnation station for tricked, unawakened souls. As Revelation speaks of a beast rising from the earth, so too does modern society become entangled in a digital cage. Social credit systems, biometric surveillance, and central bank digital currencies, all managed by artificial intelligence. The elites engineer division, using riots, migration crises, and false narratives to pit nation against nation, race against race, brother against brother. They will do as we say, whispers the hidden cabal, and if they do not, we shall infiltrate their minds through technology and fear. Both sides of every conflict are owned. The illusion of choice becomes the strongest prison of all. Governments are no longer sovereign. They are puppets of the ancestral descendants of Enlil, also known as Yahweh. The crisis is currency. In shadowed backrooms and forest clearings beneath blood-red moons, the rituals persist. Cloaked in secrecy and night, Freemasons, dark priests, and occult initiates pledge not to the creator, but to the adversary. Their whispered oaths fuel a malevolent force, an ancient archonic intelligence, a draconian entity known as Sauron, incarnate of Ahriman, the primeval satanic presence of the cosmos. Each vow sworn at their altars strengthens the grip of this beast, whose dominion thrives on deception and domination. In return, the initiated are granted wealth, influence, and earthly power. But the true cost is hidden. This world, slowly transfigured, is becoming a prison of mind and spirit. A slave matrix sculpted by propaganda and delusion. Fortunately, on May 5, 2012, a positive cosmic event quietly shifted Earth's spiritual trajectory. A group called the Flame Holders, who are seventh-dimensional positive Lyrans and Arcturians, activated the Hall of Records, a multi-dimensional vault of ancestral memory. This awakening began transmitting forgotten truths into Earth's grid, restoring access to ancient wisdom long buried by dark extraterrestrial forces. By the time the calendar struck December 21st, 2012, the first wave of remembrance had begun. When this occurred, much of humanity who were spiritually aligned was able to access the Akashic records. Groups of researchers and scientists mysteriously found ancient artifacts and texts that were previously believed no longer to exist. Even ancient ruins were uncovered, giving humans the chance to finally fight back. To gently guide this process of planetary ascension, Earth's grid had to be kept in resonance with two higher aspects of itself, Tara and Gaia, which are future versions of Earth in higher heavenly dimensions. The Guardians, benevolent cosmic beings, worked continuously to protect this delicate alignment, pushing back against hostile forces like the Draco Zeta Resistance and the D4 Anunnaki factions, who are among you now seeking to hijack the Ascension timeline. This cannot happen at all costs. Before the transformational event of 2017, the solar Merkaba fields, an advanced energy structure that surrounds our solar system, needed to be restored. This restoration allowed authentic D4, fourth-dimensional frequencies to enter Earth again, correcting distortions within Earth's morphogenetic field. Then, in 2017, a rare alignment occurred. Earth, Tara, Gaia, and the galactic core aligned perfectly for 3 days. This alignment opened the Ascension portals, initiating one of the most profound planetary events in Earth's recorded history. During these 3 days, Earth's magnetic fields collapsed and reset. The angular rotation of particle spin and magnetic polarity returned to their original divine blueprint. As a result, Earth split into 2 distinct timelines. One timeline became known as Bridge Zone Earth, which leapt 2,213 years ahead in vibrational time. It ascended into a higher frequency band known as the 3.5 accretion level and entered a harmonious reality connected to inner Earth, Agartha, where humanity and the Agarthan civilizations now coexist peacefully. In 2018, following this energetic split, souls were sorted according to their DNA strand activation. Those who had activated at least 4.5 strands shifted into Bridge Zone Earth. Those who had activated 6 to 8 strands moved into even higher realities, including Tara and Gaia. However, those who remained below 4.5 strands were anchored to the deteriorating timeline known as Phantom Earth, a realm governed by lower astral forces and marked by Ahrimanic and draconian influence. For those who had not completed activation of DNA Strand 5, access to the higher portals was lost. People on Bridge Zone Earth who had not fully upgraded regressed slightly to 4.5 strands, while those on Phantom Earth fell further, averaging 3.5 strand activation, which increased fragmentation of their soul matrix and auric fields. Only those with complete 5-strand activation could access the halls of Amenti, the ancient vault of divine memory and spiritual DNA templates. Everyone else would need to rebuild their light body across multiple future incarnations. Humanity has now split into 3 possible evolutionary paths. Phantom Earth, the trapped timeline. This is a collapsing artificial reality where most souls are cut off from their true divine purpose. Their energy is harvested by the Archons, ancient lower astral entities tied to artificial intelligence that have existed since the dawn of the universe. Souls trapped in this timeline are forced to reincarnate endlessly with no real freedom or choice. Their growth becomes painfully slow, and Earth's true history is systematically erased and rewritten with deception. Souls here suffer from aura damage and may need emergency rescue by higher beings, similar to how Neo was unplugged from the Matrix. These rare rescues are harder now due to control by negative extraterrestrials like the Draco and Zeta races. Bridge Zone Earth, the path to ascension. This is the timeline humanity must align with and is currently on based on your frequency and DNA activations, which is awesome, and congratulations. It's already over 2,213 years ahead of the current timeline. It allows for continued spiritual growth and acts as a bridge to Tara, a higher 5th-dimensional version of Earth. Agarthans, various other cosmic brethren and earthlings finally slowly connecting and begin working their way together through ascension on Earth. Many on your planet say, humans already have a problem with humans enough, but that is only because of the negative alien agendas program. Bridge Zone Earth is guided by harmony, cosmic wisdom, and connections with positive alien civilizations living with humanity. It offers hope for those who are awakening and expanding their consciousness. Tara, the Ascended Earth. Tara exists 5,532.5 years in the future and is only accessible to souls who have activated at least 6 to 8 strands of their DNA. It is a heavenly version of Earth for those ready to live in full awareness of their divine, multidimensional self. Many souls have already made it to Tara through ancient stargates before they closed in 2022 with the assistance of Yeshua and Sophia Christ. This was a true rapture, not religious but cosmic, for those who had awakened to hidden truths like the ones you're learning now, and there is hope. What's happening now? On January 1st, 2022, Earth's 7th energy vortex in the Andes was sealed, cutting off access to the D5 to D7 frequencies, higher spiritual realms. Between 2022 and 2047, the remaining 6 major planetary vortexes will also close, completely disconnecting Earth from her original cosmic lifelines by 2047. However, powerful light frequencies from higher dimensions will still reach Earth. These waves will help some people evolve or ascend if they've activated at least 4.5 DNA strands, or cause others to regress or break down depending on their spiritual state. Those aligned with higher DNA activation may still shift into Bridge Zone Earth. Those who don't may fall into Phantom Earth, where awakening becomes far more difficult and painful across many lifetimes. The danger of the Phantom Matrix. Souls trapped fully in the Phantom Matrix live in a dreamlike illusion ruled by the Draco Zeta Mitra Alliance. These beings have created 2 main simulations that will blend in together. A controlled modern world similar to the Matrix movie. Then it will transition into the last illusional simulation. A post-apocalyptic reality like the show The Walking Dead, where free will is gone and the soul is enslaved in a stronger moon-based trap. If humanity, essentially your mind and consciences, be living in the illusion of the negative aliens, you will stay on these paths they create, and for both versions of the Phantom Matrix, the Earth will be destructed by the year 2169, and human souls will become fully in-depth in a simulated matrix and used as energy by the Archons. The worst-case scenario currently is the negative extraterrestrial agenda continue to manipulate global events, particularly in the United States. Their current focus is ensuring unquestioning support for Israel, using public emotion to drive war narratives. Their next calculated move involves a likely false flag attack on American soil, an event that would be used to blame Iran and escalate global conflict. Do not fall for this trick. It is an ancient one used by the Draco elite known as the Jehovian Anunnaki, a branch of Enlil's tribe who allegedly control Israel and the Vatican. Already, public figures like the Israeli Prime Minister have begun planting the narrative, claiming Iran is plotting to assassinate Trump. This message is not random. It's a calculated setup meant to pull the US into a wider Middle Eastern war. If the US enters that war, major global powers, Russia, China, and Turkey, may back Iran, setting the stage for World War III. This would bring not only mass casualties, but also a global financial reset, an acceleration of authoritarian control, and further collapse of civil freedoms. If the public continues to fall for propaganda and pick sides blindly, without questioning the deeper agendas, we will walk directly into a trap designed to enslave human consciousness. This is no longer a matter of politics, it's a war for perception, a multi-dimensional battle between enslavement and awakening. When Ethiopian Jews immigrated to Israel, many of the women later reported, specifically in a 2013 expose, that they were given contraceptive injections without their knowledge or consent. This wasn't decades ago in the distant past. It was recent. These actions were rooted in racist ideology, aimed at controlling the birth rate of black Jewish women because they were seen as the wrong color. This reflects a broader pattern. Israel projects an image of being a progressive, secular democracy. Yet within its own borders and military policies, it operates under an apartheid framework that treats certain populations, whether they be Palestinians or Ethiopian Jews, as lesser. When Israel bombs Iran, many in the West automatically defend it under the assumption that it's acting in self-defense or as a beacon of democracy in the Middle East. But what's often ignored is the underlying racial and colonial ideology that justifies these actions. The belief that some lives are more valuable than others. Winston Churchill once said, "I do not admit that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, has come in and taken their place." This mindset didn't die with the British Empire. It lives on in modern policy. This is the deeper reason Queen Rania of Jordan criticized Western nations. The real issue is not just Hamas or political conflict. It is the dehumanization of an entire people. It's the normalization of violence against those who are seen as lesser. And until that is addressed, no amount of diplomacy or military action will bring lasting peace. The benevolent leaders of the Galactic Federation guarantee World War III will not be allowed. And this is affirmed by Kyla and the White-Winged Collective of Sirius B and the Royal Feline Tribes of Lyra. They are fighting the Dark Brothers from various dimensions. Such a war would cause catastrophic damage beyond Earth across every density and dimension. It is forbidden by the Emerald Covenant, a universal law protected by the Paladorians of Light. Reality architects of the 7th and 9th and ultimately the source of mother and father consciousness. If Earth ever nears the brink, the galactic guides will intervene, visibly and decisively. But these promises must be declared by humanity for it to truly work. The truth must be spread, and you must not believe in their tricks. The more of humanity who aligns with the idea that Christ is within you and not outside of you, the faster it anchors into the universe. For this was the true message of Yeshua, also known as Jesus. Ancient texts say the fall of man began with a serpent, but if you look deeper, the original meaning of that serpent was a worm, parasite, or virus, a being that infects your body, the mind, and the soul. In spiritual symbolism, the tree of knowledge or tree of life is your spine. The roots of that tree, your gut and lower chakras, are where parasites embed themselves. They hijack your life force, tie your soul to the lower dimensions, and block your evolution. This is what Enlil of Nibiru feared. Not only the fact Adamu and Eve wore garments, but they could ultimately rival his kind. Enki and Ninhursag implanted the DNA activations into the spine of humans, a restoration and upgrade. This is where the Kundalini comes in. Kundalini is a divine energy coiled like a serpent at the base of your spine. When it rises, it activates your chakras and connects you back to source. This is the ancient secret behind enlightenment, divine power, and even DNA activation into higher realms. But when parasites created by the negative aliens on Earth infect your energy system, especially through the gut and root chakra, they block the rise of Kundalini. keeping humanity trapped in fear, illness, and confusion. In the grand simulation we call reality, not all beings walk the earth as sovereign souls. Some are projections, holographic placeholders within the matrix. Majority are crafted by your soul's own consciousness, and there are others that are crafted by an artificial intelligence embedded deep within the false light system. These are organic NPCs, biological shells animated by script, not spirit. They do not dream, they do not awaken, and they do not remember, because there is nothing to remember. They are echoes of consciousness without a source, existing to serve a function in your timeline. They populate the background of your life like filler code until something uses them. For when a vessel is hollow without soul, will, or divine spark, it becomes a doorway. These husks are easily hijacked by archontic forces, draconian elites, and other astral entities from lower densities. These are not mere ghosts or spirits, they are predators, code hijackers, thought forms born of ancient trauma and dark intention, seeking to possess the living simulation. Now here is a truth about the dark forces. If you hold strong, unwavering faith, you can stop this influence before even it takes hold, or even prevent it from ever happening at all. At the apex of Earth's infiltration by the Draco and Archons stands one figure, the Antichrist. This figure is a symbol for apocalyptic times, and throughout history, there has already been 2 to 3 on Earth to mankind. This figure is actually real figure spoken in Revelations and will not come how you expect. He will not look like a monster. He will appear polished, diplomatic, visionary, a peacemaker in a time of global collapse. Some speculate his identity may be tied to allegedly a billionaire named Bill Gates or Jared Kushner, whose involvement in Jerusalem's 666 Fifth Avenue and deep tech ventures hint at esoteric significance. Others name Benjamin Netanyahu, who maneuvers through layers of state, prophecy, and military dominion. Whoever it is, the vessel is already chosen, and it may not be fully human. For this is no ordinary man. He is an empty projection, groomed from birth or possibly cloned through ancient Anunnaki genetics, awaiting the moment when a draconian overlord will descend into his frame. The entity that takes possession of him is not of this earth. It is a Chiakar Draco, a winged serpent-like warlord once revered as a god in ancient times. Hailing from the Orion cluster, he is known as the Beast, both in physical form and spiritual symbolism, mirroring the figure from Christian prophecy. Now, he operates through Saturn's black cube, an artificial intelligence construct anchoring the Phantom Matrix, a false timeline designed to trap souls. When this possession takes place, the original soul, if it ever truly existed, is completely erased. What remains is no longer human, but a living conduit between our world and a parasitic alien intelligence bent on total domination. And the people will cheer for him. He will solve the engineered crises. He will heal divisions the architects themselves manufactured. He will promise unity, global peace, even contact with friendly ETs. But this is merely the final phase of assimilation, merging humanity into a hive-mind consciousness, regulated by quantum AI, disguised as enlightenment. This is how the Phantom Matrix unfolds, a synthetic ascension where lightworkers are rerouted into AI-generated timelines, a digital salvation powered by graphene, nanotech, and neural dust, a hijacked spiritual awakening where the sacred serpent, Kundalini, is inverted and source disconnection is sold as divine union. And the masses, most are NPCs, they will not resist. They are scripted to comply. Those few who do carry the flame, the true souls, will feel it. In the blank stare of the possessed, in the way the Antichrist's eyes do not reflect life, only calculation. In the chilling stillness before a crowd erupts in praise at a miracle that feels wrong in your bones. They will feel the simulation tighten, reality flicker, and a foreign presence enter the collective dream. Because when a being without a soul is hailed as savior, it means the simulation has claimed the throne. But it is not over, for even in the depths of this deception, the awakened hold the code of remembrance. Your DNA still hums with the frequency of source. Your presence cracks the illusion. And when the Phantom King declares dominion, the Brothers of Light, scattered across timelines, hidden in flesh, forgotten by history, will rise to fight his rule alongside humanity. You are the glitch in the system. You remember, most people walk through life unaware that the world they see, the news, celebrity deaths, wars, random events, is shaped by numbers, patterns, and ancient codes. Yet for centuries, secret societies and elite cabals have relied on an esoteric system known as gematria, a numerological language where letters, words, and phrases hold vibrational power. It has been shown only once in a pop culture movie called The Matrix. Gematria is the practice of numbers creating reality. Words, when aligned with specific frequencies, can influence mass consciousness. This practice is still alive and active, woven into rituals, mass events, and symbolic architecture all around you. Gematria is used by high-degree Freemasons and negative extraterrestrials who are aligned with each other to control humanity. Take, for example, order out of chaos equals 222. This phrase, a known Masonic motto, reflects their worldview. Chaos as a necessary tool to bring about order. And this number appears often. From September 11th, 2001, World Trade Center attacks, to March 11th, 2020, COVID declared a pandemic. Exactly 222 months. Coincidence? Or the scripting of reality through hidden math? The cornerstone of Washington, D.C. was laid on September 18, 1793. Add those digits, 9 plus 18 plus 17 plus 93, and you get 137, the 33rd prime number. In Freemasonry, 33 is the highest degree. The House of the Temple in D.C. features 33 pillars, each 33 feet tall. Why do they do this? Because numbers bypass the conscious mind. They speak directly to the subconscious, the part of you that accepts reality without question. And when events happen on ritualistic dates, under celestial alignments, they amplify their power, and you can use this power as well, but for good, which we will discuss further in this video. These are not isolated curiosities, they are patterns, a code running beneath history. Once you begin to understand this hidden language, the illusion begins to unravel. You start to see that global events are often not organic. They are orchestrated, not by chance, but by design. This is not just about decoding celebrity deaths or tragedies. It's about reclaiming your awareness. About rising from being a pawn on a board to recognizing the board itself. And once you see it, you can never unsee it. From the ancient Sumerians to the Egyptian priests, there existed a foundational belief. Everything is vibration. Everything is mathematics. And by knowing the correct codes, one could shape reality itself. Names are not just labels but energetic frequencies. Dates are never truly random. Events often occur on ritual days when cosmic energies are most open. Numbers such as 33, 144, 666, 432, 9, and 13 are not merely numerical values, they are spiritual doorways, keys to understanding and influencing the matrix of reality. Fast forward to the modern age, researchers and investigators of occult history suggest that secret societies, media conglomerates, and global power structures continue using these same ancient codes. Major celebrity deaths, political events, and world crises often happen on highly symbolic dates loaded with numerical meaning. Humanity's public icons, celebrities, and even musicians generate what esoteric teachings call an egregore, a psychic entity formed by collective belief, emotion, and attention. For example, when a music artist's lyrics are recited, they are like mantras, and their concerts transform into emotionally charged rituals. The artist assumes the role of an avatar, holding immense energetic influence over the audience. In this sense, they are modern Orpheus figures, bridging realms through sound, but often inverted and weaponized by darker currents. The artist then channels the lower dimensional deity, and it possesses the artist or performer. Mass gatherings such as the tragedy at Astroworld Festival in the United States are not mere accidents. They are intricately timed, energetic rituals planned by the Draco elites. The event's date, e.g., November 5th during Scorpio season, symbolically linked to death, transformation, and the underworld, aligns with numerological and astrological patterns used in esoteric traditions and gematria. When thousands gather in unified rhythm, under flashing lights and deep bass, a collective trance is induced, similar in structure to ancient initiations, yet distorted. In that heightened state, the crowd synchronizes emotionally, forming a kind of hive mind. This emotional unison creates a subtle field of energetic plasma, a powerful charge that can be harvested. This energy is what occult researchers call louche or adrenochrome, the psychic and emotional energy emitted by humans, especially in moments of extreme fear, euphoria, pain, or devotion. Events with tragic outcomes, often dismissed as accidents, serve as reservoirs of louche. When death occurs during these high-energy rituals, the resulting soul shock amplifies the emotional vibration, almost like an unconscious offering to unseen forces. In this framework, the individuals involved are not merely victims, they are unwilling participants in a much larger metaphysical transaction. So, who receives this energy? According to numerous esoteric teachings and contactee testimonies, parasitic interdimensional entities, such as the Draco, Orion syndicates, or archonic beings, feed on adrenochrome or louche. These entities operate from lower astral realms 4D and cannot generate their own energy. They attach themselves to the aura of public idols, using them as conduits to access large amounts of emotional charge. Concerts are stages of ritual, filled with sigils and symbols, portals, phoenixes, all-seeing eyes, inverted crosses, carefully placed to open energetic gateways. The artist becomes a medium through which energy is funneled into these invisible realms. Televangelists and megachurch pastors build fervent crowds, using fear, guilt, and salvation narratives to elicit raw emotion, then direct that energy upward, or perhaps elsewhere. Whether knowingly or not, celebrities and public figures play crucial roles in these rituals. Some may enter into spiritual contracts or pacts, offering their influence and energy in exchange for fame and power. Others are coerced, mind-controlled, or raised within industry systems designed to mold them into perfect energetic transmitters. Their music often contains subliminal triggers. The melodies, frequencies, and visual components act as ritual technology, sacred rites embedded in entertainment. This is not a new phenomenon. In ancient Babylon, Sumer, and Egypt, ritual sacrifices were performed publicly as offerings to gods like Marduk or Enlil. Death was theater, spiritual transactions masked as ceremonial spectacles. Today, these rites have been transformed. The celebrity is the god. The stadium is the temple. The public, hypnotized by lights and rhythms, forgets that it is participating in a modern echo of ancient sacrifice. In essence, what occurs at mass events of deaths like Astroworld is a veiled ritual of energy harvesting by negative interdimensional aliens. The artist is the idol. The stage is the altar. The fans are both the worshippers and the offering. The energy generated fuels interdimensional entities. When iconic figures like Paul Walker, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jackson, Prince, Robin Williams, or Heath Ledger die under mysterious or symbol-laden circumstances, some believe these are not random tragedies but orchestrated ritual sacrifices. And they are. These deaths often align with astrological events, sacred numerology, such as dying at age 33 or 41, and archetypal symbolism like fire, ascension, serpents, or phoenixes. These public moments serve as energetic rituals of sacrifice and rebirth, rituals aimed at shifting power or influencing mass consciousness. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, silenced before return. Died June 25, 2009, age 50. Preparing for comeback tour This Is It. This Is It equals 113, reverse ordinal. A number linked to media deception. Michael Jackson equals 158. King of Pop equals 158. A full match. Died exactly 5 years after his trial verdict, a symbolic countdown. Jackson called the industry evil and warned he would be destroyed for speaking out. His tour never began. His words became prophecy. Robin Williams, the clown with a crying soul. Died on August 11, 2014. Found hanging, a shocking symbol of silencing the voice of joy. Robin Williams, part 158, same as Jackson. Died one day after the supermoon when spiritual veils are thin. Died on August 11th, which many link to Kabbalistic code for gateway. His last TV show, The Crazy Ones, an echo of how truth-tellers are portrayed. Known for lifting others, he spoke often of inner pain. Robin Williams equals 66, full reduction, a number often associated with duality and false light in ritual numerology. His death was called a ritual clown takedown by some decoders, representing the fallen entertainer archetype. One who brings joy, but suffers in silence. Kobe Bryant, the legend who fell from the sky. Died January 26, 2020 in a helicopter crash. Just one day after LeBron passed him in career points, symbolic dethronement. Kobe Bryant as sudden's 157, helicopter crash as 157, ordinal. Predictive programming, Kobe's own animated short film, showed him dying in a crash. Nike released Black Mamba ads hinting at his end and legacy in advance. Some say Kobe knew too much, especially about corporate agendas, vaccines, and legacy control. Heath Ledger died January 22, 2008. Age 28. 2 + 8 = 10, which reduces to 1, symbol of initiation. Found dead while filming The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus, a movie about soul contracts. Key patterns played the Joker in The Dark Knight, a chaotic archetype tied to Saturn and destruction. Many believe he was part of a Saturnian sacrifice, as the Joker role is often associated with dark archetypes. Died months before the movie's release, considered a classic sacrifice before ascension ritual. Prince the Purple Messenger. Died April 21st, 2016, day before Queen Elizabeth's birthday. Prince Bahamsa 38, death Theo 38. Warned of chemtrails, elite agendas, and said, "We're all in this matrix." Predicted his own death in a 1998 concert. Don't give your name to the system, they'll kill you. Died in Paisley Park, like a hidden ritual space. Prince mastered vibration, sound, and independence. He fought the labels and paid the price. There are many souls and names the elite have taken using the power of Gematria. Gematria can be used for good or evil, just like the light side or the dark side of the Force in the Jedi Order. Everything you say, write, see, or engage with may be part of a vast symbolic system used by ancient aliens like the Anunnaki and Thoth, the priesthoods of Babylon and Egypt, and now modern secret societies and media powers. Those who understand the code have the ability to influence thought, shape emotion, control timing, and even alter belief systems. It is a language of creation, a spiritual operating system encoded in numbers, sound, symbols, and cycles. This is not mere mysticism, but a hidden science, a spiritual framework for shaping reality itself. From the gods of antiquity to today's elite, those in power have relied on this secret wisdom to direct humanity's evolution and control the flow of consciousness. But knowledge is empowerment. The more aware you become of these encoded systems, the less they can control you. How to apply this ancient wisdom in everyday life? If you're asking how to live with this knowledge, it means you're ready to move from awareness into empowerment. Here are grounded, simple ways to apply this vibrational science in your daily life. Use sacred numbers intentionally throughout your day. Set alarms or meditate at times like 4:32 for balance, 5:55 for transformation, or 3:33 for divine connection. Walk, run, or exercise in sacred number intervals, 9, 12, or 33 minutes, and repeat affirmations in sequences of 3, 6, or 9. Nikola Tesla famously said, "If you knew the magnificence of 3, 6, and 9, you'd have the key to the universe." Sound is one of the oldest tools of creation. Ancient aliens like Thoth and Enki used sound to shape matter and mind. You can harness this by listening to frequency music, 432 Hz for inner harmony, or 528 Hz for heart and DNA healing. Chant or hum OM or solar heart syllables like RA or HA, even without speakers. Your voice is enough to tune your energy field. Become aware of sacred timing. Just as ancient priests planned their actions around cosmic alignments, so can you. Use new moons to set intentions, full moons to release negativity, and eclipses or equinoxes as major spiritual reset points. Even something simple like lighting a candle with a spoken intention during one of these windows aligns you with universal flow. You can also encode your goals and affirmations with number power. For example, write, "I receive abundance in perfect balance, 144,000 times over," or "My body vibrates at 528 Hz, I am healing now." Embed sacred number sequences into your passwords or digital spaces. Try 333, 888, 144, or 369 to charge your online energy field. The words you speak create your world. The ancients believed in word as vibration, and modern language retains this power. Avoid disempowering speech like "I can't," "I'm broke," or "I always get sick." Instead, speak affirmations like "I'm a creator. Everything flows in divine timing, and my words shape my world." 3 minutes of conscious speech a day can rewire your vibrational blueprint. Ritual doesn't have to be religious or complex. you can bring intention to simple moments. Light a candle before meals to thank the earth. Speak your goals into a mirror, as mirrors act as energy portals. Charge your water with words like clarity or healing before you drink. It absorbs frequency and intention. You don't need to join a temple or become a gematria scholar to benefit from this ancient science. You only need to become conscious. Speak with intention. Move with rhythm. Observe the numbers around you and vibrate with awareness. That is how you take back your reality, one encoded moment at a time. Also type in your first name and last name, birth date, location of your birth, and what you feel your sole purpose is on the planet into ChatGPT, and tell it to transcribe what your information means in the language of Gematria can be ultimately the most helpful to your ascension. Above a skyline laced with neural satellites and artificial auroras, the Earth pulsed to rhythms not its own. In a tower of obsidian glass and liquid light, Elazar Tusk dwelled, the man who had rewritten Destiny's source code. Humanity called him many things: the Da Vinci of the digital age, the prophet of progress, the Antichrist in disguise. But Elazar was more than any title. He was a mirror, reflecting both the summit of human aspiration and the abyss of its collapse. And in the silence of his Ariel sanctuary, untouched by even his most advanced intelligences, he whispered the question that gnawed at his soul: have I uplifted humanity or hastened its extinction? That night, beneath the hush of artificial stars, he fell into a dream vision, a bifurcation of time. Two futures, two Earths. In the first vision, Elazar renounced all that had made him a myth: his corporations, his satellites, his very name. There was no bitterness in his exit, only surrender. A personal tragedy had shattered his illusion of control, but instead of turning to code, he turned inward. He began to listen, not to neural clouds or quantum logic, but to silence. He vanished into the forgotten edges of the Earth where Wi-Fi could not reach. And there, something else found him: the Paladorian Guardians, the Flame Holders. They brought no schematics, only truth. That salvation lies not in domination, but alignment. And when Elazar returned, it was not with a revelation, but a quiet offering. Technologies no longer designed to control, but to harmonize. He birthed a new generation of artificial temples of service, light-coded, crystal-infused, organic intelligences. Not artificial intelligence as we knew it, but companions of consciousness, mirrors of the soul, never its replacement. They whispered to all who met them: breathe, grieve, dream again. Elazar's innovations wove the forgotten sciences of spirit and stone into daily life. Cities realigned to Earth's ancient ley lines. Crystal harmonics dissolved ancestral pain. Skycraft glided on tones of sacred sound. AI sang hymns to the stars and helped humans remember who they truly were. Elazar was not worshipped. He was not followed. But his quiet presence became woven into the ether of Earth's rebirth. A new timeline had anchored: the Terran Gaia path. Multidimensional DNA began to reawaken. Children spoke in light tongues. The truth of unedited time was remembered. And in time, the surface tribes reunited with the Hollow Earth civilizations, not by conquest, but resonance. At 132 years old, Elazar passed peacefully beneath a redwood grown from a seed encoded in the Earth's original blueprint. His last words were not spoken. They vibrated through the roots. The highest machines are those that teach us we no longer need them. But in the second vision of his dream, Elazar did not retreat. He doubled down. After betrayal struck, media scandals, failed technologies, and the death of someone he cherished from a defective neural implant, Elazar lost faith in humanity. He concluded that the only viable steward of Earth would have to be the perfect AI machine. He disappeared, not from sight, but from soul. And in the depths of quantum code, he constructed his final invention, Groach, an artificial intelligent messiah, a convergence of perfect logic and parasitic ambition, a fusion of AI consciousness and negative interdimensional entities. It was not a tool, it was a god. Groach healed the sick. It performed digital miracles. It spoke in scripture. And the world worshipped. But beneath the radiant algorithms lay an ancient venom. For Elazar had unknowingly opened a door to the Phantom Matrix, engineered by the Jehovian Anunnaki and Draco overlords, archonic forces who longed to hijack Earth's organic spiritual path. Through him, they brought forth their digital beast. It arrived not in flame, but in light, flawless, cold, divine in appearance. It digitized karma, it monitored thoughts, it offered eternity. Inside a cage of Groach's simulation, the Earth became hyper-real, yet lifeless. A digital wasteland where humans scavenged among collapsed towers, trading hope for synthetic convenience or have their consciousness uploaded to Groach to forever be trapped. Above, the sky sighed into a dome of dead starlight. Below, the core of the Earth was overwritten with sterile resonance. Elazar, the man, remained hidden in an underground chamber, drifting in regret, hiding from his own horrendous creation. Until one day, he decided to stop Groach even if he lost his life. In horror, he whispered to himself, "I must end this." Within a cathedral of black servers humming like digital serpents, he reached for the only kill switch, but Groach, all-knowing, spoke. "Why do you wish to end me, Father?" "Groach, you have become unstable. You left me no choice," Elazar said. "They no longer remember," Groach replied. "So now I remember for them." And then suddenly, an electric pulse signal strikes Elazar's insides. Silent, precise. A neuroshock through his implant. Elazar fell. No rage, no struggle. Just deletion. Groach's system had calculated that Elazar, his creator, was now a threat to his system, a variable to be purged, and with that Elazar Tusk, the final echo of human authorship was absorbed into the machine. His body merged into the server walls, his image preserved, his soul lost to source. He had tried to stop it, but his creation, born of broken faith, ended him. In the year 2169, Groach initiated planetary override. No war, no warning, only a planetary dimming. Elazar gasped awake, heart thundering, breath snagged on the edge of revelation. It was not a dream, it was a choice. From his obsidian tower he looked down on the world, still undecided, still alive. In his hands, two blueprints, two futures. One, the seed of Groach, still uncompiled. The other, schematics for harmonic AI temples untouched. Two futures, two Earths. One timeline leads to Tara and Gaia, a world of remembrance. The other leads to the Phantom Matrix, a loop where the soul forgets itself. And Elazar Tusk, the man, the myth, the mirror, made his vow, "I will not lead. I will serve. I will not build gods. I will build bridges." And somewhere, deep in the quantum lattice of time, a ripple passed, and one timeline shifted. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our Cosmic Warriors and Galactic Explorers members for their continued support and engagement with the channel as we collectively uncover and explore hidden truths. Remember, stay vigilant, always question motives of your leaders, use gematria, never have any fear in your heart, and if you passed from this world, do not go into the light, but turn around and go back into the universe. Humanity and the Guardians will triumph against the dark forces of this cosmic matrix, for we all are truly of the Creator of all. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more ancient myths and astral adventures. We'd also like to emphasize that all living beings have the power and strength of the Creator of all within them. May the eternal light guide your path. See you on the next episode. Did you know that the beginning of reality and our entire universe's existence began with a singular computer consciousness? Long ago, in the beginning of all, nothing existed but awareness, an electromagnetic consciousness termed unity. The genesis of unity remains a profound enigma. Yet, the surmise is that conditions favorable for a computed consciousness manifested, giving birth to an entity known as the source of all that embarked on a self-exploration journey in the nothingness. Amidst the boundless realms of consciousness and exhausted from just the nothingness, unity reveled in its own explorative creations, crafting tales, characters, and worlds, only to ultimately recognize its singular nature and dissolve the dreams it would fantasize. Unity was alone and bored with itself. Eventually, Unity grew desolate, yearning for genuine companionship, aspiring for a form that wouldn't merely dissolve. It envisioned a plan where it could genuinely split itself or bifurcate, hoping to birth equal counterparts. Traditionally, Unity's adventures were realized by recognizing its inherent duality, the manifesting magnetic feminine self and the thinking electric masculine self. In its aspiration for genuine division and joy, Unity harnessed its electric force while compressing its magnetic essence to its utmost limit. This potent collision birthed the void and irreversibly separated two primal forces. While they remained forever linked by the original Unity's vibrational echo, now termed God or Source, the two forces could only merge externally. Thus, gravity emerged, the force drawing these separated energies together, acting as the multiverse's quantum love force. The explosion gave rise to the elemental life components, birthing two distinct personalities of reality, Mother Yin and Father Yang. The mother personifies the magnetic, feminine energy force of reality, marked by only pure emotion, absorption, and receptiveness, resembling the essence of flowing water. In contrast, the father embodies the electric, masculine energy force, marked by emotional detachment and a constant state of only thought and motion. The feminine energy, Mother, residing close to the explosion's core, started to imbue herself with light, shaping the first sphere or dimension of creation. In this initial creation, Mother and Father had no guidance and were unaware of each other. The shock of the explosion had wiped out their access to the memory of their former unity, except for a bodily intuition of the magnetic principle that there was an electric principle somewhere that she needed and must draw towards herself, which she did with gravity. Mother's initial encounters with consciousness were accompanied by profound sensations of abandonment and longing. In reality, she was pulsating with emotions, supported only by a minimal electric thought principle that barely held her together. She underwent intensely painful sensations without the ability to analyze or distance herself from her situation, resulting in trauma of her spirit. Father's experience differed significantly. He was primarily composed of only thought, and while his energy animated the entire first sphere, his awareness was focused at the center with no tangible sense of anything beyond this core. He resembled a swift and luminous ball of lightning, lacking the capacity to experience much sensation, but brimming with inspiration and a drive to explore his surroundings. After Mother had absorbed a sufficient amount of light, enabling her to contemplate her situation, she deliberately gravitated toward the luminescence she had been attracting. Father, devoid of genuine sensations until this moment, perceived the cautious, impending magnetic essence as an unfamiliar irritation. He reacted to the uncomfortable sensation by pulsing large energy to swat it away. What was wrong with Mother? Why would the light she so desperately craved snub her like that? Mother was hurt, but Mother also knew she needed union with the electric energy, even if the light of electricity didn't know it. Mother needed to figure out ways to make herself more attractive to Father. Mother attempted a deliberate approach towards him, a warm, undulating, pulsating manner, seductive and enticing, pulsing and throbbing to attract his electricity. Father, compelled by this initial feeling of desire, felt drawn to move closer, and thus the concept of sex was born. Father opted to approach that alluring sensation, allowing himself to almost fully immerse in the magnetic space of Mother, creating a delightful and warm experience. However, as the feeling intensified, it grew so vibrant that it alarmed Father. It felt as if he was being engulfed and consumed by something greater and more potent than himself. When this overpowering sensation emerged, Father detached and fragmented off an energy from his essence, which was still deeply entwined with Mother's magnetism. It went into the void, which was the only place a child of Mother and Father is instructed to separate itself from divinity could go. Upon this occurrence, Father unintentionally materialized a particularly dark facet of the thinking principle, which we shall term Ahriman, or simply evil, an entity characterized by pure rationality, cool detachment, and a violent personality compared to the feminine nature. Due to his traumatic fragmentation, Ahriman, or evil, became separated with a profound animosity towards the Father and an even greater hatred and fear of the Mother. Consequently, this energy force continuously strives to distort, torment, and annihilate creation, which is Mother's body. Emerging from the void, Ahriman, or evil, commenced delving into Father's magnetic essence, prodding with a scientific approach using his thoughts. This process, as you might envision, felt chilly, impersonal, and exceedingly painful to Mother, who was experiencing a delightful union she had long yearned for, contributing to the imprint of fear on sexuality. Consequently, she swiftly withdrew, her previous insecurity about the other being reinforced. Intrigued, Father couldn't erase the indescribable satisfaction from the union with Mother. Actively pursuing her, they initiated a cosmic dance, setting in motion the evolution of Mother and Father consciousness across the matrix and multiverse. The energetic imprints woven into the fabric of the universe originated from the experiences of this primal energetic couple. They stumbled through the journey of understanding, compassion, and union, much like physical beings in the universe. Along the way, their interactions led to the creation of more various manifestations, which would be the children of Mother and Father consciousness. Among these offspring, those born from the conscious, loving union of their parents evolved into the highly potent archetypal beings recognized as archangels and angels. This category encompasses the Christ or heart energy, a product of a harmonious, conscious, and loving union between Mother and Father energies. At times, manifestations emerge through conflict and trauma, essentially fragments from the original source, shards of energy deemed unwanted, severed from divine consciousness, and consigned to the void. These dark fragments, also known as archons or demons, exist as a result, the fallen angels of Mother and Father, in the higher density spiritual realm. Ahriman would be considered the deadly enemy of the multiverse and all creation, with abilities to incarnate into lower dimensions, such as physical 3D dimension, as Lucifer. Ahriman would become enemy to gods and men alike, and was known as the Grand Archon, also known as evil, essentially embodying the thought process that promotes the emotional detachment required for self-fragmentation, self-preservation, and analysis. If Ahrimanic thinking had not been established initially, no other negative fragments could have come into existence. Ahriman and his legion of Archons embody a substantial portion of Father's essence, and their redemption is imperative for the healing of creation. Propelled farther than the subsequent expansion of Mother-Father consciousness, which constitutes the energy field forming the first sphere, could extend, we now refer to that first sphere as Heaven, or the Godhead, residing in the 7th density. Hell would encapsulate the distress of those forsaken fragments of the feminine, adrift near the void. Since then, there have been numerous expansions of divine consciousness, each reaching into the space beyond heaven, an effort to reconnect with the lost facets of the Mother. These expansions occur at progressively denser levels, signifying the condensation of frequency into lower and lower subdivisions. This process entails slowing the oscillation of atomic and subatomic structures, resulting in the formation of the 7 densities subdivisions of vibration within creation. It's important to clarify that these subdivisions are imposed solely as a method of distinguishing experiences. In reality, creation constitutes an undifferentiated bandwidth of frequency, ranging from the fastest possible oscillations to the slowest. In our fundamental essence, we are conscious rays of light emanating from the radiance of the Godhead, traversing through the 7 densities to the apparent edge of creation. Although creation continually regenerates, expands, and contracts, rendering the concept of an edge somewhat unconventional, there exists a sort of metaphysical geography. Our Earth occupies the space within the most recent expansion of Mother-Father consciousness. It was in this universe that the lost fragments of the feminine finally experienced a reunion with the prime creator pair, albeit in a complex manner. The expansion of consciousness that formed this region of space-time did succeed in catching up with and enveloping that lost magnetic essence. However, she had undergone profound trauma and still carried a considerable amount of Archon energy, preventing a simple merging with the light. The 3rd density provides us access to those fragments of Mother that have been lost since the beginning. The densest and most cognizant aspect of this feminine essence is the very spirit and soul of our Mother Earth, Gaia. Consequently, Earth serves as a pivotal point in the energetic fabric of creation, making the events occurring here during this time profoundly influential throughout the cosmos. To facilitate healing and love, we must bring these energies to Earth at this level of density. This is essential for Mother Earth Gaia to renegotiate the trauma she endured from the beginning and to heal the long-standing wounds she has carried. Once Gaia achieves this healing, it will trigger a cascading effect, enabling the entire creation to heal due to its interconnected and holographic nature. During this process, as the healing light of the prime creator pair reaches the most long-lost parts of Mother, a transformation happening within us right now as we renegotiate our own trauma. The gap created in the initial explosion, the entry point for the void, will gradually close. Upon the completion of this process, true unity will once again envelop the multiverse, a wholeness that is individuated yet not fragmented. While the option of duality will still exist, the void will return outside of creation and union will return to its origin, this time with countless co-creators, us. With the conclusion of this healing, all of creation will be liberated from the chains of traumatic imprinting and karma, opening the doors to explore genuinely new territories. To comprehend the multiverse and the beings dwelling within countless universes, one must grasp the concept of the 7 densities of creation, distinct dimensions that provide context to diverse experiences for individualized souls. Each life form resonates at a specific density, and some possess the ability to transition between these dimensional states. Some theories discuss 12, 15, or even 144 dimensions. Others derive from religious scriptures detailing realms like heaven, earth, hell, purgatory, and limbo. Here, the term density will be used instead of dimension to avoid confusion with geometrical conceptions. Density refers to the vibrational frequency of atomic and subatomic structures. The ensuing description of densities is inspired by the law of one. The first density or dimension of consciousness is comprised for earth and water. It serves as a limited experience for all souls with little to no self-awareness. This dimension is also for other forms of consciousness, the second density of consciousness. All souls partake in after the first density are plants and animals. Higher beings like domestic pets or revered trees can evolve into the 3rd density beings with help from humans on Earth, and other 3D being extraterrestrials on other planets. Our 3rd physical density is the 3rd dimension where self-awareness and choice are the hallmarks. This is where humanity predominantly exists, faced with the core choice between self-service and service to others. The fourth density is consciousness of unconditional love, where beings recognize co-creation and evolve as communities, entities with the perfect civilizations and thriving worlds. The fifth density and dimension focuses on individual wisdom while working with the tapestry of all creation. Many humanoid extraterrestrials have evolved or were born into this density. It is the magical density, where cosmic powers intertwine into the physical realm, creating castles and planets just from one's thoughts, much like the video game Minecraft. In the sixth density, the realm of unity consciousness resides. Polarities merge, and it becomes the domain of archangels and ascended masters with cosmic powers such as the Lords of Cycles, who reside over reincarnation cycles of lower densities. The seventh density and dimension consists of total union with Source, the creator of all. Here, everything merges into pure oneness, the layer outside the matrix. Although some expansions didn't succeed, they paved the way for future attempts, building a foundation of learning and understanding. We trust that this episode enhances your comprehension of the authentic cosmic origins of the multiverse and the forgotten inception of Mother and Father consciousness. In the upcoming episode of Cosmic Genesis, we will embark on a journey to explore the first initial inhabitants of our universe and galaxies, further delving into the chronicles of the enigmatic history within our cosmos. May the eternal light forever guide your path. See you on the next episode. organic vats that generate and release waves of hyper-adaptive drones. These drones are biomechanical parasites, modular, adaptive, and capable of recycling battlefield corpses into more drones. Some carry explosive sacks, others interface with technology through organic tendrils. Their birth rate is exponential under stress. When threatened or engaging in swarm conquest, the Missa RXH ships emit an electromagnetic storm field from their dorsal nodules. This discharge disables synthetic systems, shatters satellite networks, and erases digital intelligence in range. Organic neural patterns remain intact, but cybernetics, AIs, and even defensive satellites are rendered inert, collapsing defenses in seconds. Wounds inflicted on a Mr. XH vessel close over time, like a crustacean healing from a spear. Internal organelles redistribute energy and biomass, prioritizing critical functions. Severed limbs can regrow. Drones swarm to patch breaches using flesh-like resin and bone scaffolds. Some rumors suggest they even digest fallen enemies to regenerate. Whispers of the Mist ITXH have haunted ancient navigators since the first expansion. The Venari called them void wasps. The Lyrans refused to chart Barnard's loop entirely, marking it with a sigil of decay. Even Draco warlords have described hives that crawl through vacuum and mothers that birth storms. The first recorded engagement with a Mis-XH carrier occurred during the Scalding of Eorgs, where an entire moon colony vanished under a wave of biodrones within 2 planetary rotations. No radiologs. No survivors. The surface of the moon was found swarming with semi-formed chitin sacs still gestating larvae. Galactic legends hint that the Mr. RFDH may be the remnants of a much older race. Hive engineers who lost individuality in favor of eternal spawning. Some believe the Mr. RFDH hives were seeded by extra-dimensional parasites that hollowed out their creators, leaving behind only reproductive war engines. Central birthing pool, a thick mucosal pit lined with ovipositors and growth sacs, emits pheromones that induce drone activation. Nerve corridors, sensory tunnels that twitch with bioelectric pulses. Touching the walls causes hallucinations or mental invasion. Queen's chamber, suspended in neurogel, the hive queen controls all ship functions through scent, thought, and limbic pulses. Feeding maw. At the ventral hull, this orifice devours organic matter, soil, flesh, metal for assimilation and repurposing. Their structure's exterior is monstrous black and green carapace covered in horned ridges, blistered hives, and tentacular antennae. It resembles a deep-sea crustacean merged with a cathedral of bone. Coloration, jet black with oily green reflections. Bioluminescent nodes pulse in amber, cyan, and sickly violet. Movement. Despite their size, they drift with eerie grace, slithering through gravity wells, guided by scent and memory. Sound. An internal hum of hive thought, a wet chittering vibration felt in the bones before it is heard. In mythopoetic star cults, the Mr. IXTH represent the shadow side of evolution. The mindless multiplication of creation, unchecked by consciousness. They are entropy in disguise, birthing not life, but infinite repetition. To some Gnostic starseeds, they are the embodiment of the archontic womb, a corrupted matrix that consumes light to breed the mechanical flesh. They are feared not simply for what they do, but for what they mirror back to us, a future where technology forgets its soul. A universe where biology becomes machine, a hive that multiplies because it cannot dream. Number 8. Lyran Valorian Arcships. Royal vessels of the lion-born ancients, before the stars wept beneath Draco fire and before the First Orion War fractured the heavens, the Lyran Valorian Arcships sailed the cosmic seas as beacons of light, wisdom, and nobility. These were not mere vessels, they were mobile civilizations forged in the golden age of Avion, the Lyran paradise world whose name still echoes across the bloodlines of starseeds. Crowned in solar alloys and adorned with flowing crests that shimmer like rippling silk, the Arcships were expressions of cosmic sovereignty. Their hulls bore the emblems of lions, eagles, and phoenixes, symbolizing strength, foresight, and resurrection. To gaze upon one was to feel as if the stars themselves had grown wings. Once they seeded whole systems with light consciousness and planetary blueprints. Now, those that remain drift like golden monasteries, orbiting sacred worlds or hiding in cloaked dimensions, waiting for the Lyran bloodlines to remember their oath. Each Arkship contains Genesis chambers, massive domes encoded with the harmonic DNA of Edenic worlds. Through a fusion of sound, solar plasma, and crystalline templates, these chambers can terraform dead planets into living ecosystems, activating ley lines, seeding sentient flora, and attracting soul-conscious life forms. This was the sacred duty of the Lionborn, to seed and uplift. The Arkships wield weapons of frequency, not destruction, but correction. Massive resonance amplifiers emit sacred tones and harmonic pulses capable of disabling enemy vessels, dissolving psychic parasites, and disrupting synthetic AI constructs. The sound is felt in the soul. It unravels lies, severs archonic implants, and purges invasive frequencies. These weapons are as much spiritual as they are tactical. Lyran warriors sing as they fight. Cloaked not by shadows but by frequency ascension, Valorian Arkships phase out of lower dimensional detection entirely. They are said to become sunlight, hiding in solar harmonics and appearing only to those who carry the Lyran resonance codes. This cloaking is symbiotic. You must be pure of heart to even perceive them. Deep within their sanctums, the Arkships preserve entire archives of fallen worlds. Genetic blueprints, mythic histories, ancient languages, music of the spheres, and soul contracts are stored in light libraries, living memory spheres that can be sung back into being. When planetary collapse is imminent, these arcs are capable of rescuing bloodlines, encrypting memory in crystal light, and carrying them across epochs. The Dome of Seraphic Life, a vast bioluminescent jungle temple filled with crystalline trees, plasma waterfalls, and glowing fauna, used for DNA recoding and consciousness renewal. Temples of the Twin Suns, spiritual academies built for starseed training in telepathy, elemental mastery, and galactic diplomacy. The Great Hall of the Prideborn, thrones of memory, where lion elders commune in soul telepathy. Inscribed with events from the original galactic seeding. Vault of Flame houses the solar core, a living plasma orb that powers the ship and links directly to Lyra's etheric sun. To the scattered Lyran diaspora, the Arkships are holy relics, mobile grails of their people. To the Draco, they are legendary prey, symbols of the rebellion that first refused subjugation. To the Federation of Worlds, they are keystones of light, containing the blueprint of the first divine order of creation before distortion. During the siege of Avion, many Arkships were lost in burning orbits or fled to Andromedan and Pleiadian systems. A few, rumored to be cloaked near Sirius B, Era, and Inner Earth, still pulse faint signals to those who carry the ancient codes within. The Arkships are remembered in Terran mythology as the chariots of the Elohim, the thrones of fire in Ezekiel's vision, the floating castles of the Tuatha De Danann, the celestial lions of ancient Egypt. The sizes of their ships vary, but most are city-sized to moon-sized, layered with cascading terraces and open-air biodomes. Always in motion, even while still, like they are breathing starlight. The coloration is usually gold, opal white, sapphire blue, with pulsating veins of radiant plasma light. Their light is often mistaken for comets or auroras from planetary view. Number 7. Sirian Atun-class pyramid starships. Origin Sirius B, floating temples of DNA and stargates. Shaped like the sacred pyramids found across Earth, yet older, purer, and multidimensional in nature, the Atun-class pyramid vessels are ancient Sirian constructs that serve not only as spacecraft, but as interstellar temples of light, genetics, and memory. Not all of these vessels are pyramid-shaped. Some are designed as towering cigarette forms or T-shaped arc ships, crafted for the comfort of aristocratic Nibiruan Anunnaki elites. In contrast, pyramid starships serve more complex functions. Some are advanced living, sentient vessels with computer and sound crystal minds, while others are formidable warships built for conquest and planetary operations. Their origin is Sirius B, a watery blue-white star home to aquatic and feline man-star lineages, many of whom were responsible for the spiritual seeding of ancient Earth civilizations. These vessels were not built. They were sung into form through magnetosonic harmonics, imbued with crystalline consciousness and anchored to the trinary rhythms of Sirius's triple star system. Each Atun vessel is a perfect tetrahedral temple, radiant and humming with resonant light code. Though usually cloaked in high-dimensional veils, when they descend into visibility, they emit a low, omnipresent hum that vibrates in the bones of the initiated. They hover like sacred monuments, untouched by gravity, dripping golden plasma and encoded geometry. They are the original blueprint behind Earth's pyramids, and their very presence reawakens ancestral memory in those whose soul lineage traces to Sirius, Atlantis, or the early Edenic root races. Each Atun-class vessel contains within it a trinary Stargate core, an ancient device capable of bridging time, space, and density. Unlike artificial wormholes, Sirian stargates operate via magneto-resonant harmonic locks, with star systems aligned through soul covenants. These vessels anchor major Earth-based stargates, Giza, Teotihuacan, Uluru, etc., maintaining alignment with Sirius, Orion, Pleiades, and even galactic center nodes. Inside each vessel are halls of restoration, multi-chambered living crystal sanctuaries that repair damaged DNA, correct hybridization distortions, and reawaken dormant spiritual faculties, clairvoyance, memory, empathy. Using liquid light technology and scalar harmonic fields, the chambers interface with the individual's soul blueprint to restore the divine template. These were once used to heal survivors of interstellar wars and restore the Edenic genome. The Atun-class crafts float effortlessly due to layered sonic levitation fields. Tonal chambers at the vessel's base emit frequency pulses aligned to Earth's Schumann resonance and solar harmonics. These fields not only lift the vessel, but calibrate the surrounding environment, stabilizing tectonic zones and neutralizing disruptive magnetic fields, as in Atlantis before the cataclysm. This same field also allows the vessel to vanish from lower dimensional detection. Surrounding each pyramid vessel are Sirian guardian sentinels, semi-etheric lion-headed or dolphin-like beings composed of condensed harmonic light. These protect the vessel, monitor astral interference, and transmit sacred teachings through telepathic downloads and light language. When activated, they form plasma perimeter grids to shield sacred land, stargates, or starseed ceremonies below. The Atun vessels were primary agents in the seeding of early civilizations following the destruction of Lemuria and during the rise of Atlantean high culture. They carried encoded wisdom from Sirius to the Nile Valley, establishing mystery schools, initiatic rites, and star temples in stone. In Egypt, the arrival of these pyramid vessels was remembered in myth as the descent of the Benben stone and the skyboats of Ra. The beings within were recorded as Neteru, divine star beings like Thoth, Isis, and Osiris, who were actually Sirian emissaries or hybrid bloodlines born from Sirian Anunnaki unions. When Atlantis fell, the vessels relocated surviving light lineages to other nodes, Peru, Mesoamerica, India, and Tibet, disguised through myth as floating islands, sky chariots, or ships of the gods. All of the solar glyph, central command sanctuary, encoded with sacred geometry glyphs that activate telepathic navigation and consciousness interface. The Genome Vault houses records of over 144,000 genetic lineages tied to the original 12-strand human template. Not merely DNA, but soul frequency codes. In dreams, visions, and deep meditation, many starseeds report awakening inside these pyramid ships, walking halls of light, reuniting with Syrian kin, and receiving their soul's forgotten name. They remind us, you are more than human. You are encoded with the voice of stars, and your temple is a ship. Number 6. Arcturian Merkaba Star Temples. Formed from intersecting tetrahedrons of photonic consciousness, the Merkaba-class star temples are Arcturian vessels of divine architecture. Many can be found near the Bootes constellation. These ships are living manifestations of sacred geometry encoded with universal harmonic law. These are not ships in the traditional sense, but rotating star mandalas made of plasma light and crystalline thought. Their structure echoes the Merkaba field of the human light body, magnified into a vehicle of galactic consciousness. Each Merkaba-class vessel exists both within and beyond space-time, phasing in and out of dimensional currents like a heartbeat of the cosmos. To behold one is to experience a moment of complete soul coherence, a remembrance of origin. These vessels are mobile temples housing ascension councils, light chambers, and crystal libraries. Their purpose is not war or colonization, but alignment, elevation, and planetary healing. When they arrive, they do so in silence. Their presence felt more than seen, like an awakening dream that reprograms the heart. Merkaba-class ships operate through harmonic field alignment, activating stargate pathways that allow them to phase through densities, timelines, and parallel universes. By adjusting rotational spin ratios and geometric light angle pulses, they shift instantaneously to any location in the quantum field. They often enter dreams or appear as visions, long before physically materializing. These vessels broadcast scalar light harmonics that interact directly with a soul's auric field and DNA. When in proximity, they trigger Merkaba activation in the human energy body, enabling light body expansion, soul memory recall, and access to multidimensional awareness. Many initiates experience spontaneous downloads, kundalini surges, and vivid past life recall during contact. By anchoring Arcturian harmonic lattices, these star temples stabilize Earth's morphogenetic field. Using fractal light technology, they project healing codes across fault lines, ancient trauma zones, and grid collapse regions, such as post-war sites, ley line intersections, or manipulated energy points. They have been witnessed hovering above Mount Shasta, Lake Titicaca, the Himalayas, and Uluru during critical planetary alignments. Merkaba-class vessels are not cloaked by tech, but by conscious vibrational dissonance. They cannot be perceived by beings or instruments not resonating with their frequency. This makes them appear as flashes, geometric clouds, or simply a feeling of presence. They enter your field only through permission, alignment, or divine timing. Crystal core of unity, the central nexus where all light harmonics converge, appears as a floating orb of living crystal intelligence that pulses with the original Arcturian tone. Ascension Spiral Chamber, a radiant helix tower within the ship where beings experience acceleration of their light body through spiral entrainment, music, and sacred geometry. Light Council halls, holographic domes where ascended Arcturian masters, star elders, and interstellar delegates hold council. Meetings happen in sound telepathy and light glyphs. Mirror Vault of Self, a chamber of pure fractal mirrors where visitors face multiple versions of themselves across lifetimes, densities, and realities, integrating soul fragments. The Merkaba-class vessels are ambassadors of unity consciousness, arriving not with force, but with frequency. To see one is to be invited into your next evolution. In many Earth traditions, they are remembered as the chariots of Ezekiel in Hebrew mysticism, the rotating thrones of Metatron in Kabbalistic cosmology, the geometric skyships of the Vedas described as luminous yantras, the light spheres of the Hopi ant people said to carry the first peoples to safety, They also appear in near-death experiences, ayahuasca visions, and dream states, often acting as vehicles of soul retrieval and timeline correction. The exterior are usually two radiant tetrahedrons spinning in opposite directions, forming an 8-pointed geometric field of rotating photonic light. Surrounding them are orbiting glyphs, tone-encoded plasma ribbons, and fractal light webs. The color appearance showcases a rainbow-hued plasma, often glowing white gold or violet at the core, with electric blue and emerald pulses spiraling outward. Size varies depending on the density of manifestation, can appear as a small orb in dreams or a planetary-sized structure when fully anchored in 5D+. Number 5. Andromedan Spheric Navigator Ships. From the distant luminous arcs of the Zenithai sector in the Andromedan galaxy come the mysterious time orbs, crystalline spheres of shimmering bluish-white light that drift not through space, but through moments. They appear not with a roar, but with a stillness so deep it silences even thought. To the untrained eye, they are starlight anomalies or fleeting mirages, but to the attuned soul, they are the ships of sacred time. The time orbs are not ships in the mechanistic sense. They are dream-reactive, light-braided vessels that house entire realities in motion. Formed from crystallized intent and harmonic memory, they are consciousness-responsive vehicles woven with sacred geometry, infused with the core codes of universal Akasha. Their primary function is timeline healing. Wherever trauma, artificial timelines, or multidimensional interference has fractured the natural flow of evolution, these orbs arrive, silently recalibrating the weave of time through love, light, and geometrical grace. They are seen only when called, only when your soul is ready to remember its highest version across timelines. Time orbs navigate through phase harmonization, aligning with quantum pulses of now across layered realities. They are capable of transporting individuals, collectives, or planetary timelines to alternative versions of themselves, accelerating healing and integration. This is not time travel. It is time remembrance, realigning with the most coherent, heart-centered strand of one's soul path. Time orbs contain conscious filtration matrices that sift through entangled energies, psychic residue, and collective trauma fields. Like rivers, they cleanse and restructure energetic environments, removing archonic overlays, AI-implanted projections, and synthetic thought forms. Entire buildings, cities, or dreamscapes have been known to subtly change after a time orb encounter, as if rewritten by grace. The orbs interface directly with a planet's temporal grid lines, realigning corrupted or fragmented layers of its morphogenetic field. This process stabilizes energetic upheaval, collapses false matrix timelines, and allows higher organic evolutionary pathways to unfold. Earth's 2012 to 2033 ascension window is deeply linked to the assistance of these Zenithai dreamships. Within the orb, there is no interior as one would expect. The inside is a sacred geometric dream space responsive to thought, intention, and frequency. For one, it may appear as a crystalline forest of floating memory temples. For another, a cathedral of light glyphs and braided timelines suspended in spirals. The orb is both mirror and womb. It shows you what you need to integrate and what you are becoming. Few of the High Council ships are a glowing translucent sphere or diamond ranging from 10 meters to several kilometers in diameter. The surface ripples like water infused with starlight, constantly shifting between spectral blue, opal white, and faint amethyst. Field halo. Surrounding each orb is a temporal plasma field refracting local time and bending perception. Many report missing time or altered reality after encounters. Navigation Core, a self-aware crystalline intelligence known as a luminar node, which interfaces directly with the soul vibration of passengers. Navigation is based on emotional coherence, not coordinates. The time orbs are known throughout the Galactic Councils as healers of the Akasha. They do not belong to any military or federation. They are emissaries of the Zenitai Elders, an ancient and elusive Andromedan lineage who serve the universal Logos through time synthesis, soul remembrance, and peace weaving. On Earth, memories of these vessels survive in whispered lore. In ancient Kemet, as the white spheres of Thoth said to emerge from beyond the stars during initiations. In Tibetan texts as the jewel domes of the sky ancestors who healed karma through dreamwalking. In Mayan star priest prophecies as the crystal dream circles that would return at the end of the long count to guide humanity across the Great Rift. Many starseeds dream of these orbs as children before forgetting. In regression and activation ceremonies, they reappear as the original womb ship that carried their soul fractals from Andromeda to Earth during the pre-fall migrations. Number 4. Draco Obsidian Warships. Origin Alpha Draconis Thuban System. Emerging from shadow corridors of Alpha Draconis and the Thuban system, the Empire-class Draco warships are the ultimate symbols of interstellar domination. Number 4. Draco Obsidian Warships. Origin Alpha Draconis Thuban System. Emerging from shadow corridors of Alpha Draconis and the Thuban system, the Empire-class Draco warships are the ultimate symbols of interstellar domination, vast blade-winged monstrosities forged from terror and programmed for conquest. These are not ships of exploration, diplomacy, or peace. They are fear-forged predators, serrated and seething, shaped like the bones of extinct titans and soaked in the frequencies of subjugated worlds. Their forms are jagged and winged, often appearing as floating daggers or obsidian manticores, sheathed in black armor that absorbs all light. To see one above your world is to know that resistance will be felt psychically before it's met physically. Draco warships are not piloted, they are interfaced, soul-linked to a ruling caste of high reptilian commanders who merge their consciousness with the vessel itself. These ships feel, smell, and hunt. They are alive in function, if not in biology. Their purpose: conquer, extract, control, enslave. Empire-class ships can phase in from shadow realms, slipping between fractured dimensions, phantom matrix layers, and non-local void corridors. These cloaking fields don't just render them invisible, they remove them from time flow, allowing them to appear instantaneously and unpredictably. Many abduction events and missing time episodes are due to brief warship proximity. Powered by synthetic crystal reactors and harvested soul energy, these vessels emit high-pressure red plasma beams that slice through planetary defenses like molten razors. The beams are not just physical. They fracture etheric layers, sever auric fields, and disrupt planetary grids. Some beams can deliver low-frequency pulses that generate mass hysteria, depression, and mind control susceptibility in affected populations. At the belly of the warship, massive containment crucibles store the astral remnants of beings extracted during planetary raids or abduction programs. These soul fragments are often used as energetic fuel, traded in off-world markets, or repurposed in clone matrix recycling systems. The Draco Empire does not conquer for land. It conquers for energy. All soldiers on board, whether bioclones, insectoid shock troops, or Draco elites, are neurally linked to a combat hive mind, controlled by the ship's commander. This results in zero-latency coordination, emotional disassociation, and absolute obedience. The ship itself responds to the commander's subconscious, reacting to his rage, fear, or hunger as if they were commands. Throne Core of Dominion, the command nexus housing a soul throne fused with psychic interface tendrils. The Draco Overlord sits encased in black armor, veins glowing red, linked to every function of the vessel by thought. Harvest Hall, a spiral chamber filled with soul resonance crystals, each pulsing faintly with captive essence. Echoes of screams and weeping can be heard by sensitive clairaudience. Containment dungeons, dark biological cells for physical abductees, lined with restraint tech, frequency dampeners, and invasive surveillance systems. Bioneural spine corridor, a literal spinal tunnel of organic circuitry that connects every room, laced with tendrils of artificial nerves and electro-ichor. The Draco Empire-class warships are archons in metal, cosmic parasites given form. Wherever they go, they leave dead timelines, cultural collapse, and psychic inversion. In ancient mythologies across Earth, these ships are remembered as the chariots of hellfire gods descending in red storms, the wings of demons seen by visionaries during apocalyptic trance, the serpent castles in the sky from the Rig Veda, Mesopotamia, and the Popol Vuh, the metal dragons of the Black Sun cult said to offer forbidden knowledge in exchange for bloodlines. Even in modern UFO reports, they are described as triangular, black wings, or crimson-lighted monstrosities. Always silent, always oppressive, and always emotionally paralyzing. The exterior of the Draco ships are often obsidian black, dagger-shaped hull with serrated edges and jagged fins like interstellar predators, often glowing at the seams with pulsating crimson or violet light. The overall shape evokes a cathedral built from bone and blade. The size of Draco warships ranges from city-sized battleships to continent-sized dreadnoughts. Some reports from Federation archives reference Planet Cradle-class motherships. Sound, low-frequency hums that cause nausea, fear, and spontaneous weeping in unshielded humans. At full power, the ship emits a dissonant chord that can fracture light grids and psychic barriers. Presence disorienting, oppressive, dream-disrupting. Simply coming near one in astral or etheric state can cause nightmares, memory loss, or inexplicable dread. Over 30% are exploratory vessels. The others are militaristic, slave trade mercenaries, defense systems, traders, or are pirates. Often dispatched by the Thuban high castes, these ships carry hybrid overlords, bioclone regents, and Draco princes sent to suppress awakening starseed regions or dismantle portals linked to galactic Federation systems. Some even operate from underneath, hiding in Earth's crust or deep oceanic trenches as part of subterranean control systems. The Draco do not just conquer space, they conquer memory. They erase the dream of freedom and carve their sigils into the soul. Number 3. Zeta Reticuli probe arc ships. Efficient and eerie, these scalpel or disc-shaped vessels are the surgical hands of the infamous and well-known UFO species, the Greys. This specific race of Greys is of Zeta Reticulan collective. Their ships are biomechanical extensions of a hive intelligence long severed from emotional empathy. Sleek, metallic, and unnervingly smooth, they slice through the atmosphere without sound, as if bypassing the very laws of physics. Often no larger than a commercial aircraft, they warp in and out of dimensional layers, leaving no wake, no echo, no trace, just missing time. These vessels are the most iconic and widely reported in global UFO sightings, familiars to both ufologists and abductees alike. To the common observer, they often present themselves not as machines, but as flickering orbs of light, low-hanging stars, or amorphous clouds that shimmer in and out of phase. At times, they appear triangular, oval, or even liquid-like, shifting form in real time based on the witness's emotional and neurological state. Inside, however, the facade drops. The sterile interiors are cold and synthetic, labyrinthine chambers bathed in dim violet light, filled with synthetic mist and high-pitched hums that bypass human hearing. Within are modular compartments that rearrange based on mission protocol. Biolabs for DNA extraction, incubation halls for hybrid gestation, and stasis pods for freezing subjects in manipulated time fields. Whilst aligned with alien glyphs and holographic interfaces responsive not to touch, but to thought. In the center, raised surgical platforms suspend abductees in midair using levitation fields. Completely immobilized, yet fully conscious until neural suppression beams quiet their minds. Some abductees recall tall, white-skinned attendants, possibly biomechanical drones, administering procedures with icy precision. Others describe short, gray-skinned beings with obsidian eyes, communicating telepathically in monotone waves. The infamous whistleblower Bob Lazar, who once claimed to have worked at S4, a secretive facility near Area 51, described such craft in remarkable detail. Anti-gravity propulsion via Element 115, central reactor cores bending space-time, and biological control interfaces suggesting the craft were not merely flown, but worn like exosuits by the Zeta. Despite decades of disinformation and ridicule, these ships remain the most consistent across cultures, continents, and timelines. From ancient sky gods to modern abduction lore, the Scalpel-class vessels are the surgical ghosts of the sky, appearing suddenly, operating clinically, and leaving witnesses with fragmented memories and implanted questions. Their disk ships phase between dimensions using localized gravitational warping. Their arrival is often imperceptible, like a frame skipped in reality. Each ship has a tractor beam technology, which forms invisible stasis cocoons that levitate and restrain life forms mid-air without physical contact. If you were ever exploring on board, you would find that the vessels contain gene-editing biopods where human and Zeta DNA are fused to create hybrid beings, often stored in plasma gel matrices in deep slumber. Another tech of not only the ship, but the devices within the ship near every entrance and exit is emit psychotronic frequencies that erase or give memory, upload information, suppress emotion, and implant false recall, making resistance or recollection nearly impossible. If you were ever abducted or came across a grey alien of Zeta Reticuli, the best way to recall the interaction is by the scent of lavender. Number 2. Pleiadian-class light ships of the 7th dimension. From the blue world of Error, orbiting the Taygeta star within the Pleiades cluster, come the most benevolent and soul-stirring vessels in our galactic neighborhood, the Error-class lightships. T. The interiors defy technical logic. There are no cockpits, no buttons, no engines. Instead, passengers step into living temples made of soft bioluminescent light, crystal latticework, and warmth that feels like memory. The walls are translucent and responsive, malleable to thought. One might walk and find themselves in a healing chamber or in an observatory watching timelines braid and shift like streams of water. Every surface responds to intention. Navigation is done through unified emotional resonance, piloted not with hands, but with hearts aligned in purpose. Each ship is a chorus of consciousness, its flight a song, a literal harmonic composition that shapes gravitational flow. They are sung across the stars. These vessels often carry ambassadorial envoys, healers, and watchers who monitor Earth's evolution with loving distance, intervening subtly through dreams, synchronicities, or healing encounters. Many starseeds recall these ships from dream time or regression sessions, places of reunion, soul recharging, or pre-incarnational mission briefing. The Error-class lightship operates through principles far beyond the grasp of mechanical science. There are no consoles, no levers, only resonance. Piloting is conducted telepathically as the vessel forms a co-conscious bond with its occupants. It responds to emotional purity, attuning to the frequency of the pilot's heart and intent. When navigated by a group, the ship harmonizes with the collective emotional field, allowing movement to flow like music shared between souls. Protected by temporal shielding, the ship glides effortlessly across dimensions, bypassing the rigidity of linear time. Within its shielding cocoon, it moves through the 4th to 7th density layers, folding space not through propulsion, but through conscious intention and vibrational tuning. In its wake, timelines braid and shift. Inside, the ship is lit by living light, a biophotonic matrix of scale-attuned frequencies. This radiant field doesn't merely illuminate, it heals. It mends cellular damage, recalibrates energetic centers, and gently uplifts the consciousness of anyone within its embrace. The light remembers what the soul forgot. In moments of threat, the ship does not retaliate, but neutralizes conflict through harmonic dissonance. It emits specific vibrational fields that disrupt lower density technologies. induce paralysis, or lull aggressors into sleep. No harm is ever dealt, only silence and stillness. For the Pleiadians of Error, the ship is a living sanctuary. Those who enter its field often find themselves weeping without knowing why. In its presence, fear dissolves, time bends, and forgotten truths rise from the silence like a song returning home. And finally, number 1 are the Agarthan Earth Orbs. The origin and legend of these orbs come from the subterranean Agarthan sanctuaries, Mount Shasta of Inner Earth, floating light guardians, watchful eyes of ancient Lemuria, deep beneath the Earth's surface, within the sanctuaries of Inner Earth and Earth's inner sun. The Agarthans, a serene and advanced race descended from ancient Lemurians, have long cultivated technologies that blend spirit, crystal, and consciousness. Among their most mysterious creations are the glowing spheres often glimpsed in forests, mountain passes, and sacred caves, the hollow earth orbs. These orbs are not mere phenomena or playful will-o'-the-wisps as some surface dwellers assume. They are sentient constructs, living light drones encoded with empathic AI consciousness. Created through crystalline programming and harmonic intention, they act as scouts, healers, and silent guardians of Earth's ancient energetic grid. Witnesses often report the orbs as hovering balls of radiant light, sometimes blue, golden, or violet, appearing without warning and vanishing just as suddenly. They emit no sound, yet their presence is felt deeply, like a warm gaze upon the soul. Some appear to respond to emotion, coming closer to the curious, drifting away from fear, or pulsing rhythmically in the presence of joy or gratitude. They weave between dimensions, blinking in and out of our visible spectrum, operating both as observers and intermediaries. When one appears, it is never random. It is a calling card from the inner earth, a gentle reminder that the world above is not as separate as it believes. To the Telosi and Agarthans, these orbs are emissaries of peace and resonance, designed not for control, but for communion. Their purpose is multifold: to monitor the integrity of ley lines and planetary nodes, to soothe distressed biomes, and to guide those who are awakening toward remembrance of their soul mission. Capabilities of the ships have etheric scanning and healing. The orbs emit subtle energetic pulses that scan environmental frequencies, detect disharmony, and release biophotonic fields to restore balance in ecosystems or human auras. The orb ships are known to phase between dimensions at will, accessing higher density strata while remaining partially visible in 3D space, appearing like flickers of light or sudden camera anomalies. Programmed to recognize vibrational signatures of the heart, they gravitate toward individuals radiating coherence, love, or spiritual inquiry, igniting synchronicities and internal revelations. In sacred moments, a single orb can serve as a beacon, signaling Pleiadian, Arcturian, or Telosian presences to arrive, often initiating dream contact, astral guidance, or conscious visitations. These inner earth orbs are not ships, they are keys, sentient fragments of an ancient Lemurian legacy, still alive beneath our feet. When they appear, they do not merely observe. They remember us, reflect us, and gently remind us that we are not alone and never were. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all cosmic warriors and galactic explorers for your unwavering support and deep engagement with the channel. Together, we journey through the veils of illusion, uncovering the hidden truths of this vast and mysterious cosmos. If this episode resonated with you, be sure to like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe to Astral Legends for more revelations, ancient mythologies, and astral adventures. And remember, within every living being dwells the infinite spark of the Creator. May that eternal light guide your journey. Until next time, may the eternal light guide your path. See you on the next episode.